Championship Sunday at the Open, a very special day in the golfing calendar. Somewhat overcast, somewhat cool, somewhat breezy conditions. The kite surfers are loving it. And Royal Troon is hosting the 145th Open. Top temperature today around about 13, 14 degrees Celsius, so it's going to be a cool one. But if anything, over the course of the day, the winds are actually going to die down a little bit, as they did yesterday. Pretty challenging conditions, though, for the early starters. This course not the longest, at under 7,200 yards, and it's a fairly gentle start. The first three holes, three par fours, under 400 yards. But my word, when you make the turn and head for home, it is a brutal test. Don't forget, you can stay in touch with everything to do with the Open Championship at theopen.com. Well, play got underway this morning at 7:40. Colin Montgomery, honorary member here at Troon, was first on the tee, and a short while ago.
From Scotland, Paul.
The 1999 Open champion at Carnoustie, Scotland's Paul. Tony Johnston and Mark James are alongside me, Dominic Hollier. Morning, guys.
Morning, Dom.
Good morning, Dom. Pretty breezy out there. It's going to be some test today. Look at it. Man who knows the wind and plays it extremely well, Paul Lawrie. You have to, if you're a past winner of this wonderful championship.
From England, Danny Willett.
The Masters champion. (72, 74, 74). 3 rounds so far for Willett.
Slight switch in wind direction today. It's out of the southwest, so into their faces a bit. Hard off the right.
I think the whole course a bit more across today, Tony, and some of these holes that were drivable the last couple of days, the players won't be going for them, will they?
No, those opening 5 holes, you know, those reachable par 4s. Not really much point, is there?
South Africa's Brandon Grace. He's had such a wonderful season, breakthrough on the PGA Tour as well as victory on the European Tour. And having dropped a shot at the first, Brandon gets it straight back at the second. The 18th hole, and the Troon clubhouse with the grandstands down both sides. I wonder what drama awaits there later today.
Well, there we see the drives of Lawrie and Willett. Perfect, just an iron. 150, 55, so fair amount of second shot for these players. Pin today back left, which is reasonably accessible in a right to left wind for obvious reasons. So anyway, right of the pin, leaves a little upslope towards the cup.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking almost like a 70 one of these. Is that too much? But again, it's almost cut from still right, isn't it?
Yes, cut from middle to the left.
Yeah.
Going way down the shaft, that's really choking down on the club. Probably just a punchy one.
Go.
Beautiful little shot with the 6-iron. Just trying to hold it against the wind and just a little poke into the breeze. Great shot. Got to make a decision with this wind. you know, you're going to hold it against the wind or start it further right, let the wind use it. And it affects the distance so much. If you let the wind, if you use the wind, the ball goes so much further than if you fight it. Paul attempting to use it, but lost it left. A little bit of a ridge to go up on the fringe, but comes a point where the mechanics, you've just got to forget it and play in this wind.
Yes, you know, instinct plays a big part, doesn't it? Just do what's natural. And Grace at the third. He's just an iron for safety on this one. They've been getting it really close to this green the last couple of days. Someone drove it on. I can't remember who yesterday.
Par putt for Monty at the 9th. He's had 3 dropped shots, 1 birdie. That's now 4 dropped shots, and he'll be out in 39, Monty. 15 over par, but you know what? Who cares? He's done really well to qualify and be here.
First of the par 3s at Royal Troon, and this is 59-year young Mark O'Meara. How about that? Still got some game. In fact, that's 2 in a row for Mark. He's playing with Daniel Summerhays, and between them they didn't manage to muster a birdie at all yesterday. They both got a couple today. That takes Mark 2 under on his round, and at 6 over par. He's 2 ahead of his playing partner Summerhays. Back to the first, which has only yielded 1 birdie so far, and that was Summerhays.
Yeah, a lot of drop shots on that first hole, though. This is the 9th group, so 15 players have been through. There's been 5 bogeys and a double.
And this is the easy stretch.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, tough holes to come later. Now they call Paul Lawrie Chippy. See if he can live up to his name.
And he is a great chipper. And you know what, Jess? For a number of years, I thought it would relate it to his golf game. It's actually because he eats chips with everything. French fries. I think he has French fries with his ice cream.
Well, we've all done that, haven't we?
Delicious.
I thought it was because he was a good chipper.
You know, and he is. You know, but you know how perverse it is on tour. As soon as you have a weakness, if you get the chipping yips, they'll call you Chippy. You know, and for a while I thought it was because he was a terrible chipper till I played with him. And he's deadly around the greens.
He is, yeah. In fact, when you get to be a senior, that's the first thing that goes in my experience, chipping. See a lot of guys with the chipping yips, putting yips occasionally, but chipping yips is very common on senior tours. And very destructive.
Well, I think there are more guys with chipping yips on the main tour. I suppose primarily because if you've got the putting yips, you don't survive on the main tour. You're not there for long. But there's quite a few guys out there that are very iffy around the greens.
Yeah, indeed. I remember one player chipped right-handed the whole year. Now, Danny Willett, this for an opening birdie after that fabulous punchy 6-iron. Oh, it's a shame.
And the cross-handed is gone. Back to orthodox. In fact, yesterday he was chopping and changing between the two. He's obviously lacking in confidence with the putter.
Third shot here for Soo-Min Lee. Third hole. Already left 1 in the bunker. Talented young Korean player, winner on the European Tour this season.
That's Andrew Cotter's brother on carrying his bag. He's a Troon caddy. Andrew, of course, the BBC commentator on a lot of sports.
if you get unlucky or a little too cute in one of these pot bunkers, I mean, you run up a double so quickly. Look how far right he's aiming this. To be expected with a 24-mile-an-hour winder.
Yeah, that wind was up and down and changing in direction, so the player's going to find it very difficult to hit the ball close.
Well, he's there in 4. He's got a long-range putt for a bogey 5. It is a struggle for Soo Min Lee. Brandon Grace didn't manage to find the fairway.
He was much fancied, this guy, Dom, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Hasn't quite worked for him. Didn't really at Castle Stewart either. I think a lot of people looked at his ball flight. They looked at the way his game has been shaping up over the last few months and thought, well, surely he has got to be a good chance in an Open Championship.
You're not going to say. Maybe a bit more. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, these conditions look pretty tough. I woke up in the middle of the night and it was blowing an absolute gale and raining, so maybe these players have been quite lucky today. See all the bunkers there, waiting to gobble you up. More there, more by the green. More holes than O.J. Simpson's defence.
See if Danny can find this fairway.
Yeah, that's ideal.
Up to the 3rd green. Brandon Grace with the purple top on the right hand side of your picture, and Soo Min Lee on the left hand side. Soo Min struggling.
That's an amazing number of rounds under par, to be honest, considering the weather. I guess a huge number of those were the first day.
Yeah, when it was very different conditions, wasn't it? Phil Mickelson almost shot a 62, almost made major championship history, lipped out at the last. Since then, it has been considerably more difficult.
It's a distant memory, isn't it, that day of summer, being pummeled by the breeze for 3 days. Now this for bogey for Soo Min Lee. Only 22, he's quite a prospect. They come on very early, some of these Koreans and Chinese players.
That's getting very messy, isn't it? Drop, drop to open, and needs that to avoid a triple.
Let's go up to the second of the par 5s on the front 9. And this is the second shot for Mark O'Meara. Who I assume will be playing at the Senior British Open next week at Carnoustie.
He certainly is. I spoke to him the other day. He's been playing quite steadily, he said, on the American tour. He's lying about 30th on the list, which after 9-10 years is pretty good playing. You know you're getting old when the guys who come on the senior tours look young.
Well, this man's not too far away from the Senior Tour, is he?
No, he'll do some damage, and Strickers within a matter of months, isn't he?
176 yards here for Laurie.
Yeah, not a flag you can mess with on that strong right to left wind today. That's a pretty tasty shot.
He's got a lot of logos on Laurie. I think if he was interviewed, he'd come close to John Daly's all-time record of 8. Now, will it 163?
That's not bad either. It Just going to get a great read off Laurie.
He didn't seem particularly happy with it, but to that hole location, very difficult to get close with the breeze like it is today. Birdie putt for Brandon Grace.
Level after 3.
Long birdie attempt into the breeze. Take a bit of hitting these into the wind. Yeah, a lot of players doing that.
Well, he's had the honour twice, hasn't he, this week, of hitting the first tee shot of the day. He hit the first shot of the championship on Thursday morning, 6:35. As I say, he was out there at 7:40 this morning. O'Meara's third to the sixth, the par 5.
Grace out with the driver at the par 5 fourth. And leaking it right, gets a lie there. That's some help.
Paul Lawrie for a birdie here at the second hole. Has his own tournament on the European Tour these days. The match play events coming up in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, he does a lot for charity too, Paul. I don't know, is it the Paul Lawrie Foundation?
Yep.
Does an awful lot for kids and all sorts, so he's a lot of good work on the back of his Open win in '99.
Yeah, I wonder whether it's worth bearing that in mind. I think everyone's decided it's a 2-horse race pretty much between Stenson and Mickelson, but Lawrie came from, what, 10 shots behind in 1999? Although this course is obviously not set up as Carnoustie was that year.
Yeah, and was it '97? Justin Leonard came from 7 back on this course. Shot 65. One of the... It was the Haas and Johnston could somehow find a 66. I've got a squeak. But that is a tall order on this course in this wind.
Let's see what Danny's learnt.
Unusual putting in that he fixes his feet without the club head right behind the ball and then puts the club head into position. You know, pretty much all pros will teach and do put the club head and point it and then shuffle their feet into position. Tony Johnson particularly, quite a lot of shuffling.
That's it. Get in early. It's a long day, Jess. But he didn't learn an awful lot, did he, from Paul's putt there? Certainly pace-wise, he's left himself a little bit of work.
Greens are a fraction quicker than they were yesterday, but I suppose that one was back into the wind. 9 feet 8 inches, considerably slower. We've talked about it a lot over the last couple of days, and these players are used to either on the European or on the PGA Tour. And of course, when he won at the Masters, my goodness me, chalk and cheese in terms of speed, those greens and these. No birdie for O'Meara at the 6th. So he stays at 6 over par. 2 under on his round, though. Hasn't dropped a shot yet today. Zero bogey-free rounds yesterday in the field.
No big surprise, to be honest. But here's Greg Chalmers, 42-year-old Aussie. Won in America this year, which was huge for him at that age. Barracuda Championship. Played Europe many, many years ago, didn't he?
Yeah, with as pure a putting stroke as you'll find with any man on the planet, I think. Greg Chalmers really is a thing of beauty.
Third hole called Gjors. Sam Torrance told us that means ditch or ditches. Not too sure what's wrong with just calling it ditches.
One of only 2 holes that do have a ditch on them here. Third, it runs through the 16th as well, the par 5 on the way home.
.280 yards to reach the ditch off the back of the tee, so into the breeze today. It's a long way down there. They can afford to go with hybrids, or later on there might be a few guys with 3 woods, but we've seen during the week people blowing it straight over that ditch and getting it right on the front edge of the green. Not today.
Yeah, the danger bunker today is on the left, 240 to it, but Paul taking a small enough club to probably be 20 yards short of that. Maybe that's the second of the 2, that one. So he's alongside the 240 bunker. Well, it, of course, half of the British men's Olympic golf team, the other half's Justin Rose, staying in the Olympic Village. Captain of the British team, of course, is Jamie Spence, who's our on-courser here. He'll be treading the links later. So those guys are off much, much later.
Yeah, 2:35 p.m. for Mickelson and Stenson. Andrew Johnston plays with Bill Haas. Stricker and Holmes together. Tyrrell Hatton out with Jim Herman. Kevin Na with Dustin Johnson, who was going quite nicely out there yesterday, but the triple bogey coming home on the backside, which rather interrupted his plans. Rory McIlroy. Well, it was a strange old day for Rory, wasn't it? A couple of short miss putts early in his round, and he just couldn't get it going. Frustrations grew throughout the round. Lee Westwood and Luke Donald will play together today. 2 Englishmen, 2 European Ryder Cup stars. Jordan Spieth plays with Jim Furyk. They're off at 10:15, so just about 50 minutes time from now. Again, he's kind of struggled to get to grips with this course this week. And unusually for him, we've seen him miss a couple of short putts as well. Kevin Chappell and KT Kim on the first tee. That's Chappell.
This is game number 11. On the tee, from the USA, Kevin Chappell.
He's got the SWAT jacket on, the one that Rory was wearing yesterday.
Rounds of 71, 73, 75, 75, 73. Sorry for Kevin Chappell. His first Open. We're
On the
delighted
tee.
to make the cut.
From Korea, KT Kim.
Kim, 29-year-old. It's his fourth Open. Real name Kyung Tae Kim.
And an accomplished player in Asia, 13 wins on the Japanese tour.
Now, I've never been to Japan. I'm sure you guys have. Would they have a links course out there at all?
I think it's highly unlikely. Japan's mainly sort of rock, isn't it?
Yeah, I've played a couple of courses out there, World Cups and things, but yeah, I've never seen anything that resembled a links course.
Second shot into number 3 here for Paul Lawrie.
Pretty good shot there from Paul. Not easy to get distances right in this wind. You know, you try and hold it against the wind and you don't, it's going to come out much too long. You overdo it, it dies.
Right, okay. You tell me what shot you see, because I'm seeing on. Alright, well, that's what you've seen, like a one. I'm seeing like a 115.
Jesse, were you a wind fighter or a wind user? Or was there a certain point where the wind was so strong you just thought, well, you can't fight this anymore?
I tended to be a wind fighter with the old ball. I find it hard to move it against it with the new ball, so I think people tend to hit it straighter with the modern ball. But yeah, I used to fight it in the old days. I didn't like starting it a long way wide of the green. You the same?
Yeah, I was the same. Try to fight it.
Maybe after a few years the fight goes out of you.
Maybe, but you know, when you get to sort of 30, 40 mile an hour winds, it's pointless, isn't it? You just can't, you know, it fights the wind for the first 50 yards and then goes sideways, so you end up just aiming way offline and basically hit and hope that you get a decent strike on it.
Looking down on the 7th green, and it's another birdie putt for Mark O'Meara. Remember, 2 under on his round, 2 birdies, no drop shots so far. I think it was you that pointed out yesterday, Tony, the club motto here is as much by skill as by strength.
Which is very true, isn't it? Tamate quam mate.
Although if you can combine the two.
It won't hurt. Oh, and there's a bit of the skill. But it's a great thing to see that, you know, skill is vital rather than just the ability to crush it 380 yards.
Yeah, links courses do that, don't they? They sort of bring everyone down to the same level, although these first few holes of certainly the first, the third and the 7th have been taken apart a bit by the bombers. Maybe a couple of new bunkers might be in order on those holes before the next Open. I'm available for a small fee.
Yeah, can I be your associate? Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, a couple of new bunkers, Jesse, not a couple of new tees, because that just plays even more into the hands of the sluggers, doesn't it?
Absolutely right. You have to play with the players and tweak their minds and scare them a little. New tees does nothing.
Danny Willett looking for his first birdie of the day and an excellent chance at the first.
Just once, get it to all.
Back to the first, second shot here for Kevin Chappell. finds the putting surface. I find it quite interesting that you two guys sitting in the commentary box would want to toughen things up. Very brave of you.
It's happened since we got into the commentary box.
Oh yes, absolutely right. I think with judicious placement of bunkers, you know, you can make it similar for the sluggers as for the medium hitter and not make it impossible for the members.
I think you're right, Tony. I think it just needs one small pot bunker in the right place and a player's entire mindset can change.
So all pars so far for both Paul Lawrie and for Danny Willett, where they started the day at 7 over. To the first of the par threes, the fifth, 192 yards today. Slight change of angle in terms of how the course was played to this point.
Tough pin to get to today, Dom, front right.
They're all tough for some of us, Mark.
Brandon's favoured shape is the cut from left to right. If it's going to suit anybody, it will be him. But even then, as Mark says, tough to get it anywhere near that pin on this strong breeze. And that side slope, look at that side slope from right to left, short and right of the flag.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be many birdies here today. Amira birdied it, but I bet after that there'll be maybe only 3 or 4, if that.
Yeah, he held a long putt to get the birdie as well here, didn't he, today?
You almost need the sort of half shank to get it close there today. Did you ever work on that one, Jeff?
I didn't. I don't even eat lamb shank during a tournament.
We are a superstitious bunch.
Oh, that's not superstition, that's just common sense, Tony.
Kevin Chappell, long putt. Pretty straight to the end, it'll just go a touch to the left. Decent judgment of pace. That, of course, also gets so much more difficult when you're getting a 25-mile-an-hour wind.
Excellent season so far in the States, Kevin. A couple of runners-up finishes, both to Jason Day. Latest coming at the Players' Championship. Adam Scott and Jamie Donaldson playing in game 12, down on the first tee. About to get underway. A little bit like Grace, I think a lot of people thought that Adam Scott might do well this week. He's very much building his schedule around the major championships. He was here early.
Yes, hasn't paid off. Oddly enough, both these players have shot 69, 73, 76, which is a fairly dodgy type of progression. Doesn't bode well for the day's round.
First 3 holes all run down alongside the shoreline. Nice to see they brought the claret jug out again there at the first tee. Awarded to the champion golfer of the year.
It's a great title, that, isn't it?
They used to get a belt before the claret jug came along.
This is game number 12. On the tee from Australia, Adam Scott.
Going with the driver.
On the tee from Wales, Jamie Donaldson.
Three wood here for Jamie.
Very well.
It'll be a fun group to watch, both easygoing, friendly guys.
See the way the bushes are moving behind them there, that really gives you a good indication as to how hard that wind is blowing.
All the wild roses there, I assume that's a type of Rosa rugosa ovis. Tony, you're a flora and fauna man.
I'm going to leave that one to you, Jess. Adam's swing, I mean, it's just a thing of beauty, isn't it? Big, wide takeaway, fantastic coil. And you'd have to know a heck of a lot more about the golf swing to fault that than I do.
It's good. Backswing's fantastic. I'd like to see the left leg just a fraction more flexed through impact. I think they work on this straightening and snapping of the left leg these days, but I don't think it's necessary. Pulls the body up, changes the spine angle. Now Mira for another one. Oh, he had to hit it. 3 at the 8th though. That's not going to ruin your card.
Are those just rambling roses, Jess, by the way? Those roses are just wild roses. They just grow. I've seen them sprouting up in the rough even.
No, ramblers are sort of, you know, they sort of climb and almost climbing, but those are just sort of type of wild bush rose, I think.
First of the par fives, the fourth, Danny Willett.
A nice little hop left. That is ideal.
I always find it interesting on these links courses to see the type of flowers you find. There's a lot of, I think, harebells in the rough all over this course, which they look like harebells, type of campanula, I assume.
Yeah, you know, you forget to notice the wildflowers, don't you, on the links courses? You're so preoccupied with pot bunkers and gorse and heather, but you get all sorts of beautiful little yellow, purple flowers growing up in the rough. The odd dog.
It's a bit scummy, that beach near the sea. That's the wind and all the foam around.
A lot of seaweed washed up too.
Yeah, I went past somewhere a few weeks ago, a Jersey. They were just picking it off the beach, taking it away in lorry loads for fertilizer or something. I never found out. I never asked anyone actually where it was going to. Probably some sort of fertilizer.
You see how far Adam Scott is down the fairway here.
Okay.
So two very different shots coming up.
It's a full one, but keep it down.
Yes.
It's going to move mega that way.
Yes, you will.
Very aggressive tee shot from Adam. I think his intentions are clear. He doesn't need the cash. So he just wants to play for the best finish he can get. And poor shot from Scotty, really poor shot. Didn't start it nearly far enough right.
Fifth hole, Danny Willett with a 5-yard advantage here, and also with the advantage of being in the fairway. How is the ball of Paul Lawrie lying? Doesn't look good. He's out with a metalwood though. Sounded like good contact.
Really good shot from where he was.
Started it right, stayed right.
Tried to cut that foul one.
Adam Scott, after missing left. Where's he looking? On the land there, just at the base of the little upslope. Into the breeze. With a good lie. I mean, there are players who would try to give that the little cut up. But the percentage shot is the bump and run.
It'll be very interesting to see how he sees it in a very similar spot to where Paul Lawrie was, and he just ran it up the bank. Was very close, not too far away from a birdie.
Now, if he played exactly the same shot with maybe a club less, just get it coming in slightly lower. It's part of the joy of links golf. When you miss greens, the many options that are open to you.
South Africa's Xander Lombard for birdie at the 3rd hole. He started par-par.
Yeah, spelt Lombard but pronounced talent.
Unusual name, Xander, too. Xander is actually a type of perch.
Fish.
Fish,
Or
yeah.
something a parrot sits on.
Fishy.
I don't want to put a downer on this, but Jamie Donaldson is dead last in the putting stats this week, which is unusual.
And playing partner Adam Scott is 3rd last. So this is not going to be a great putting exhibition, you would think, today. It can all turn around, though. A hole 1 or 2, just that's all it takes to get the confidence surging.
Now Laurie have that great second shot to get it this near the green. Just a little pitch. Sounded a bit clunky. It wasn't though, it's beautifully played. Absolutely gorgeous from Laurie.
It did sound a bit drop kickish, didn't it? Like the sole had skipped a bit off the turf. Come on, Scotty, start off with a par. Well done. Maybe that's the way. Every time we rave about guys putting, they miss everything. Let's tell everybody how bad they are and watch them drain the lot. You with me, Jess?
Soon get a call from their manager and psychologist, won't we? Oof, yeah. I'll let you try that tactic. The player's never short to confront a commentator if they think he's been slightly out of line. It's fair enough. We can hold our end up.
Yeah, occasionally you do want to say, listen, I'm a heck of a sorry. I'll try my very best not to tell the truth in future.
So Willett, having been just short of the green in 2, has chipped up to here. Both he and Laurie have got good birdie chances. Looks like it's ever so slightly downhill, didn't it, from that low camera angle? Maybe a bit of right to left as well.
Well, he berated himself for not getting it to the hole on the last green. He certainly got that one there. Blasted it through the break.
Another par on the card for Danny Willett. 4 straight to this point. With a bit of luck, Paul Lawrie will make the breakthrough. Dear, oh dear. How frustrating is that?
It's funny, the guys on tour always rated Paul Lawrie as a great putter, but he seemed to berate himself regularly about not being a good putter. I mean, we all thought he was. I think when he misses one like that, he really does get down on himself, though.
Driver again here for Adam Scott, this time at the second hole.
Bit of a grimace.
Well, he signals his intentions, no doubt about that. Let's go up to the green here. And the third shot for Kevin Chappell.
Well, that'll do.
Par at the first, birdie at the second.
At least he looks excited.
I don't sense an adrenaline surge.
Here we go, into the wind. Trying to carry the little slope on the edge of the green, and beauty. Thank you.
Back to the tee. Jamie Donaldson's also got the driver out.
Interesting tactics from these two. There's a 252 bunker up the left, 264 and 280 up the right. Seems a strange club. Just under 400 yards the hole. So they're trying to get past that 252 bunker on the left, just to go in with less club. Thinking if they hit iron, it just leaves them an uncomfortably long distance. It's the Rose Bay willow herb in the background, scourge of every gardener.
Wind hard off the right. Yeah, so easy. You get over the ball and you sort of just... You lose your numbers where you're trying to start it.
So if you boys are not going to fight the wind here, what shot do you play?
Well, it's a tough one. With that flag right and that deep bunker, you know, you're trying to get it pin high left. You're just trying to get it in the middle of the green. To have a go at that flag, you'd have to be starting it right to the grandstand, definitely, and probably have to hold it a bit.
He started that right edge of the green and it held up fairly well. could be pretty nasty though.
Yeah, that shoulder of the bunker will not make it an easy shot. Massively out in practice swing. Looks like he's had another miscue. Well, good luck with that one, Danny. Well, driver for Adam and Jamie. Left rough, good angle into the flag. Look at that. The only place you can really get at the pin is from here.
His ball was lying okay, wasn't he? But I'm not sure about Adam Scott. He's in the thicker stuff down there on the left.
About 18 inches long, this rough. Good job it's been damp this week. They'd give off a bit of pollen. That's going to get taken in by that bunker. And a long bunker shot in prospect for Adam Scott, pin on 21.
He knows that bunker well. He was in there yesterday too.
This is the first green. That's Harold Varner, the third. And he's joint last in putting with Donaldson. They're doing quite well, these guys. Are putting that poorly to be +5. To be fair. "25 years old, Harold Varner. It's his first Open. Quicken Loans, he finished 7th this year. That got him into this championship. His dad bought him a set of clubs when he was 2. I'm thinking his dad's a trifle pushy.
Quickly to the 5th, and Jamie Donaldson's second, having pushed his tee shot here. Well, it's pretty good, isn't it, considering it was straight downwind, really, from there.
Oh. Just delightful. Have a look at this. Out to in, great release. And the texture of the sand changes so much over the week. And it starts off dry, then you have a bit of rain and it gets a bit firmer and a bit bouncier, then it dries out again. That's nicely done from Scotty.
Richard Sterney for birdie at the opening hole.
Yeah, I think despite being kept slowish, these greens, this wind is still strong enough right now to be having an effect on putts.
Donaldson for birdie at the second. Just thinking about these putting stats, though. It depends which one it is, doesn't it? It can be deceptive if you may take a lot of putts because you're hitting a lot of greens in regulation but not getting it particularly close to the flag.
There was a lot of discussion about that in the old days, actually, Dom, and it used to be just 1 putts per round statistic, and all the guys were oh yeah, but I chipped well, and you know, it's just one of those days. And then they changed it to 2 statistics, 1 putts per round and 1 putts per green in regulation, and it was exactly the same guys. Amazingly, they had no argument then. And usually Bernard Langer in the 80s and 90s, even when he had the yips, he was topping our stats.
Thompson makes his par at the second. No birdie for Paul Lawrie at the 5th. Danny Willett trying to make his 3. Left to right. Not as much as he allowed for. Well, they're definitely foxing him, the greens.
14th bogey of the week. It's hard numbers to catch up on with birdies.
Indeed. This is Yuta Ikeda, Japanese player, 30 years old, 14-time winner on the US Tour.
On the US Tour?
Sorry, on the Japan Tour. Good point.
I was going to say, he's gone under the radar.
He's better than we thought, isn't he? No, he's a prolific winner.
That's quite a good fight back from him, actually. He started double bogey, bogey. Made a couple of birdies since then, although he did drop a shot at the par 3 5th as well. He's 2 over par for his round.
Even lower. Well, just with that shot like you did 16 yesterday. 15, you know, that kind of shot. You know, hit it. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
No driver this time for Adam.
That ditch running across the fairway at 280 precludes that, so play for position. Just get it on the short stuff, that's all he's looking for, which he's done. Watched a bit of him earlier in the week and he was absolutely flushing it. I think we all thought, well, and if he putts half decently, he will contend. Unfortunately, he hasn't putted well at all. And you need both. You need the strike and the putt. But if your putting's no good, impossible to compete or win.
Swing's a little brisker than it was 2 years ago. We had that great Ryder Cup at Glen Eagles. I guess probably prefer it now. It's a little more gutsy, but still good rhythm.
Xander Lombard, having birdied the 3rd. Another chance here at the par 5 4th. 2 under through the first 4 holes. Well done for the young South African, who, as Mark James said, has got plenty of talent. Look out for him over the months and years to come.
Runner-up from last year, our first look at Mark Leishman. 32-year-old American, but not the best of starts.
Danny Willett to the par 5 6th.
Playing with Justin Thomas, Mark Leishman. Thomas has probably hit driver here, maybe 3-wood. More attacking than most. Just to pitch into this back left position. He looks a major talent, Justin Thomas. He's doing well the first day and things went a little awry. And Dominic and myself are joined by Laura Davies. Hello, Laura.
Yes, good morning. Looking forward to a good day's golf. Wind's still a bit blustery, obviously, so it's going to be a big test, especially for those front two. Not much of a night's sleep, I wouldn't have thought.
Yes, if you're awake at the crack of dawn, it's a long time till you tee off, isn't it? And there's the chairman of the local Masochist Society. What a jump. That's fantastic.
Hope he comes down at some stage.
Yes, could be doubtful in
Next
this
stop
wind.
Ireland.
Yeah.
Leishman. His third shot on the first. Yeah, another lovely bunker shot. We've seen so many good bunker shots all week. And I put that down to the sand. If they get a chance, they hit a good shot. If they're up against the lips, it's a different story. But yeah, all the pros love this sand.
Yeah, it is good, and even the ones that have plugged have sort of been semi-plugged. They don't bury. Some links courses even the ball will bury softish sand, but these are perfect, as Laura says. Brendan Grace. It's like the 7th. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Using the bank on the left, both sides of this green gather. But if you just go wide of the gathering slopes, beware. Not going to be good. Well, there is stats.
The other shot is the pitching wedge, kind of back-footed punch out to the right, let the wind take it and pitches 25.
5th in greens. Currently lying 51st. Oh, can't blame his ball striking.
You drive for show and you putt for dough, and it's never been any truer than on a links type course as well.
Yeah, especially in this wind, you're going to get a lot of 4 to 8 footers to save pars, however well you hit it. You played a lot of, we'll talk about whether or not they have links courses in Japan, Laura. Have you played there much?
I've played a lot of my golf in Japan, but can't think of any of that style. They're normally in the mountains and huge sided sloping fairways.
Exactly, yeah, that's what we were thinking. In fact, I've only seen one in America that's even vaguely linksy, and that was in Colorado, a Crenshaw design course near Denver, which was played like a links and designed like a links in the way you play it.
Couldn't see the ocean though, could you?
You'd need good eyesight, although it's fairly high around there.
Leishman for his up and down at the first. Well, that's a shot gone for the Aussie.
McDowell walking to the first tee, waiting to hit his first shot of the last round.
Playing with Spain's John Ram. And he just turned professional. He looks like a prospect as well.
This is game number 15. On the tee from Spain, John Ram.
Played in the US Open as the world #1 amateur recently, and turned pro. Immediately finished 3rd in the Quicken Loans tournament in America to qualify for this championship. So he's on the fast track to stardom, this boy. Only 21.
Looks strong, doesn't he?
He really does look to have the build to give it an almighty welt.
On the tee from Northern Ireland, Graham McDowell.
.75, 71, 72 over the first 3 rounds for Graham McDowell.
He's not elected to go with the driver, taking those bunkers completely out of play.
Man who grew up playing links golf at Rushmore, right next door to Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland.
Rushmore, Port Rush. What's the significance of all the rushes around there? Why don't they slow down?
That'll help the stats along a little bit there. Adam Scott, lovely putt. Just playing for pride now, knows he can't win. Came here to win, that's all he was interested in, so I'd like to try and get it back to level par and have a half-decent finish.
Only his 7th birdie of the week. That, as we go back to Colin Montgomery, he's made his way to 15. This for a par. 5 over today and staying that way. Propping up the field on plus 17, but he's just delighted to be playing. I spoke to him yesterday and he says he's pulling everything, but he's certainly capable of doing better than that. Now Donaldson.
Brandon Grace, we saw that lovely shot in here to 7. We'll be looking to get one back. See that wind gusting. Oh, and I think that might have had something to do with that. It wasn't the best stroke in the world, to be fair, but I think the wind had an effect.
He looked like he was lined up 2 inches left of the hole, and I think either the wind got it or he suddenly panicked and thought that's too wide and pushed it. He's only got a couple of fingers of his right hand on the club, hasn't he?
It's one of those claw-type grips, I guess. He got hands very high, a lot higher than some of the other players.
It is a cool, breezy, overcast day up here at Royal Troon, and before I never get invited back to Northern Ireland, Rathmore, it's not Rushmore, Rathmore was where Graham McDowell grew up playing his golf, which is right next door to Royal Portrush. So it's half a rush.
Well, that's it really, huh?
Yeah.
56, you said?
And here is Graham.
Former US Open champion, of course. I think it was 2010. Struggling for Ryder Cup this year. I think he's made the last few, but he needs to move it up a gear this year. One of the players Darren Clark, captain, will be looking at over the next few weeks. Well, it's a decent shot, just a club shy.
Yeah, it's an important couple of weeks for a lot of players hoping to make that team, isn't it? With the Open Championship this week and then the PGA coming up just a couple of weeks later, brought forward because of the Olympics.
Yeah, if you finish, there's not many players from Britain right up there this week, but someone like Andrew Johnston, he can finish high, then, you know, Beef will be right in there and he'll certainly catch Darren's eye.
I think he'd be a great character for the team room as well, to be quite honest with you. Apart from the great golf he's playing, he'd bring a lot to that the atmosphere of the week.
I think you're right, Laura. Guys like that do add an awful lot to the team room. It's something captains consider when they're picking wild cards. The mix of personalities on and off course.
Quite worked that one out, John Rahm. Wonder if he could be a future European Ryder Cup player. This game's certainly on a good trajectory at the moment. Here's Adam Scott. First of the par fives.
It took an enormous bounce. It's run about 90 yards, hasn't it?
Beautiful drive there. He'll be able to reach that one today, as long as it is.
And that is what everyone is playing for, the claret jug. Henrik Stenson and Phil Mickelson up there at the top. Underway at 2:35 this afternoon. Do you see it as a two-horse race, Laura?
I think I do. I think they've both got one hand on it and they've got to grab the other ones off, because you'd like to think someone's going to mount a charge. It'll be more exciting for us and all the people at home and who've come to watch. But it's two great players playing great golf, and yeah, I'd be very surprised if one of those two is not lifting it.
You very rarely get this situation, do you, where you've got two players in a major championship separated at the top by as many shots as they are, and it almost becomes, people are starting to talk about the duel in the sun back in 1977 down the road at Turnberry. But it's strange how rarely it happens, because there's so much competition and they're so tightly matched in terms of games generally nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. But it'll be a thrill for everyone if they can try and repeat what happened back there down at Turnberry all those years ago, and hopefully start a good rivalry. Although Phil's a little bit older now, he might not have too many more chances. You'd like to think Hendrik's going to have quite a few chances.
Well, they're both in their 40s. It was great fun yesterday watching them go blow for blow.
They seemed to be enjoying it, didn't they? They were really, they're obviously good mates. You can tell that just by the way they were reacting with each other. Here's young Rahm at the first. Very long putt. Not a particularly good second shot considering where his drive went.
No one's getting it back to this hole with the putter. It's woefully short. You start to wonder whether the practice putting green might have been slightly quicker.
Yeah, that's a good point. That can happen very much. Katie Kim. And he has holed it. Well done, Katie. Birdie at the fourth. 1 under for the day. Started with 3 pars. And that's his 8th of the week. So these players have not been exactly birdie machines this week. We head back to the first tee. And this is the pairing of Jim Furyk, rounds of 74, 72, 72, and Jordan Spieth. 71, 75, 72. What a great pairing this is. Furyk, brilliant US Open. Spieth, former world #1, still right up there. Both struggling a hair this week, to say the least. There's fluff. That is for Furyk. He's been around a long, long time. When he started caddying, the Dead Sea wasn't even sick.
This is game number 16. On the tee from the USA, Jim Furyk.
One major title to his name, could have been many, many more. Look how far right he's aiming.
He describes his own swing as natural and athletic.
a sense of humour then, obviously. But he plays really tough course as well. That's why he's a former US Open champion and a real battler.
On the tee from the USA, Jordan Spieth.
Now, what's he got out? Has he got the driver? Yes, he has.
Lovely shot there, nearly got unlucky, nearly hit that big drain cover and then it could have gone anywhere, but he's in perfect position now for that back left pin.
Up ahead at the green, Graham McDowell with just a, what, 5.5 footer for his par.
Yes, there's another marker this side of the hole as well. That presumably is John Rahm's. So both these players struggling for fives.
It is a bogey 5 to start the day for Graham McDowell, who slips to 6 over par.
Adam Scott, a huge tee shot, 363, and that's with a right to left wind, not particularly helping. Very good chance of getting another birdie. He's already had one. Long iron. Just listen to the strike. You hear that mainly on links courses. It doesn't happen everywhere. Lovely firm ground. Won't be happy with that. Maybe he was just laying up, but that was a weird one.
Or was that his playing partner's ball?
Yeah, that could have been actually, couldn't it? His could have gone in that bunker. It looked like it disappeared. We'll have to wait and see on that.
Dark clouds away over the Firth of Clyde. Not even sure you can see the Isle of Arran, which is somewhere out there. Known as the Warrior Isle. It looks like an old warrior laid to rest. Head one end and then his chest and legs.
I was looking at it the other day. I think you need a bit of imagination, don't you, for that? Or maybe a few trams had been taken at the time.
Furyk's second shot to the first. Can he get it back there? Virtually no one seems to have been taking this pin on. Maybe that's why, because that's you know, I think that pin's on 8 from the left, and not a bad shot. Now he's got a tricky little up and down. It's actually 4 from the left, so that's maybe why we haven't seen too many people going for it.
So Spieth will have seen that, as you said, Laurie. He's got a great angle here. I guess it's just a question of how aggressive he decides to be. You'd have to think sort of 10, 12 feet right of the flag would be just about perfect. Just give yourself a putt.
Yeah, absolutely, with that wind, and he has to be thinking attack. He's 5 over par, and he's got absolutely nothing to lose by going for it. Not too bad, leaves himself a little uphill putt into the wind. He'll have to make sure he hits it, of course.
Still only 22 Spieth. Incredible, 23 in about 10 days' time. What he's achieved now, Scott. Big lip, but an uphill lie makes it easy to get it out. And a pretty good shot. 7.5 for Laura.
Yeah, I reckon he'll probably be hoping for a bit closer than that, seeing how he's putted this week, but nonetheless a good shot. That was a really steep face, and they make it look easy. I can think of a few amateurs out there that might not have got that one out.
Yeah, very much so.
Warm applause for Jim Furyk and Jordan Spieth as they make their way onto the putting surface at the opening hole. How do you motivate yourself in a situation like this then, where you're, what are they, they're a good 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 shots, 17 shots off the lead. I'll get there in a minute. What are you saying to yourself about the day and something that's going to keep you going and keep you positive out there when you've not got a chance of winning the championship?
Well, yeah, I think you set yourself a target. I'd say realistically, windy conditions, if he could get back to level par, that would be a great round of golf. And I imagine that's roughly what he's thinking. Now, if the others falter, that could be a top 15 finish, top 10 finish even if the wind gets really tough. So in golf, there's always something to play for. That's why we're all so desperate to make that cut, because you can just come flying through a field, and that's what these two will be trying to do.
Yeah, also there's the fact they don't often play links golf. There's the pure challenge of playing a really great links course, and that sort of fires you up a bit on the first tee, and you go out with the, you know, it's a different experience, and you just want to play a really good round on a links course. It's tidy work from Furyk. Starts with a par.
Well, Fluff's seen some stuff over the years, hasn't he? My God, he's caddies for some great players.
He certainly has. That moustache has got its own passport, I think.
Well, it's been a theme at this first green. We've had the benefit of seeing quite a few groups through here already, just not getting it back to the hole. I don't know whether maybe there's a slight incline just before you get to the hole or what, but it's bizarre.
Certainly is. None of them getting it there, really. It's mystifying. We saw quite a lot of that yesterday's play as well, even, you know, all the way around the course. A lot of very tentative putting. But this first green does seem worse than any other one we've seen.
Bearing in mind they're all doing it and they're the best putters in the world. They cannot come to terms with the slowness of the green side. That's the only explanation, because it's a theme that's run through the whole week.
Well, Jordan missed a couple from that length yesterday, so nice to see that one going on. Didn't look at the hole that time.
Well, I think he had a decent putt. Just misread it. Was allowing for the wind. Wind didn't affect it. It can be difficult on links courses, some of the mounds. The spectators can block the wind. The grandstands.
Talking of grandstands, I hope it's filling up on 18 for Monty. He's just making his way up the last after 2 hours and 42 minutes. He's only been out there, so he's trying to set a speed record as well as everything else.
He's put a bit of a spurt on. I played at Might have been Troon, I don't know. I played somewhere years ago with Bob Shearer, the fastest walker I'd ever encountered. We were first off in the third round, got round in 2¼ hours.
That is quick.
I think Mark Rowe was first off one year and basically ran round. Is that right?
Scott reaches the first of the par threes on the course. Very difficult pin. You've got a choice to make. Take an easy one in the middle of the green and 2-putt, or take it on at your peril. Kind of took the easier option, which you can't blame him for, because I don't think there'll be that many twos here today if the wind keeps up on that angle.
Yeah, we were thinking that earlier, Laura. Absolutely. There's been one which was a Mary hold about a 45-footer. That's it. The strings of bogeys. Well, the players now have reached the back nine. No birdies yet on the back nine. Pat Kaziri's just started back bogey, double bogey. So, oh, lucky boy. So the back nine, front nine's not that easy, but the back nine will take its toll.
Well, very much like Adam Scott, it's been driver-driver at the opening 2 holes for Jordan Spieth.
No expert, but that looks pretty good to me.
Sound action, very little head movement. Once he got to the top of the swing, the head did very, very little on the way down. If you look at some of the pros with weirder swings, the big thing they have in common is very little head movement. That's the one common factor. Let's watch Monty's head.
Lovely shot from Monty. Oh, is he going to finish with a birdie? Thrill the crowd. Beautiful shot. He really wanted to make this weekend. It was big for him. I think everyone thought he'd missed the cut when he finished his round, but not going to finish in the top few. But it's a really good week for him. Surely he's really enjoyed it.
He's a showman, isn't he?
Saw him last night and said, "Are you going to have a marker?" And he said no, but it looks like he's got a marker. So not a very big tour bag, so it's not one of the pros.
Early stages of this final round of the Open from Royal Troon. Difficult, or have you seen enough to be able to figure out what a good score out there is today?
I think anything par or better is definitely a good score. It's hard. I mean, the holes are reachable, but the whole course is not easy. Everything's crosswind. First few are a little longer, and the back nine is still brutal. The tees are a little further back today on the back nine. They had them jacked quite well forward yesterday. Which was good policy because the forecast was really pretty rough. But today they've got most of them back. There's a couple that are only up. I think one's up 10, one's up 19 or so. But really not an awful lot of help for the players there. So it's going to be difficult. But I think come the end of the day, the number of scores in the 60s will be minimal. Pins look a little tougher today. You just got to look at the first, and that's a nasty pin back left near that slope.
Now, come on, Monty.
It's a shame. He would have loved that. Kieran Stevenson's the man alongside him today, marking his card. I'm sure he's had a thrill out there as well. Nice gallery, stayed around to see Monty off. Not as full as he'd have hoped, but a lovely week.
Yeah, who knows? Might be Monty's last Open Championship here at Royal Troon. Probably will be. He'll be off to the Senior British Open next week at Carnoustie. Trying to win a 4th senior major. Birdie putt here at the 5th hole for Adam Scott.
That's the problem with taking the safe option. It makes that putt very, very difficult. As Mark said, O'Meara knocked in a tramliner earlier, but that'll be a rarity.
Only 104 yards here for Jordan Spieth, but still not an easy shot with the wind whipping right to left and that bunker. Sensible shot.
Well, the Ailsa Craig has become visible in the distance. So maybe rain's vanished for the day. It's supposed to get very hot in the south of England the next few days, up into the high 80s. I don't think Carnoustie is going to be blessed with that sort of weather, though, for the Senior British. Now, Scott, a total misread on the first putt. This for a par. That was well done. His stroke looks in reasonable fettle today.
Well, there were a lot of question marks, weren't there, when they banned the anchoring of putters at the start of the year, but he's done pretty well. Couple of wins on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, there's a few high-profile players it doesn't seem to have affected much. Him and Kuchar, but I'm not too sure if there's any down the list who have been badly affected. Sort of don't hear about that. Langer hasn't been affected.
Keegan Bradley certainly putted pretty well this week.
Bubba Watson, you can never quite tell. I'm sure this is for birdie. You never know if he's driven it there, but no, this is his 3rd shot. Saying to his caddy, it moves this way, that way, but he hasn't hit it, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's almost identical to John Rahm's putt. Way short.
So from the first green back to the first tee, Ricky Fowler with his Sunday orange, playing with Russell Knox, the Scot, who really enjoyed himself last week at Inverness in the Scottish Open, back in his hometown. Big thrill for him. Another player who's looking for a couple of big weeks, both here and at the PGA Championship, the US PGA Championship, to try and advance his Ryder Cup claims. He is based in the States these days and has been for a long time over in Florida. Plays the PGA Tour, so in an away Ryder Cup. Must factor into the equation. Ricky himself won the Scottish Open last year up at Gullen. Loves links golf.
This is game number 18. On the tee from the USA, Ricky Fowler.
Ricky out with the iron, try and take the bunkers out of play.
Cheeky little punch there, keeps it under the wind, doesn't want to get it too affected. The best win for the right-handers though, the right to left.
Scotland, Russell Knox.
Russell getting some huge support, obviously up here in his homeland. Same ploy, iron, down the right and let the wind drift it.
Have a great game.
I tell you, Jim Furyk has made a birdie at the second hole. He's back to 4 over. Bubba for his par at the first.
Spieth birdie chance. Oh, he's either walking after it because he like. No, it's not because he doesn't like it. But at least he got it to the hole. Might regret that now, but that's Jordan Spieth. Roll this in and walk on.
Well, let's have a look and see what he does with this one. Will he look at the hole or will he look at the ball? On the first, he looked at the ball.
Looks like he's reverted back to not looking at the hole, so probably for the best, I think. I know he putted well doing that, but Tony Johnson said yesterday that's a sign of a weakness, and I think he's probably right.
.600-yard par 5, 6th hole, longest hole currently on the Open, Rota. Rumour has it Carnousie's lengthened a hole to pip this one.
Hello. Driver at the third for Spieth. There's the cross stitch here.
.280 yards to carry that, so I'd say he's trying to bounce it across, if anything, which is a little bit risky.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't like it.
Lucky.
Oh, he fine. Like he carried it, then presumably in this left-hand rough. Yeah, there it is. Not too bad.
It's a big effort though to get it over. It's not far from the green now. In 21.6 from the left.
I like that. Here's the deal. It's only one stroke in the front. You're giving lots of room, kind of riding at the wind on the way back.
We're starting with the right edge of the green.
There you go.
It's a long way right to start a wedge, but there's plenty of wind. Right edge of the green. See if it comes back.
Trying to hit that shot though, you're never going to get it back there because it's just going to balloon up on you. You're better off the lower one, slightly half that distance to the right, and just try and jam it and run it back, especially out of the rough. I mean, he had the chance to release one, whereas Ricky's got to actually carry it all the way out of the fairway.
Absolutely right. Did seem an odd shot. Yeah, Fowler's much better.
But he played it too high, in my opinion. You can see it climbing, and as soon as it climbs into, and that effectively is a little bit into, I know it's right to left as well, but you need to keep it lower.
Yes, he didn't have a handle on that one at all either. G-Mac on the third, a birdie opportunity. Started with a couple of bogeys, so quite like to see this one go in. He's been a wonderful putter over the last 10 years. Yeah.
Kind of a short stroke, isn't it? It really jams it through the back of the ball. Always keeps his pace up, which is very important.
Yes, that wasn't just dribbling, was it? That was going out the hole. What's that wheels up?
That's one of these American corporate jet things they buy shares in, and
Crikey.
they get flown from city to city. The rest of us are in economy, flying there. They're all in their private jets. Not a bad life for these boys.
Laura Davies, I don't believe you fly economy much.
I do in America. I'm going to bet neither of these two get this putt to the hole.
I think you're absolutely right. Judging on what we've seen, they won't get it within 6 feet. Although there's 2 of them, so maybe the second one might get it to 5.5 short.
No, I'm still calling it. Yeah, that's true. 5.5 short. You're quite right. There's something weird going on. They're not catching on. It's very unusual, because if they don't catch on, the caddies normally do. But we'll see. They'll prove us wrong with any luck.
They have a lot of chat, the caddies these days, don't they? I don't know, 20 years ago, we used to have a look at the yardies, pull the club out of the bag and say, what do you think? And they'd say 6 or 5 or yep. Or, and now it's there's lengthy discourses before every shot.
I like the input. I think it just relaxes you a little bit. So everyone's different, but yeah, you're quite right. It does seem to be more and more the caddies are a much bigger part of it, which is, they get paid so much money, they should have to work for it.
They get paid a lot of money, about £1,000 a week in pounds, and maybe 5%, 7.5 of a top 10, or even 10% of a win or a top 3.
You see their tee shots on the third. Spieth carried it at the longest part, that drive, so he really caught it well. Furyk opted to lay up, and a really good layup too.
Now he is going to hit this low, isn't he, by the looks of this address?
Yeah, just punched it through, try and get a bit of release. Now some check, didn't check, it's unlucky. Good shot though.
Here we go then.
Well, Mark says 5.5 feet's going to be a good one short, so... Yep, I don't reckon it's going to get that far. They need to sit in the commentary booth for about 15 hours and they'll learn. They really will.
It is, of course, something that the later starters probably will watch on television, and it'll give them an advantage out there.
They certainly will. I remember in the late 70s, it didn't come on till about 11:30. Oh my goodness. That's just bang out of order. Crikey. Oh, what a good putt. Yeah, it didn't used to come on the BBC till about 11:30, and it seemed a long wait. And sometimes if you could be off in the afternoon and actually not catch any coverage. It got earlier and earlier, but now it's on at about 6:30. First 2 days, the players get a really good look at the course. Scott on the 6th, second shot.
Should be able to carry that bunker on the right. Does. Go on. Lovely. Super shot from Adam Scott. Eagle putt there.
It's 2 mighty blows, isn't it? You know, 601 yards with no helping wind. It's just ridiculous.
Fowler hole for par. Can Russell Knox follow him in? Yes, he can. See the marker of Jordan Spieth about, what, 12, 15 feet to the left of Jim Furyk here for birdie.
Eric should tap that in to stay 1 under for the day. +4 in the tournament. Speed's going to have a chance to join him on that mark for the day. Plenty of care taken on these short ones. A lot of amateurs just walk up and hit them and they miss them, so take your time. Right in the middle.
Jim's played the front 9 well this week. 4 under par over the 3 rounds.
You know what I mean. It just can't be that steamer. Right. Good.
We've got stingers and now we've got a steamer. I've never heard that before. So Ricky Fowler's going to hit a steamer, which I assume means a low one with a lot of run. A little bit too much hook. If he draws a lie, that shouldn't be too bad.
When they're trying to punch the ball down, Laura, are there any adjustments that you need to make?
The only thing I do is put it at the back of the stance and then really abbreviate the follow through, just to kind of trap the ball. And obviously in the wind like that, aim it a little bit right of where you normally would, but that's about it for me.
Yeah, I used to do that with the pre-2000 balls. I found that fine. I struggle now to keep it down doing that because it just seems to have too much backspin and starts too high, and it still seems to balloon for me. So usually my tactic on those sort of shots is to panic.
Well, that's very helpful, Mark. Thank you very much for that. I'll look forward to my next shot now. Adam Scott for eagle. Now, this would really jumpstart him. Already 1 under. Just to get to 3 under for the day. I was hanging on that, Mark. I really thought, oh, I'm going to learn something here. And there you go, let me down as usual.
You'll get to know me better.
Now, I know you well enough, I should have learned.
Jordan Spieth at the 3rd. Much in it. And it wasn't a bad putt, but he's still looking for his first birdie today. All pars through the first 3 for Jordan. He remains at 5 over par.
We saw O'Meara earlier go out in 3 under. He's made a couple of bogeys on the back 9, but he's currently 1 under. And Ryan Evans, young Englishman, he's out in 1 under too. So that's having a tidy final round. He's 145th Open. This is the pairing of Matt Jones and Ryan Moore.
Yeah, you got a little hurt. You got it. Okay. Yeah.
Both +4 at the start of play today.
Caddy saying there he's got a little hurt, so, and that means the wind's hurting him a little bit, so the wind must have changed around a tiny fraction because this has been playing across all morning. Very popular spot, as we've been seeing.
I think it's a nice flighted 8. Yeah, just don't fight it. Just because even if we just fly this ball 148, it's good, right? I think so. Just hit a nice flighted one at that person in the red there, but in the middle.
We're getting great on-course sound this year. It seems better than previous years. I don't know if we've got new mics or, mind you, the sound man's being... I don't think Phil would like that later, being that close, would he?
Outplug.
Outplug.
The American trend of 2 hats. First saw that from Lauren Roberts' mother in America. Neither of them was a bully hat.
I'm trying to picture it as we watch Russell Knox's second to the second, which is an absolute beauty. Flowers?
Well, one was flowery, the other
Yes.
not. She's got both bases covered.
Excellent.
Yeah. And my wife was going to ask her what was going on, but she never got round to it. Some things you don't want to get involved with.
Trying to punch it down again, Ricky Fowler. Hold on.
Adam Scott having a dig at the 7th. We've seen several balls on the green this week and a few just short. And I'd suggest Adam's got the length to certainly get very close. He hates it. Oh, that's why. It's not actually that bad, but he was worried he'd gone in that bunker. So, yeah, had a good result there because that plummets in there. He's just chopping it out. So, good chance for birdie still here.
First hole, there's 2 hats more.
Ryan Moore hats.
You're on fire.
His caddy's got a hat and a visor as well. That's how you should do it, Laura.
I'm up for it next week. Bobble hat. We're at Dundonald if anyone wants to come along and watch. Playing the Scottish Open. Looking forward to that. Just down the road from here. Hope the weather improves, but I think I'm trying the 2 hats.
Is it the Ladies British Open the week after that?
Yeah, down at Woburn at Marquis Course. Really looking forward to that. I know all the girls coming over are looking forward to seeing it. All the Americans and Koreans.
Yes, it's very much an American style course, the Marquis Course as well.
There is Elsa Craig away in the distance. You can see it from Turnberry as well, which is down the coastline from here. We're next door to Prestwick, which staged the very first Open Championship. It's where it all begun. Back in 1860, Willie Parks Sr. winning the first Open. In fact, Prestwick, I think, staged the first 12 Opens.
Did you play in that one, Mark? Were you in the...
I played with old Tom Morris. He was a good player, just restricted by 3 jackets and a tie.
Well, let's see if Matt Jones can break the trend and get it all the way to this hole at the first. That's the best effort just about we've seen, but still not quite there.
Pretty chilly out there. You can see the gallery wrapped up. The players obviously wrapped up. It's not the warmest of days, but big galleries flooding in. When I came in this morning, they were 12 and 15 deep at the security entrances.
Did you muscle your way to the front and say, do you know who I am?
What do you think, Mark?
I know you're not that sort.
But I did, yes.
Definitely not.
Back down to the first tee again, and Lee Westwood playing with Luke Donald, an all English affair. He's got the driver out.
This is game number 20. On the tee from England, Lee Westwood.
Neither of these two have broken par this week, so they'll both be trying to get an under par round under their belt and move up the field just a little bit.
Great Masters for Lee, still plays tremendously well. Absolutely flushes it most of the time.
On the tee from England, Luke Donald.
Rounding back into form, Luke. He didn't look overly impressed, but there's nothing wrong with that. Played with Monty on the opening morning, the very first group off, and Mark Leishman as well.
Spieth. Got an iron out.
Spieth 230.
There it is, 231 yards. Second shot into this par 5. 3 pars. Looking for that birdie. Oh, he's used the wind beautifully there. Oh. Look at Jim Furyk's ball inside him. That's 2 lovely shots. 2 very good chances for eagle.
Yeah, that was striking of the very highest order. Now, see, Scott, he's at 338, but slightly offline. Lucky to miss the trap, as Laura was saying. 71, pin left, though. Not the easiest pitch to get close, but very easy to put 25 feet right and short. But to get it really close, he's going to have to flirt a little bit up the left side, unless he can somehow hit a draw with a wedge, and that's not easy from 70-odd yards.
I think he got a little bit of grass trapped between the club head and the ball there. Hence it's flown, well, it's just flown really, obviously too far. Fowler at second, long birdie chance. Good 2-putt at the first from distance, so what's all are we trying to do here? And that's a great putt, gets it to the hole here. Very nice.
Par start for Ricky Fowler. And at 4 over, 16 shots behind our leader, Henrik Stenson. Stenson looking for his first major championship. He definitely fits into that category of players as the best not yet to break through on the major stage, along with the likes of Lee Westwood and Sergio Garcia. Sort of the Iceman against the Magician, isn't it, up there at the top?
I like that, it's a good billing. Just think if Stenson can shoot a couple under, that would make Phil's job very hard to shoot any more than that.
For sure.
So, I see it coming down on that person in red there. So, middle green.
Talk about good angles, this is a perfect angle. He'll probably be aiming on the end of the people who are just going out of frame there and just hit a nice low draw. And hopefully get it back to this pin. Gone quite high again. Well, it's not a bad shot.
Tony Johnston's back with us.
I am indeed. It's just going to be a great test today, isn't it? A great viewing treat. Links golf in linksy conditions. Westwood with a good angle. Being one of the best strikers on the planet for the last 15 years, Westy. And along with Sergio and Stenson, you'd say one of the very best never to have won a major. Astonishing, really.
Now Jordan Spieth for eagle at the 4th. He's got it. Speed, 2 under on his round, 3 over for the championship. First eagle today at the Open.
I mean, he holds an inordinate number of those sort of 18 to 25 footers. He's the best on tour by miles. He holds about 20% of putts from 20 feet. I mean, that is just utterly absurd.
Furyk now trying to follow him in. Always been a very steady putter over the years. One of his, apart from his great all-round game, putting's always been steady. You can never consider him a poor putter.
It's an eagle fest.
Like buses, isn't it? You don't get one all day and then two come along at the same time.
3 under through the first 4 holes. Jim Furyk back to 2 over for the championship.
Adam Scott. Third shot. Back in the stance, just a little bump and run, but it's just, well.
Looked a bit jabby, didn't it, that one, don't you think?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, just a little bit quitty. Just not hard enough.
Donald to open his account.
I'm going to guess he might not get this to the hole, Laura.
Well, it's Luke Donald. He's a really good putter, but you're spot on, I think. Yeah, absolutely. Well done. I was trying to give him some good vibes there, but that didn't work.
It must be some kind of optical illusion, mustn't it? It's just, you've got amongst the best putters in the world here, and guys are getting it between 3 and 6 feet short from there.
We need to get a message to the starter just before he sends them off. Could you just tell him to hit it? It's very slow at the first. Just hit it a little harder. Adam Scott putting for par at number 7. Oh dear.
71 yards, his second shot, and he's ended up walking off with a bogey. Very disappointing.
First drop shot today for Adam. Moves back out to +4.
These players all have these green books now that show them every single angle, so they must know that this putt must be uphill and not downhill, because presumably they think this is a little bit downhill. But Westwood, he's going to prove us all wrong. Must start with a good stroke.
Finally! Well done, Lee Westwood. Opens with a birdie here at Royal Troon in the final round of the Open Championship.
Amazingly, that's only the second birdie of the day. Daniel Summerhays made one early doors, but the crowd have been waiting a long time for that. That's who they'd probably have chosen as well, so it's a good start for everyone. Billy Foster, long-time caddy, loved it. Now Donald for his 2-putt. Yes, easy.
There was a time, wasn't there, when he became world #1 during that terrific 4 or 5 years of play where he'd never seemed to miss anything within 10 feet, Luke Donald.
Yeah, Donald and Westwood playing together. I was just wondering, are they the only 2 players to have achieved #1 world status in world rankings and not won majors?
I'm sure Doogie's rustling through his record books as we speak, because he loves a stat, but that's interesting. Wouldn't know.
Beautiful putt from Ricky. Out in his traditional orange.
Yeah, birdie at the 3rd there. Nice start. Starting to see some putts being holed now. Raindrops on the cap. Par 5 3rd, Jim Furyk. Par 5, par 3 5th, oh, the other way round. Oh.
Yeah, it's a flag that, well, you want to attack it, but man, if you make a mistake, you've got problems. Scotty at 8. 116 yards today, and this postage stamp has been phenomenal viewing. I mean, it's taken a serious toll on the scores this week. And that's the smart shot there. Knock it on the front third of the green. That's probably the shot for any pin on this green. Middle of the green, front third. Trying to putt one's a bonus.
Back to the fifth, and this time Spieth. Way left.
Gee, that is wide, isn't it? And, I mean, he's done... I mean, look at that. That is 10, 20, 30... That's 45 yards left of the flag. And he's done a lot of that this week with his irons. Generally a big pull.
Six US players inside the top 10 here at Royal Troon. That make that 7 with Keegan Bradley. And the Americans with a wonderful record here. Last 6 winners have all hailed from the United States. Off to the postage stamp again, and Adam Scott trying for a birdie 2 here. Keep coming, keep coming.
We saw some fun and games yesterday, didn't we, with that front pin. It won't be quite as exciting today. I think the R&A have let him off a little bit.
It's the first change in direction really here at Royal Troon, isn't it? 7 sort of points slightly inland, but this one comes back the other way before you start moving back in the other direction at the 9th. So it's playing into the breeze and probably off the left as well, you'd think.
Oh, what a lie this is.
Furyk at the 5th.
Jim, that's just...
That's reminiscent of Monty's on that first day, wasn't it? His second shot went into the greenside bunker and looked a bit like that. And he wasn't quite sure what to do.
He's actually thinking about just chopping this backwards into the bunker over there.
He needs to be careful walking around too much in the bunker because, of course, he can't rake his feet, and if he doesn't get this out, he'll end up in one of those big hoof prints. So, ironically, that's obviously nearly a really good shot too. So that's the difficulty of the 5th today with that right to left wind.
Yeah, probably not getting the fairway. I mean, I do have it back into the wind, so if I can stop it, I'm not sure I can stop it.
Renowned for his course management, Jim Furyk, just trying to work that one out. While he does that, Jordan from over the left side. Don't tempt fate, but this young man can chip. Super touch.
He didn't let you down, did he? Beautiful shot.
Jim's still trying to work out where this is going to roll to, if he can get it out the bunker. Going left because it's plugged. He's got quite a lot of lip to work with. Should be able to manage it, but where does it end up? Cool, it's horrific, isn't it?
He's going to play backwards, isn't he?
Well, maybe our best play is to try to get it over here in the right half of this bunker.
Like they're trying to give him some options, but I've got a feeling Jim's best option's coming back where he was thinking, because he leaves it in that bunker. You don't know if it bounces up, it's going to plug again. Oh, he's going left-handed. That can't be a good idea.
Well, we've got a camera and a microphone in the bunker. That's how you're hearing what's going on.
And you heard him say to Fluff, if I can get it out going left, and he hasn't. This is not easy. Oh, it's right in the corner of the bunker too, on the downslope. I mean, at times that's all you can do with links golf, is just try and have a chuckle about it.
feel sorry for him. His hands are cold, his nose is running, he's 2 in a bunker. It's not happening. He's just had an eagle as well, and this is supposed to be fun, isn't it?
Yeah, if you try hard enough, you can convince yourself that going to the dentist is fun. But when you get stuck in one of these pot bunkers, one of these deep greenside bunkers, it can be torture.
He just didn't commit to that second shot, did he? He knew he didn't really want to do it, and he just didn't hit it. He made a cardinal sin of playing safe. He didn't actually do it.
No chance. He couldn't get a stance in the corner of that bunker to go at the flag even. So Offo, I mean, not a terrible tee shot. He's looking at, double immediately.
Yeah, giving both those shots back that he picked up at the previous hole. Here's Westwood off for the birdie at number 1. Second shot into the second hole.
Oh. Wow.
That's what happens with a well-struck ball into the wind with these great players. They do generate enormous amounts of spin.
Adam Scott at 9. Just the iron.
Bunker down the left-hand side, which he's hoping to avoid. And does.
Long bogey putt for Furyk. One putt would be fantastic, but realistically you've got to take your medicine, accept the double, and get back to the grindstone.
Not sure what's on it in the early stages, but certainly as it gets to the hole, the tendency is for it to move left to right.
Furyk just tidying up for his double.
Yeah, eagle at 4, double at 5. Frustrating for Jim Furyk. For a birdie start here, Lee Westwood.
Now let's look at the pace of his stroke. I think Lee tends to get too slow in the backswing, and then it's an effort to build up momentum through the ball. No, good pace. He's definitely got backswing and follow through much more of a metronome pace, rather he gets so slow and then it becomes a shove, and that's when his putting goes drastically wrong.
Spieth for par at the 5th. Oh, now that time he looked at the hole, so he's varying it up.
Which I don't think shows a lot of confidence. Anytime any player starts messing with their routine, and we've seen Danny Willett this week going cross-handed, chopping and changing. It's when a guy's not happy. Donald. Par putt for Luke.
Well, there are 13 bogeys this week. That's obviously way too many. That's why he's not up the top of the board. Fowler, very lucky not to go in this divot. Second shot to the 4th.
Right.
That's a pretty good miss right there. He's got a few options.
Yeah, very fortunate not to end up in the greenside bunker as well. Adam Scott second to the ninth, 176 yards. Back right hole location. It's set up on a little back tier. Oh.
Talking of good bounces, that was one right there. Beautiful shot though. Just needs a little bit of luck. Even the top players, they need that luck. Cheeky grin.
Yeah, I've never heard of anybody ever pull against Adam Scott. He's so popular around the world. Absolute gent.
No driver for Jordan Spieth off the par 5 6th tee, the 601-yard monster.
Easy bounce.
And he's trying to lay up short of the bunkers. That's probably why he didn't hit his driver. Clearly decided he couldn't reach in 2 shots.
Back a couple of holes to the other par 5 on the front side, the 4th.
Well, Russell knocks his ball on the front edge of the green, so he's going to have an eagle chance after Ricky Fowler's eagle chip. Oh, he didn't quite catch it, did he? Just scuffed it a bit. Unusual for him because his chipping's normally extremely good.
Yeah, amongst the best, isn't he? He'll be very disappointed with that. Strike was just completely wrong, the sound of it.
Lee Westwood going with an iron on the 3rd hole. Remember, there is the cross stitch here. 280 yards.
You would never call that an elegant golf swing, you know, in the mould of a Scott or a Justin Rose, but it is so repetitive. He does the same thing over and over again, knows it and trusts it.
Furyk on the 6th, he is going with driver. Not sure he can reach, but he's pulled it a little bit. Hopefully not hit it far enough to get the bunker. Oh, he got a nice little hit into the upslope there, just killed it enough, so he's in good position.
Talking about swings that don't have a classic look about them. I mean, a swing all of his own, and he hasn't tried to change it over the years, and again, it's repetitive, and he understands it. Give me one of those swings that a guy knows all day long rather than the pretty swing that belongs to the coach rather than the player.
Well said, Tony. Couldn't agree more.
All right, back to the first tee. Darren Clark and Ryan Palmer, Ryder Cup skipper, who won the Open Championship 5 years ago at Royal St George's. He could be happy to have made the halfway cut here. Hasn't played a lot of golf recently with his responsibilities.
This is game number 22. On the tee from Northern Ireland, Darren Clark.
.71, 72, 73 so far for Darren.
Let's hope that trend doesn't keep up. Aggressive swing with the driver. He's hoping to miss those bunkers, he has. And with that back pin, that's not too bad. As long as he's not drawn a horrific lie, that won't be too bad.
On the tee from the USA, Ryan Palmer.
39 years of age, Ryan.
Thank you very much.
Slightly anxious look from the three-time PGA Tour winner.
Just skirted by that bunker that they're all so scared of, so he's in good position there.
Right, and it should spin and go left.
Yeah, yes. On the ground, I think.
Nice when you can hit your irons as accurately as Lee. You can decide where to land it, which slope is going to take it, how much spin you want to put on it. You got a little too much on the previous hole.
And again.
He was expecting this to skid left and a bit of spin, and that's just ideally played.
This pin position here is very similar to the first hole, so they should have an idea of what they want to do wind-wise. 18 miles an hour, just slightly helping now and across. And gusting up to 20. Oh, a lovely shot here from Donald. Don't spin. Oh, just gone down that little hill, but that's okay. That's a good chance.
And once these holes start to play downwind, it means you're back into the breeze coming home, which makes a tough back nine that bit harder.
Fowler trying to make a birdie. He'll be very disappointed with that because he had a good chance of hitting this green and walks off with a par, and that never a good feeling on a par 5 for these great players.
You'd feel slightly aggrieved if you were at the turn now. You've had the opening holes into, and then you're going to have the back nine into. Scotty with, I don't know what it is, a claw pencil grip. What would you call it? Right hand.
Effective.
Effective grip. You're right. Well done.
And when that ball was going through the air as he struck his second shot, I don't think he was thinking he'd be walking off there with a birdie. Good front nine from the Australian. Jordan Spieth, second shot to the 6th. He's just laying up here, the long par 5.
Very important with layup shots. You don't get casual because that's when you start letting little mistakes creep in, and he's done very well there. Put it to a number that he'll like.
Look at that left ankle. Every time I see Jordan hit a shot, I expect to hear that like a carrot snapping. Scares the daylights out of me.
He's young, flexible.
We remember those days, Laura. Just
such a long time ago, I really don't.
Rain really starting to come down now. An added factor. I thought the forecast was free pretty much of rain today. So rain gradually clearing. Anyway, Donald for birdie. Get it there,
Luke, being such a great putter, you know he's a great reader of greens, but he got that one really wrong.
Clark's going to have to... Oh, no, he had a good lie. He sent it up high into the wind again, though. He should get some release. Very nice. And I do believe that's the first ball we've seen past this pin, so well done, Darren.
Yeah, it's just got miserable out there suddenly, and yeah, you're right, Dom, this wasn't forecast. Not on the forecasts I saw.
Lee's caddy, Billy Foster, holding the umbrella. He will have to move out of the way before Lee hits the putt.
Yeah, the players would rather they got wet than the ball. You just don't want to get any rain between club face and ball. Some strange strikes, and that looks very good.
Second birdie of the day for Lee Westwood. 2 under through 3. Excellent start.
Good chance with a good round today to get some Ryder Cup points.
Yeah, because even though it's his big mate Darren Clark who's the captain, he will not want to rely on a pick from Darren. He'll want to play his way onto the team by right.
Ricky launching it out way right. And that is such a good shot.
Well, that's easily the best we've seen here today.
I think that might be the best we do see as well, because that's an extraordinary strike. Just to get that to spin, because it's coming downwind. The first bounce should have shot forward. Great control. Spieth, 108 yards. Imagine that's one of his favourite numbers. Dug this one. As soon as he dug it into the ground, it's probably going to be a little bit long and left usually, but no, it's not bad. Just held the green.
Just in his one putt range, 20 feet. Holds those for fun. Let's have a look here as the rain comes down. He did look like he got this coming in, but Steve, he must have the longest left-hand forefinger in the world. Yeah, and you see it's that linksy turf. You see the judder, everything just stops if you get steep on it.
What made it a little awkward was just on the upslope, wasn't it? And that's just the difference into the wind.
Yeah, and trying to keep it down. He had to get it a little steeper, but that's not too bad.
Playing with Darren Clark, Ryan Palmer. Well, you know the drill. Give it a little extra. Bit of moisture on the greens as well, so they may be even slower. Oh!
Cracking putt there. Beautiful effort. Fowler deserves this to go in, and it has. Lovely. Great birdie. I think I'm right in saying that might only be the second one of the day.
Yeah, well, Mark O'Meara made that long-range putt, didn't he, earlier today? You're right, Laura. Yep. Fully deserved, though. Excellent tee shot.
Jordan, off the fringe, flag out.
Let you down there, Tony. That was one of his favourite 20-footers.
Yeah, we'll have to have a word. It's just astonishing how often he pours those in from that range. Amazing statistic. The funny thing is, from 5 to 7 feet, he's one of the absolute worst on the US Tour, strangely enough.
Darren Clark for a birdie at the opening hole.
Lost a heck of a lot of weight a while ago, Darren, and I don't think he plays his best when he's, really slim. I just don't think so. I think, he's always been a burly guy, and I think his swing probably developed around his body shape.
Well, he won the Open in 2011. Who's going to win it in 2016? It's going to take an almighty effort from one of those chasing pack if they are going to get in amongst it. Because you can't see both Stenson and Mickelson falling back. That's the thing, I think. Maybe one or the other, but...
Yeah, I think if there was just one with the big 6-shot lead, then you're always thinking that's a target to go for. But with two of them, kind of the rest of them, I would imagine, are thinking, I would love to finish third in this year's Open. So almost 2 tournaments going, unless the front two stumble, but we all doubt that.
Yeah, the only way you can see that scenario is they get involved in a head-to-head match play battle and forget that there's a whole bunch of guys behind them that are going like crazy to try and catch them, but it does seem unlikely.
Well, other than Mickelson's round of 63 on the opening day, the lowest round I think we've seen is 65 since then. So if you think that the 6 under, 5 under, if they shoot 65, it's still going to be pretty tough, isn't it? However, stranger things have happened, and we don't know what will happen to the weather out there this afternoon. The forecast is for it to settle down, if anything, a little bit, which it did do yesterday late on, and that was definitely to Stenson and Mickelson's advantage. But if it doesn't go to forecast and it gets even rougher out there, then it could get interesting.
Watson having a rip at the 6th. Oh, and he's hit a beauty here. If it just hangs on, he's drawn it in. This is what he can do. He can hit both ways, get the extra distance with the draw. That's a sensational shot. That's probably about his 12th eagle putt of the week. I know it's off the green, but he's still putting. He has so many chances. Jordan Spieth.
Driver here at 7, Laura.
I don't think he can quite reach, but he can certainly get on that little upslope and leave himself a very easy chip to this back left pin. You want to be right half if you can possibly be.
Yeah. 401 yards. Looks to be good for line.
Man, getting a lot of chase out of it too. I think these players will be quite pleased with the conditions we've had this week, that the course has been fairly soft. Could you imagine if these greens had been rock hard and had these winds? Oh, what a nightmare that could have been for them.
Yes, the R&A have done a good job in not speeding them up and making them too firm. It could have been 1 over, be winning the Open, not 12 or 14 under.
Yeah, the course has been set up magnificently actually all week. The R&A, congrats to them, they've done a fantastic job.
Luke Donald's found the fairway bunker, I beg your pardon, the greenside bunker at the par 5 fourth. Lee Westwood has pushed his drive.
Heard him describing this lie as claggy, so he's going to have a good rip at this just to get it back in play. I think claggy means bad because he's really nailed this. Almost too much, oh, not quite enough. Oh, no, he's gone through the fairway there, you see. Yeah, he really did catch hold of that.
Adam Scott at 10. A par putt, unfortunately. Oh, that's going to sting.
Easily done though at the 10th, isn't it? Second hardest hole. Yesterday, 10, 11, 12. Really hard run of holes.
Final hole for Mark O'Meara. An excellent week for Mark. That's him around in 73. Took a triple drop on 15, unfortunately. And he'll be at the seniors next week at Carnoustie.
Westwood here didn't quite carry the rough, so that must have been a very heavy lie because he gave it a rip. Now he's got a good angle. Par 5, of course, so he's still got a chance of a birdie. Biggest problem here is going to be the ball's going to be well above his feet, and that's going to help the ball to go left, which is not what you want when you've got a right to left wind.
I think we were seeing the wrong ball off the second shot. This is... Look how far right he's aiming this. Ball above his feet, wind off the right, and probably expecting toe to wrap over a little. Because he was aiming miles right. Worked that out beautifully.
Hitting it very nicely this morning. With all the players on the course, he's the one that looks good.
All the way back to the opening hole, and from the fairway, second shot here for the two-time Open champion, Padraig Harrington. Oh, marvellous. He won't mind at all if it gets pretty rough out there. He enjoyed it last week in some pretty wretched conditions on one of the days up at Castle Stewart. Said he'd like to play every championship round when it was raining and blowing a hoolie. He reckons it gives him a big advantage over other players in the field.
That'd be great fun for everyone if golf was like that, I must admit. That's Porrick for you, though. He looks at it all a little bit different. Spieth on 7 after that perfect tee shot. In the back of his mind here, he won't be thinking get this close. He'll be thinking he's got an outside chance if he judges the first bounce to possibly even nip one in there. Been done before. You can see Jim Furyk's ball. Decent position, 15 feet, birdie up the hill. Never like a yardage for this length shot. I'd rather go with feel. I think Jordan possibly the same sort of feel for it.
You obviously had great eyes your whole career, Laura.
I guess so.
Yeah, my eyesight was never great, and you know, 50 yards looked exactly the same as 70 to me. Oh, steamed it in there. Didn't grip the way he expected it to. I know what you're saying there. Mark McNulty always had fabulous eyesight, and you know, he just saw it. He didn't need to measure those shots. Great gift having good eyesight.
Bubba for birdie at 6. First one of the day for two-time Masters champion. A couple of drop shots in there as well. And we wander back to the first tee once again for another all-English pairing. We've seen Lee Westwood playing with Luke Donald. David Howell is out with Justin Rose, both lying at 2 over par for the championship with a round to go.
Rounds of 74, 70, 71 for Howler.
This is game number 24. On the tee, from England, David Howell.
Big discussions on this tee shot. I think David thinks this 3-wood might be too much, but the caddies assured him that the wind's a little bit into now and he can't reach those bunkers that they're all so scared of. Nicely positioned. Just in
On the
right
tee,
mark of the fairway.
from England, Justin Rose.
Justin opting to go slightly more aggressively. He's got the driver out.
Yeah, nice bold shot down the right side with that right to left wind. Up ahead at the green, Padraig to open with a birdie. What a pity.
Conditions aren't just tough enough for him yet, are they? He needs a little bit more wind and rain. That would have been in the middle.
Yeah, I think he hit a good putt there. I think maybe the wind actually held it. It looked like it was trying to go right to left and then just dodged the other way.
Lee Westwood looking for his third birdie today.
I think he hit it where he wanted, just didn't break. That was a good putt. If you keep doing that all day, you'll make some putts.
Stays 2 under on his round. 4 holes gone.
Spieth for a birdie at 7. Coming up shy, it's amazing. You just get a tiny little bit of drizzle and slight shower, and these greens, they do flummox the guys. They slow up quite quickly.
Second to the 11th, the railway hole for Adam Scott, out of bounds down the right-hand side. Bunker the left there.
Yeah, a long way from the flag, but nicely done. That 11th hole, once you find the green, you can't help thinking, thank goodness I don't have to do that for another 10 years. Play that 11th. Fowler for birdie. Good touch, Ricky.
Should make his par there. I'm a little bit flummoxed, actually, I must admit, by this wind situation. If the first is playing slightly into it, I thought it looked when Jordan Spieth was playing his second to 7 as though that was straight downwind. Doesn't quite add up to me, looking at the map and the layout of the way that the holes go, but maybe it is just quartering a little bit. Anyway, Westwood, tee shot at the 5th. How bold is he going to be with this difficult hole location? He's staying well away from it.
Well, it obviously doesn't look like a good shot, but it's certainly not a bad shot either. We saw what happened to Furyk earlier. First hole now.
That's not
Big discussions. These two are discussing it on the tee.
driven a little bit, but you know, he's not turning with the wind. Anything pitching right at that flag is fine. Anything turning with the wind is just going to run off to the left.
Oh, I don't think I'd have wanted to hear that bit. I like the positive stuff. Keep it right at the pin and leave it at that, Mr. Caddy.
The normal one of those. You've seen that close.
Perhaps David likes all that stuff. Precise instructions.
Start it right side and let the wind do the rest.
Starting the day at 2 over par, so he'll be trying to finish the week in red figures, and that could be a very nice finish.
Sorry. Start again.
Yeah, good advice. Start again. It's so easy. So much going on in your mind. Just lose the picture and your focus on what you're trying to do. It's been pretty consistent this week, Howler. 8 drop shots, 6 birdies, no doubles, no disasters. Don't tempt fate, commentators. That's the way he plays the game. Just very solid tee to green, very good putter, hard to the green, smart shot.
Justin Rose, good 20, 25 yards close up. Sounded nice, and that is very nice. We've seen two of the best shots here all morning in Harrington and Rose now. Hopefully Rose will have a better fate on the green.
I wonder if these are the guys who have actually watched some of the early play, figured out this first hole. Jordan Spieth at the postage stamp. Trying to imagine how he got in that bunker, because the hole today at the postage stamp is 15 paces on. Yesterday's pin, yes, but
Can't imagine he spun it that far. He must have just mishit one and the wind's just killed it. Here's Adam Scott with 35, 40 feet and more. But that's a good putt. Very nice.
Yeah, we all had holes, didn't we, Laura, like this 11th, where you thought, so glad that's done.
I think Adam's just sighed a big sigh of relief. He can now get on to the last few holes and try and make some birdies. Birdie chance here for Westwood. Tom was saying earlier, gets to the hole pretty straight, but then at the end it's going to dive. We saw Adam Scott's putt move, a good 3 or 4 feet, but Westwood's hit it way out there. This could be nice. It's not too bad. Slightly too much pace. I think the line was good, just overhit it.
he's looked pretty good so far this morning, Lee Westwood. Back to the opening hole. David Howell first away here. Justin Rose also with a good birdie putt, or good birdie opportunity. David played with Jason Day yesterday. He must have been impressed because they were out in some pretty filthy conditions, and Jason was round in 71. Level par. It was an excellent score out there.
Yeah, it was quite interesting watching how the two guys got it round, because, I mean, Howler was between 50 and 70 yards behind on a lot of holes. Two different ways of playing it, and a decent putt for David. Such a sharp wit, David Howell. I mean, he really has got sharp, dry wit. You see him on the golf course, he looks quite serious, but very funny man.
Spieth for par now at the 8th.
Barely turned, and you would expect it to.
4 birdies today at the postage stamp. Quite a few bogeys. Doubles for Greg Chalmers and Yuta Ikeda, and a triple bogey 6, sadly, for Australia's Scott Hend.
Rose to open his account. The wind, the rain seems to have stopped. The wind's still there. And this would be a very nice way to start. And putting well this week, Justin, but he's just been burning the edges. So many putts he's just missed on the edge. So see if we can find the middle of the hole. Beautiful. Send him down the second and fine fettle.
Difficult to believe it was 18 years ago. Royal Birkdale as a 17-year-old amateur coming down the last.
was an incredible moment when that one went in, wasn't it? They're lovely scenes.
And still his best finish in an Open Championship. He was 4th there. David Howell just tidying up for par at the first.
That surprises me, that stat. I must admit, I would have thought Justin had done a lot better than that in Opens.
I did say 4th, didn't I? 4th, yeah. Cool. I'm not sure I'd fancy being out there on any sort of boat except for a very, very large one today, as we continue the story of the final round of this year's Open Championship. Sadly, the last 3 men who've won here at Troon, Mark Calcavecchia, Justin Leonard and Todd Hamilton, who they put out in the same group over the first couple of days, which was a nice touch, having given them honorary membership of Royal Troon. None of them made it through to the weekend.
I don't think Justin's been playing much golf, has he, lately? He doesn't seem to have been playing hardly at all, so that would have been a tall order coming out here to one of the hardest golf courses in the world. But he had it going early in that first round. I think he got under par pretty quickly, but fell away like so many did.
Yeah, if you are tuning in for the first time this week, you have to make your score over these opening holes at Royal Troon, and then you have to try and hang on over the homeward 9.
Yeah, that's exactly what Henrik Stenson said in the pre-tournament interview. He said, make your score out there and then just try and hang on to it. That is the plan. Unless you're Bubba Watson there, of course, in which case he'll be just trying to birdie everything from everywhere.
Yeah, well, Henrik's done rather better than that, actually, so far. 1 under the front 9 on the first day, 3 under the front 9 day 2, and yesterday he was 2 under par. And hasn't dropped a shot in the last 2 rounds over the back 9. I mean, that's phenomenal stuff. That's why he's up where he is. Just over an hour to go before Rory gets underway. He'll be hoping for better things. Really was frustrating for him yesterday. There's 2, 3, 4 footers over the opening 3 holes.
Rose at the second. Just going with his fairway 3 wood. Or 3 metal as they are nowadays. I still think they're woods. Oh, I can't say he's been lucky because he's played that, so fair play to him. Good aggressive shot. Fucci, Mark Fulcher there, his caddy of the last 7 years.
601 yard par 5. Westward of the driver. He's going to give this a right seam to. Teed up high. Clips it off the top. Might get a bit of run out of this. It's a good bounce. There she goes.
He's not super long westward, is he? But he's long enough.
Scotland's Russell Knox, halfway through an apple. He's put that aside. About to play his second into number 7.
It's never a good sign. And hand off the club, I was convinced that he had done something untoward there, and he nearly holds it.
I think sometimes you think you've got it wrong, and so you just try and release a bit of the grip pressure. I mean, that happens quite a bit, and yeah, he makes fools of commentators, that sort of shot, but I think that's what happens now and again.
That's a nice touch, isn't it? Mark O'Meara wishing Rory well on his way. Man who won the Open Championship himself at Royal Birkdale. In fact, I think he's the first man, he became the first man in his 40s to win 2 major championships in the same year. At that golden year in 1998. Winning the championship where Justin told out at the last.
It's amazing, 1998. Doesn't seem that long ago, but that is 17, 18 years ago.
The man in orange for birdie at 7. Big swing from right to left down the hill, and we've seen a few players with that putt.
I think he thought he was at Augusta there. He hardly took the putt. That was a
Yeah,
weird
we've
one.
seen
That
a few
was.
guys expected to just chase down that hill, and it just puts on the anchors. He gets links golf. He loves it. We saw that at the Scottish Open last year when he won. Just thrives on it.
So a nice birdie for Russell Knox there at number 7. Second gain of the day. He did drop a shot at the 5th, but then many have.
There's Tony Johnson's family cruiser.
No, he's not. He's not a fan of being on the water. He was telling me yesterday, he went on a barging holiday once. He got completely and utterly bored.
To tears, and I get seasick if I look at the cup of tea. My wife Karen's wanted to go on one of those forever. Sorry, love. It'll be without me.
It's not quite as big as the one that was moored out there yesterday, though, was it? That was huge.
It was monstrous. I mean, it was a floating hotel, wasn't it? It was just tiers and tiers of rooms and decks.
Middle of the green. Yeah, anything coming down, fishing on the
Person in white would be perfect. White in even in the red.
2 lads in red's fine. Yeah.
How far is it over the bunkers? Just to...
That's 17 to carry it, and flag 22, so 5.
No, not on the right. I was meaning on the.
Sorry.
4.
I think these two are rivaling Bones and Mickelson for the chat they're giving.
Getting it further up there. Yeah, so try and get it up to pin eye. If I hit it that way, I'm going to carry it.
The wind is.
If I hit it that direction,
The wind is from the right. It's not. You're not coming into.
Now, Tony, is that overcomplicating things?
Sometimes I think the players do overcomplicate it. I think
We're not trying to take the left.
Danny Willett sometimes it gets, you can have too much information. It's a choice, very infrequently a choice of more than 2 clubs. Pin placement, wind and shape of shot will dictate, and you're the only one that can feel if you're comfortable with a particular shape or a particular shot. Some players like it. They like every option worked out, given to them. And it's whatever keeps you happy. Keeps him happy. Great shot.
Beautiful shot there. Worked it out. Absolutely spot on.
Now, Cooch. Matt Kuchar. Par putt at the opening hole, so he's been in trouble here.
Clearly not been watching the TV this morning.
Playing with Belgium's Nicholas Colsaerts, who qualified with a super low final round at Castle Stewart last week in the Scottish Open, and he's taking advantage of it. Nice to see Colsaerts playing well again. So much talent.
Come on. Come on.
Begging the wind to bring it in for him.
Ooh, big mistake from Rose. Here is Nicholas Colsaerts, who's also been in trouble at this opening hole. He's got this one for par, and it's going to be a bogey for him as well. Found one of those fairway bunkers off the tee. 95 bunkers in all at Royal Troon. It was definitely something Todd Hamilton said. He came here 12 years ago. He was determined not to mess with the bunkers and only went in 2 all week. Here's Jordan Spieth at the 9th. Second shot from 111 yards. He's got it a long way down there.
He's got that quite wrong. Trying to work out maybe the wind confused them a little. Looks fine. I think the strike was good too. It was indeed, but I mean, look how much he leads the club head by with his hands.
Looking back down the par 5, 6th hole. Where Luke Donald and Lee Westwood are. There's Westwood just coming into the right-hand side of your screen.
Had a go at this greens, missed it quite well to the left. Short-sided himself a little bit, but he's into the wind, so that really will help him with control, as long as he's got a decent lie.
Well, he's looking over there to land in the fringe and use that severe side slope to kick it right around the bunker. He's definitely improved his chipping, and you know, once your chipping improves and you get a bit of confidence, you start seeing more options. And when your chipping's poor, all you see so often, we see the guys, it's just lob wedge. You know, I'll hit my lob wedge again and I'll try and carry it up there again. But once you develop a bit of confidence, then you develop feel, and then you develop options.
Really good view of what's facing him, how far below the green he is over on this left-hand side.
Brilliant. Brilliant chip. And he's gone up there, he's picked his spot and he's landed it just about inch perfect. But then you've got to get it in there with the right flight and spin too. Great shot.
Wow, really was, wasn't it?
Yeah, Tony called it. Didn't just try and flop it up there, which would have been the easy option. Jammed it into the bank. He knew he was going to get the right bounce, knew it came back the other way, worked it out well and produced a great shot. So that is, I'm going to give him that one. Can't see Westwood missing that. Nice birdie.
Yeah, that was a proper linksy chip, wasn't it? You know, you've got to work it out. Where am I going to hit it? What club? Blah, blah, blah. And then do it.
Back to the second, Justin Rose, bunkered with his approach here. Depends how it's lying. Excellent, go on. Oh, super effort by Justin. Didn't have much going from there. Coming onto a downslope. Breeze certainly not against him. Ooh, Fowler, the postage stamp.
That is beautifully played. That really is. There's so much danger there. And that bunker is so deep.
Oh, we're seeing some excellent short game skills just over the last few minutes, aren't we? A couple of bunker shots, the Westwood chip.
He's got something in his eye. Strange. Had the shades on. Took them off. Cleared his eye, shades on and off, back on again.
Maybe the sun's about to come out, Tony.
You're ever the positive man, Dom. Would be nice. Would be nice for them for it to get a little warmer. Yeah, well done. Good save from the bunker. Rosie.
Right, we'll go up to the 9th now. Not his best approach from Jordan Spieth. Birdie putt, but he's got to go up this tier in front of him, so all about getting the pace right. And he's done that well.
Darren Clark, birdie opportunity at the 4th. Looking good. Nicely holed. Gets him back to level par for the day after dropping one at the 2nd.
Really nice bunker shot from Ricky Fowler. He was in trouble at the 8th hole. Still got to hold this one for his par. Super. Still hasn't dropped a shot today. Couple of birdies there for Fowler. So look down over Troon. Golf course just starting to come into your picture at the bottom right-hand corner by the leaderboard. What are we? 2.5 hours away now to the final pairing going off. Phil Mickelson and Henrik Stenson off at 2:35 this afternoon.
Somewhere down there, Dom, lives the Grey Lady of Troon. Well-known ghost that roams these parts.
You bumped into her?
Not yet. Been looking hard too.
I'm trying to figure out whether you're a believer in all that sort of stuff.
The supernatural?
Yeah. There's a chance, I think. Now, if it was Mark James, I would say definitely not.
It's up there with homeopathy for me.
I was going to say...
And astrology, while we're at it.
Yes. I was going to call you the grey gentleman of Troon, but then I turned around and had a look.
Yeah, I aspire to grey hair, Ovies.
Andy Sullivan and Jason Day have made their way to the first tee. Just a minute or so away. A bit less than that before they get underway. Matching 71s for these two yesterday.
This is game number 27. On the tee, from England, Andy Sullivan.
Opened up with a terrific round of 67, Andy. Then shot 76 on Friday. And as I say, it was a level past 71 yesterday, much better.
On the tee, from Australia, Jason Day.
The world's #1 player. 7 wins in the last year. Generates a huge amount of speed through the ball. This is part of his routine, the visualization, see the shot. Out with the driver.
Start. Now, we've talked about making your score on the outward half and holding on the way back. Never truer than for Jason Day, who has not made one single birdie on the back nine this week, incredibly. So you better go out in 27, Jason.
Wouldn't put it past him. He can play some pretty good golf, can't he? What a phenomenal talent.
Well, he certainly got it going early doors yesterday. 4 birdies on the front side, no drop shots. He was 4 under to the turn, then gave them all back on the way in.
It was great seeing Andrew Johnston, the beef, up there at the top of the leaderboard. He's become a firm favourite of fans all over the world, a man of the people.
I don't think anyone's enjoying this Open Championship more than that man.
I don't think anybody enjoys golf more than that man, or maybe life. Great character, he really is. And you know, he keeps saying, and he means it. You know, he wants to grow the game for the youth and for youngsters and for amateurs, and he means it. Great guy.
He's got his family here this week. He was been playing cat top trumps with his niece, apparently, back at the house.
Tough game, that.
Especially against a 5-year-old.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to be
they
a
know
pussy,
they're cats.
do you? Yeah.
Westwood wedges it in. It's going to grip, and it's going to grip right next to the hole. Fantastic shot. Man, he is on a flyer.
He's got that to go 4 under through the first 7 holes, Lee Westwood. He is making a charge.
Yes, indeed. That'll move him into the top 20, and that was just beautiful. You called it perfectly, Tony. You knew eventually it would skid to a hole. Absolutely beautiful. 4 under after 7. Now Rose. 3rd hole.
Down. Down.
Pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why did I tell it to get down?
You need a steely nerve out of these bunkers playing that shot, don't you? Whew.
First hole, second shot for Andy Sullivan. Are you getting the feeling that that wind is just starting to ease a little bit? They're certainly not aiming as far right, or maybe it's slightly more into than across on the first hole.
Looks suspiciously like that. You came in back in a short while ago, Jess. Did it feel any softer, the wind, or?
Didn't feel any different then. It was very, very cold before I came back in, but you know, it can change in an instant on these courses. The dark clouds have gone a little bit now. You can see blue sky in the distance there. Maybe that's... Is that the direction of England?
Yeah.
It's going to be hot down south this week. It's going to get up into the 30s, they say, in London. Now, this man we know with the wedges. looks so controlled.
That was well played, wasn't it? Just a hair short, but birdie chances for Sullivan and Day.
These new wind jackets with all the quilting. Don't know if I could have played in one of those, Jess, with all the padding.
I think you'd have managed it, Tony. Swinger of your calibre. They're very light though, those things, aren't they? There's almost nothing to them. It's
and the
it's
new
incredible.
The new fabrics, they've got all these stretchy fabrics. You know, they look really tight around the waist, tailor fitting, but
Yeah, you
tremendous.
don't want to wear them with a large gut, do you? That's for sure.
That's why I'm avoiding it. Thanks for mentioning it, Jess.
There's a super approach shot from Justin Rose. Can he muster a birdie? Here at the third.
He has left so many putts short this week, Justin.
Postage stamp, Westwood, coming off the birdie at 7. Don't go right.
Well, he knew it was tight. He only had to go another 18 inches right, and that was problems, but it's fine now.
Sixth green, Jason Duffner. Well, that was well struck. Oh, right into the heart. Beautiful for Duffner. Bogeyed the first. That's his third birdie since. +1 total.
First green, Andy Sullivan looking for a birdie, and he gets it right in the middle. Good pace. Tell you what, it's been some 18 months or so, hasn't it, for Andy Sullivan? Gets his European Tour breakthrough, wins twice more in the season, takes Rory down the stretch at the DP World Tour Championship, and he seems to be up there. He did have a little quiet patch early this year, but he's coming right back to form.
He threw a baby in there as well, didn't he, I think? Yeah, just for a little bit of topping.
He'd love to follow Andy Sullivan in. Get back to level par if he can, and close but no prize.
Yeah, 12 under may be leading, but level par is inside the top 20.
Yeah, the field was spread-eagled by the weather, and Mickelson and Stenson, who of course is leading by 1.
Good tee shot at the 8th here for Luke Donald. And you can see why Lee Westwood was talking to it. It's a really quite a steep runoff area there, and it's only going to end up in the bunker.
Yeah, and we can tell it looks slightly shiny from the camera angle too. That means there's probably a little bit of grain down that way towards the bunker. And any chip from the right, that would make the chip up harder too. Chipping would be landing into the grain coming this way from anywhere up over on the right. Westwood's, as you say, just inside the top 20, but only 3 shots now off 6th position. So he'll be eyeing a top 5 finish and making a move inside the edge of the Ryder Cup team.
Yeah, it's okay. Par at the postage stamp. Never a problem with that. It has taken a serious toll this week. This little, I mean, it's played between 100 and 124 yards all week. And we've seen doubles and triples and massive numbers.
Jordan Spieth has made the turn. He's got a good look at birdie here at 10. Yeah. That's his range, isn't it?
Andy Sullivan just makes the game look simple and uncluttered. Back and through on the same path and straight down the middle. If you hadn't played the game and watched Andy Sullivan, you'd think, well, this all looks pretty easy. What's the fuss? You get a different impression if you watch Jason Day. You'd think, my goodness, is this guy an alien, how hard he hits it?
280 to get past those bunkers down the right-hand side, the last of them anyway.
He was leading the distance stats on TrackMan on the range all week. I don't know if it finished up that way, but here we go. I think I saw the ball there.
Yeah, you could just see the top of it, couldn't you?
Got lucky.
Looks like he's had a break. Yeah, that could have gone into the thick stuff. 3 feet or so further left. Starting to see some big numbers rack up on the back nine. Jamie Donaldson made an 8 at the 12th. Harold Varner a 7 there. We've seen 7s, 6s, 8s at the 11th hole. Greg Chalmers made a quadruple bogey.
Tees were quite well up yesterday for the back nine. The R&A circumspect in making the course too difficult. Whereas today they're a little further back, I think, with the wind not forecast to increase, probably less chance of huge numbers. They're further back, but actually there's some pretty big numbers out there on the back nine. A few birdies, I think 7 on the back nine, but just a whole raft of doubles. Actually,
with the 11th hole, Mark, do you think does it play tougher when it's a fast running course than it would in these conditions where it's not, because that presumably the gorse on the left hand side comes much more into play?
We played the Senior British here a couple of, 3 or 4 years ago, can't remember exactly when, and it was bone hard, and you're hitting some sort of iron off that tee up the left and hoping it doesn't run too far. It becomes very difficult, and a driver will run through the fairway. It's difficult to see the dogleg on the coverage, but it becomes a very awkward hole. But then when it's playing long, it's an awkward hole as well. I don't think you're going to get a lot tougher than this week.
Looking down at the second fairway. Smiley, Andy Sullivan. Pretty much always looks happy on the golf course.
Can you imagine him watching a comedy programme at home on the telly? It must be incredible.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. Dangerous pin. Might have pulled it a fraction, but it's fine. The angle is good for Jason Day, but it's getting control.
You can just about see his ball. It looks like he's got a big clump of grass behind it. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think what we were seeing, I was seeing something white in the grass there, and I think it might have just been a little, might have been a head of a flower or something, but that was really thick.
Yeah, he's a strong lad. When he can't get it there with a wedge, you know it's in a rough light.
Interesting looking club, that. Presumably designed to fire it fairly low and strongly in these conditions.
I've told you it's this or down here all week. You've not listened to me. You've not listened to me.
He's obviously been hitting another club all week, and it's usually the caddy's fault. We'll all second that, won't we, Tony? Overpaid and underworked there.
Third shot for Ryan Palmer at the par 5 sixth. Hello! An eagle 3. Lovely. Nice move as well. 3 under the last 3 holes. And for his round, back to level par.
105, 50 degrees. Thank you.
Well worth another look.
Third green, Kuchar for birdie. Bogey and a par to start with. This would right the ship. Well done.
Just short of the second green. Third shot now for Jason Day. Got this little hump from those bunkers that eats into the right side of the green. Oh! Lovely shot.
Generates a lot of spin on this from relatively close range. Really got that gripping.
We've seen Mickelson do that. I wonder, do you think it's, I mean, you're an expert on the short game, Tony, and I'm not being funny, but really, Mickelson has a sandwich with almost no bounce. I mean, does that help generate more spin?
Well, not really, but you know, a lot of guys talk about utilizing the bounce on links turf, and I can't see it. You know, I think the less bounce you've got, the more you can squeeze into the ball and get it gripping like that. You know, you've got to keep the hands ahead and nip it, and he did it beautifully.
Be interesting to see his next chip or wedge shot, see how much bounce there looks to be on the club. Now Westwood on 9, perfect tee shot. Pin back right today, tougher. Oh, majestic stroke from Westwood. He is absolutely flushing it. Yeah, woo! Wasn't very impressive woo, was it? I think a beginner.
Well, Westwood will have that for an outward half of 31. This is Andy Sullivan looking for another birdie. Oh.
Even Jason doesn't know how that one missed. Nicely done. He just looks like the sort of guy you'd like to go out to dinner with. You know it's going to be a gas.
Well, Furyk pretending to putt. But Spieth puts his ball down. He's even practicing going over it and stepping back. Furyk. It's an amazing system he's developed over the years. He does it reasonably briskly, but hardly changed. I've never seen anyone else do it.
Well, he made a birdie at 10. What a start this would be to the back nine.
It really is incredible how often Jordan Spieth holds from that range. I mean, it's just, it's borderline absurd how good he is.
Well, they followed each other in for eagles on the 4th. They follow each other in for birdies on 11. That's virtually eagles on that hole.
Now to Justin Rose. At the 4th, the par 5. He's got this for birdie.
He's putted okay this week, Justin, but really, you could say, yes, okay, could just putt better, but I think he's been unlucky with the putter. He has left quite a few short, but he has scared the hole so many times without getting the rewards.
Par start for Jason Day, who's taking on the ditch here at the 3rd, cross ditch. .280 yards to carry it on the right-hand side.
Oh, get on the green. Get on the green. Stay that line.
Shoots past Andy Sullivan's ball. Not too far short of the putting surface. Can't be more than, what, 20, 25 yards short there. Big blow.
Yeah, he was just praying for that to catch a little downslope and get a firm shoot forwards. Andy Sullivan over the ditch too. He's not that short, is he? That is one athletic motion.
Certainly is. I mean, Day not that big. Sullivan, he does get it out there. He's not very big. You've got guys like Richard Sterney, I remember from my last year on the main tour, just kills it. I mean, these guys they're not big muscle men, Rory included, and they just get it out there. Westwood has this to be out in 31. Oh, just drifted off.
Again, I don't think it was a bad putt. So maybe a slight misread.
Well, it was positive, wasn't it? Got it 15 inches past, and he struggled to do that at times this week. And it's frequently a feature of his game.
Yeah, I think he struggled to do that his whole career, Jess, to be honest. You know, it's almost like he pictures the front lip of the hole when he's putting and tries to get it to just drop in. You know, if he hit every putt in his career 15 inches further, he might have had majors in under the belt.
Might have got the yips with all those short return putts, though.
Tough fifth hole. Justin Rose. Anywhere on the putting surface here will do, and that is in Jim Furyk territory. We'll have to keep our fingers crossed there for Justin. Furyk was plugged, cost him 2 shots. By the way, that birdie start back from Jordan Spieth. I'm not going to go through the whole field for all previous 3 days, but I can't believe anyone will have made birdies at both 10 and 11 so far.
Huge rarity if they did.
Yes, Furyk, who was playing with Spieth, started about 5-5, so quite a bit of daylight between those two players now.
Just having a quick look here. Nick Cullen in round 2. Birdied 10 and 11. That's the only other one I can find. It is a rarity. Missed the cut, unfortunately.
Certainly making up ground on the field. Picking up a couple of birdies there. And actually on the first day, Andrew Johnston did it as well. So the 3rd player this week to achieve that feat, Jordan Spieth.
We don't count day 1, do we? It was a piece of cake. Not really.
Well, it's been an intriguing morning so far. Of course, it's almost the hors d'oeuvre before the main course. Mickelson and Stenson, I'm sure, will be, if they're not already here, will be arriving very soon, beginning their warm-up routines. Mickelson has been known to arrive 3-4 hours before his tee-off, warm-up, then go and have a bit of lunch, and then a couple of putts, and few more chips and off he goes. Here's the Masters champion, Danny Willett. He's reached the final hole today.
This for a round of 71 for Danny Willett. Just never got it going early on, and he's played pretty well since the 7th, but he was 2 over at that stage. He's finally getting something going a bit. Round of 71, 2 birdies in the last 3.
First player today to shoot under par for the back 9. So it can be done.
Yeah, Paul Lawrie there finished with a round of 74.
Germany's Martin Keimer playing with Francesco Molinari. Germany, Italy.
This is game number 30. On the tee, from Germany, Martin Keimer.
Excellent start of the week. Bogey-free, 66 for Martin. He was going nicely in round 2 as well, but he came a cropper at holes 10 and 11, shot a 73 and 74 yesterday. Slightly anxious look, started it down the left. If you're within 4 club lengths of those barriers, you can take a drop.
From Italy, Francesco Molinari.
69, 71, 73 so far for Francesco. He's having a good season over in the United States. He's been playing mainly on the PGA Tour, but came over and played well in France as well.
Perfect from Molinari. Long iron chased up there. No risk of it reaching the bunker.
Birdie putt for Day. 3.
Not a great chip by his standards then, because he was only, what, 25 yards short of the green.
Bakes up for it with a putt though. Dead centre. And opens his account. First birdie of the day for Jason. Back to even par. And into a tie for 18th. Alongside his playing partner Andy Sullivan.
It's a mundane start, this course, compared to a lot of the open rota. Stuff happens very early on some of them. You know, Birkdale, you've got that good putt. Well done, Andy Sullivan. You've got that vicious first at Birkdale and quite often the seconds into the wind. Other places, St Andrews, you've got the burn and heaven knows what. Muirfield's a tough start, that first hole. Yeah, it's just 3 in a row, right to left wind, under 400 yards. Good bunker shot. Putt not up to scratch. And Rose drops his first shot of the day and goes back to level for the day after birding the first.
Yeah, it's like a build-up of difficulty, isn't it? Royal Troon. Softish start, gets gradually harder and harder till you get to 10 and 11, and of course the postage stamp, you know, on paper. If you'd never seen it, you'd say, well, that's a piece of cake. 116-yard par 3. I'll brutalise that. Good luck.
Phil Mickelson said he thought it was his favourite par 3 in the world, the postage stamp. Goes to show, we've talked about it a lot this week, that the modern trend for 200-plus yard par 3s. Westwood out of position at the 10th.
The danger here is the smothery one into that bank on line for the pin. Must have a good lie. He's going with a lot of club, isn't he? That's the bank.
Yeah, there's not an awful lot of heather out here, but trying to get it out of that with the longish iron. Stuff is, well, it's just like smashing your club into a roll of barbed wire. Goes nowhere.
So, fresh off his birdie at the 3rd, Jason Day to open the shoulders at number 4. First of the par 5s at Royal Troon.
Big stick again. Talking to it, and get a lie. Yeah, we can see it from here. It can't be bad.
Yeah, that did pretty well, didn't it? I think the first bounce was right. We go back to the first, Keimer. Thought he's taken a drop.
Yeah, 75. That's maximum 75.
He seems to have taken a drop within 4 club lengths, but away from the railings. That's strange. Still the referee with every group. So whatever he's done, he's not responsible. Well, he won't be penalised. referee could be banned from Scotland for life. And a good shot.
Yeah, been showing a big improvement in form of late, Martin. A lot of us felt he'd be a serious contender this week. He's in the top 20, mind, so not bad at all.
Rory striding towards the first tee. I thought the wind might be dying down, but it certainly looks as though it's still blowing pretty hard out there, looking at those flags and the branches of the trees there. Here's Darren Clark for birdie at the postage stamp. Big cheer for the Ryder Cup captain. 2 birdies, 2 drop shots today.
Well, we saw, I can't remember, it was someone yesterday do this. He's brought double bogey into the equation here. It was Kjeldsen, and he looked to have a decent lie there, so he'll get out of it with a 5 at the worst. Yes, McIlroy playing with Emiliano Grillo, Argentinian. I think it's pronounced Grillo and not Grillo, probably because he plays in America.
I would say Grillo. There you go. What do I know?
And he's only 23. He's making his way in the States, a fantastic phenomenon. Won a tournament this year in the States. This is Grillo's first, or Grillo's first Open.
Oh, he started life on the, well, over here on the European Tour. Showed some form. Everyone could see that he was a really good player.
Led the Africa Open at East London Golf Club.
Oh.
Going into the final round. I think he opened up on the first hole of the final round with an 8. And I think that set him back for quite a while, to be honest. It took a while to get over that because he sort of vanished off the leaderboards for a year or 2. And off to America. Win. Good stuff.
Par at the opening hole for Francesco.
One of the very best strikers of a golf ball you'll ever see.
One of the very best putters in the world. Right here. In fact, if you could combine those two's game, Francesco's long game maybe and Martin's putting.
Which one's going to do the chipping?
No need for that. There's Beef. Growing army of fans that he's got.
It's a matter of time before the whole crowd comes out in those big beards, isn't it? It's just bound to happen. I think they do it for Moeen Ali at cricket, don't they?
Marshall, sorry, I just got you put your hands up and stuff. Thanks, mate. Mate, with the phone, just don't use it at all. With the phone, please. Okay.
Marshall catching Justin's eye, spectator catching the caddy's eye. Yeah, that's a good shot out of there. Low chaser up the fairway.
Put it round the right side of the fairway as well, give him a good angle into that left-hand hole location.
Bunkered off the tee unfortunately, Andy Sullivan, so this is third. From quite a long way back, and he will be delighted with that.
2 under through 3 could become 3 under through 4 for Andy Sullivan. Westwood, though, struggling at the 10th. This one's for par.
Just going to cruise down on the low side.
Par 5-4, second shot here for Jason Day.
Stay right. Stay right. Go right. Go. Go.
He was unlucky there not to get a bounce. It wasn't particularly highly flighted. But it hasn't gone in the bunker. See a little less rough. I think the wind must have eased a little bit. Around 40 minutes till Stenson and Mickelson hit the first tee. That chap on the motorbike's threatening to do something interesting, but I wish he'd get on with it. This is his big moment. He doesn't realise it, and he's blowing it.
Are you expecting a sort of Evel Knievel stunt or something? Here comes Rory and Emiliano Grillo or Grillo just behind him.
Thank you.
It's not easy, is it? You know, you've got cameras in your face the whole time you're here all week. Everybody wants you on screen.
Thank you.
We just see him, but you've got a cameraman plodding along. Hopefully not falling over himself in front of you all the way to the tee.
Dustin Johnson down on the range.
Claude Harmon watching him?
Yep.
Does he actually teach Justin?
Yep.
Or is he just sort of...
Dustin, yeah. He does.
Well, he does a good job because Dustin's swing hasn't changed, but he's become a better player. Or hasn't changed much. That's the mark of good coaching. You just put the fundamentals into the player's natural swing.
He was 3 under to the turn yesterday, Dustin, and then made a 7 at the 11th. Bogeyed the 13th as well.
30 seconds.
Down to the first tee for McIlroy and Grillo.
This is game number 31. On the tee from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
Pushed his drive here yesterday into the right-hand rough. Made a bogey 5.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He only managed 2 birdies yesterday, which is most unlike him. I think he'll set
On the
that to
tee
rights
from
today.
Argentina, Emiliano Grillo.
Starter went with Grillo. But then he went with Cabrera Bello yesterday, so jury's still out.
2 decent tee shots. Right side would be nicer, but there's trouble down there. You don't want to be too tight.
Must be sneaky long, Griot, because he's got it down there alongside Rory, maybe even a little bit past him.
Not quite the same as Ivor.
Sadly missed Ivor Robson for many, many years, the starter at the Open Championship.
He is alive and well, though, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Apparently he's been invited here this week.
Okay.
Sorry, did that sound like an obituary? It wasn't meant to be, but just miss his voice.
The job being done by 2 people now, isn't that the modern way? One person retires, 2 people do the same job.
Second shot, Martin Keimer into the par 4 second hole. Splendid. Sit down, sit down.
Different chip. Jason. Not his best effort with a short stick either. Going in with an iron, he'll be bitterly disappointed with a par.
11th hole, second shot here for Lee Westwood.
What a tee shot.
Sloping up.
That's going to feed off down into the little furrow.
It's not bad there, though, is it?
No, it's not. Not bad at all.
But we're in a divot and it's wet. Drop it on that hill.
No birdie for Jason Day at the 4th hole. What about Andy Sullivan? What a start. 3 under through 4 holes for Saik. Moves to 2 under.
Inside the top 10. He's been playing well lately, fringing on the Ryder Cup side in the standings, so this is big for Andy Sullivan.
56 on the par 5. And it's going to hold again.
Chatting away, these two. They both live or both got houses in Florida. Miliano came over to Florida, came up through the David Ledbetter Academy before coming over to the European and Sunshine Tours. Now back in the States, won the Web.com Tour Championship back end of last season. Earned himself a place on the PGA Tour. Teed it up there and won.
Cinderella story, really. Oh, both players in good shape here, pitching into the wind, but plenty of green to work with. Oh, that's beautiful from McIlroy. Oh, didn't quite grab. Oh, just over the back. He'll be thinking more of the same. Not had the best of luck this week. Even out the rough, that seemed to scoot on unnecessarily.
Yeah, he was one of those who definitely got the wrong side of the draw as we watched Griot.
Yeah, Griot frightened by McIlroy's pitch. Perfectly normal.
Laura Davies is back with us. Laura, any change of conditions that you've noticed out there, or is it pretty much as it was earlier today?
I think we're still as we were. Still pretty chilly. I think they'll keep wrapped up for a while. That sun's definitely not coming through. Keimer birdie putt. Oh, just didn't hit it. Sullivan at the 5th. 3 great birdies. This has been one of the harder holes of the day to hit close to the pin. Well, he's done about as well as you can do. You can't really take it on line because it's going to hit the downslope and shoot forward, so that's lovely.
He's held a few shots up into the wind up these first 5 holes, Andy Sullivan, and done it brilliantly. I mean, we haven't seen that many players do that successfully, and he seems to have really good control. I don't know, is he exclusively a left to right player? I'm not too sure. I know he obviously can, but we'll see if we can move it the other way when we hit the back 9. But a very impressive start from Sullivan.
Saw Griot come up just short. Got a long birdie chance, and there's the wind. Still in that exact same direction, so pretty even from the early starters to these starting to become later starters. They've still got a good hour and 35 minutes till the leaders go.
Well, it's been a feature of this first hole today, leaving it short. That's no different. But pretty close. What a fairly confident opening gambit from Griot. Comfortably bridging the language barrier there between Argentinian and Irish. Now McIlroy up the slope down to the hole. That ran out of steam and shot left.
Jason Day saw a lovely shot in from his playing partner, Andy Sullivan. Going to try and do the same sort of thing, I imagine. He sent it out a little bit further right, using the wind. He does have the ability to hit it way up in the air. Oh, beautiful shot. There's not many can do that because he is incredibly strong and has a huge high ball flight.
He looked straight upwards after hitting it. If he hits it any higher, he's going to tweak his neck. It's incredible, JD at the 4th. 3 pars to start with. That's pretty much up in the air as well. That's looking good, trundling on. Stay there, go it! Ooh, crikey. That would have been an unlikely eagle.
DJ turning up. 20 minutes. Oh, he's done his warm-up. He's actually walking to the tee. There's a little putting green out by that first tee. Always looks pretty casual, but I'm sure he'll still be thinking, if the top 2 mess up, I want to be the man to shoot the number, to mop up any mistakes they make. So he won't have given up quite yet.
Yeah, Zach Johnson there off the match before Dustin Johnson. Zach next off, 115. Oh, so nearly another for Sullivan. Good par 3 though at this 5th. Boy, he has come out the traps warm today. A tremendous display on the opening 5. Par 5 to come.
Well, it would have been for an albatross mark. This is the eagle putt for JD at the 4th. Well, in some ways, a disappointing birdie, if there is such a thing.
Yeah, he hit it a long way up there, JD, didn't he? Didn't realise he was quite that long. Again, another of these smallish guys who just boom it.
Good birdie chance, Day.
Little slope. He's got to come down here. The ball will gather pace. Rory at the 2nd, again out with the driver.
Oh, wow. Sit.
Comeback par putt for Jason Day at the 5th. So 3's there for both he and Sullivan. Sullivan 3 under on his round. Jason Day -1 today. Soren Kelson down on the practice range. We saw this yesterday. Just going through things with sports psychologist Dr. Bob Rotella.
Did you have a sports psychologist, Mark? He had his hands full, I must say, if you did.
Yeah, I think you know the answer to that one, don't you? I've actually got one of his books, and he knows how the players think. He's obviously done a lot of research, and it is very good, I must say. I think if you actually need one, he's about the best. But no, I didn't have one, and I'm sure you're of the same ilk.
Absolutely.
Second to 12 now for Lee Westwood. He made his par at the 11th. Then dropped a shot at 10 after the wonderful front nine.
Go. Go.
Take time a bit. That's pretty good on that one. Take time a bit.
Gary Woodland at the first. Big hitting American. Getting it up the right half of the green. Oh, what a beautiful shot from Woodland. Oh, we haven't seen that before today. That's the best of the bunch. A little smile. Maybe not too sure exactly how close it is.
He's got that same top on that Jordan Spieth is wearing, isn't he? It looks a little bit like a meringue to me.
Rory, after that tee shot, went a little bit left, but not too bad. Just chops it out. Should be a little bit of release even into this wind. Beautiful shot. Great judgment.
I think Rory has just found the length of birdie putt he likes. What a great shot.
Determined to get off to a better start than he did yesterday. He was 2 over through the first 3. He's got that to go 1 under. Here's Thomas Pieters The tall, strong Belgian. Someone's saying be good. And it is. Well, that's up there with Ricky Fowler's one earlier today.
That was a magnificent shot. Cut it up into the wind just enough to keep it straightish, but not get hit too hard by the wind. There we are. Andy Sullivan's got onto that first page of the leaderboard. And not long now till the leaders actually go out.
Thomas Pieters has birdied the third and the fourth holes, having opened up with a couple of pars. So he's got a putt there at the fifth to go to -2 alongside Andy Sullivan, Schwartzwell, Bradley Reed and others. Hasn't taken too long to find his feet on the top stage, if you like, Thomas Pieters. Couple of wins last season on the European Tour. He had a wonderful college career.
Guy there finding his feet, Matthew Southgate, he's in the top 20. That's a really good performance.
Can't help but root for Matthew after what he's been through with the cancer last year. Coming through the qualifying school.
Yes, that's hard work, the Q schools these days. Don't envy them doing that, that's for sure. Greer on the second.
Well, that one hobbled and bobbled a bit, didn't it?
McIlroy, a formality for his birdie. And that's a nice start. 1 under after 2, and I reckon he'll have a dig at the third. He's certainly been very aggressive off the first 2. Simpson here, par putt. Drove it in the bunker, so could only lay up, then went a bit long, so probably deserved a 5, and that's what he's got. Woodland, of course, hit that beautiful shot, and he's already tapped in, so walked off 1 under.
Adam Scott finished 71. We saw a bit of him an hour or two ago, playing with Jamie Donaldson. Unfortunately, Jamie shot 79. Big problems for him. The back 9. Out on the course. Justin Thomas doing reasonably, +1 for the day. And of course we get to the guys we're seeing quite a bit of. Spieth -3 for today. Knox 1 under for today. Westwood 3. Now McIlroy at the third, trying to get it close.
Come on. Turn a little.
He's pushed it a little. I think it's found the rough there. Right of the fairway.
On the tee from the USA, Zach Johnson.
The defending champion. 67 on day 1. Followed that up with a 70. 4 over par 75 yesterday to slip back down the leaderboard.
He's playing alongside Jimenez, the evergreen Jimenez. He's up there. Already hit his tee shot. These two go out to battle the conditions.
Yeah, Great Open Championship so far for Miguel. 71, 72, 70 over the opening 3 rounds. Postage stamp. Justin Rose for a 2. Second birdie of the day for him. Dropped a shot at the 5th. But he's still 1 under on his round. And David Howell playing with him is a couple under par.
Beautiful tee shot from Thomas Peters at the 5th. This for birdie, but no, that's dribbling away. We've seen a few of those on this green. Very, very hard to keep it high and hit it firm enough. The ball of Tong Chai Jai-Di there, close to the hole.
Westwood's reached the 13th. Turning squarely back into the wind now.
A double marshal, Laura. Do we need 2 marshals a foot apart?
Maybe one takes the left, one takes the right, I'm not sure.
Ah, that's right. It's the unemployment thing again, a bit like the starters.
All right, right.
I don't know if that was Westwood sort of giggling there, but nothing to laugh about now. Although he looks like he's come back out of the deep stuff and got a... He can see the back of the ball, which is the most important thing. But he's going to have a long way to go, because hitting it out to the right into the wind, you normally lose distance. Beautiful old clubhouse. Saying it's, see the clock there, just coming up to 1:20, so just over an hour and 16 minutes to the last twosome.
It's 473 yards back into the breeze, that 13th hole. The 11th is 482. 15th hole, 499 yards. Phew.
It's a long way in, isn't it? Matt Jones is heading into this hole. Oh my goodness. Well, there you go. So that wasn't that difficult after all, obviously. What a beautiful shot. Tony Navarro there. Very experienced caddy, getting a right club. Beautiful.
On the back of 3 bogeys, he really needed that.
Here's a lower kind of hole push, yeah. Lay it.
Good angle for Zach Johnson down the right-hand side of the fairway here at the first. No. Gone. Miguel's got the game face on.
Lovely shot. Eligible obviously for the seniors tour now, but still likes mixing it with the young guns, and why not?
Creo on the 3rd. Perfect turf here. This course has been set up magnificently this week. Greens, fairways, great. Course set up good. Pins a little tougher today. And that's a great shot. Just to say the R&A are doing a magnificent job on the Open these days.
Third shot, the long par 5, 6th for Jason Day. Can he get this one dancing around the hole? Spin. Not that way. pretty good. Well, he's got a break here, Rory, hasn't he? At the third hole.
Oh, sitting up like a coconut, wasn't it? And that's going to come in and stopped in high. Lovely shot from McIlroy.
Well, maybe we'll see what we were all hoping for yesterday, including him, that fast start that he said he must get off to.
Free range beef.
Love the fact that he's got each of the different cuts of beef on the bottom of all his clubs now.
Just chill.
His mum was out there yesterday with him. When he chipped in at 13, apparently she was in tears, and he said he was almost, he was trying not to look at her because he wasn't quite sure he was going to go as well.
Yeah, mothers can be a bit dangerous on the golf course. They're a bit unpredictable with watching their sons. One used to, when she was alive, used to offer me sweets at inopportune moments with a large shout of cooey.
Zach Johnson.
Could always spot her. She wore a red Mac and Wellingtons, dark glasses.
Johnson with a par at that opening hole. So the defending champion off to a steady start. He found it quite difficult to bring the claret jug back here this week. That's what the champion has to do at the beginning of Open Championship week.
McIlroy, really good birdie chance. Oh, just runs the edge. So frustrating.
Hey?
Tyrrell Hatton.
I have to get Jim stamped on my wedge now.
Had a great Open Championship. Plays with Jim Herman. He's off at 135. Just about 10 minutes time. Jimenez for birdie at the first. Playing in his 24th Open Championship at the age of 52. Best finish in 2001. He was third.
Andy Sullivan's chipped up to here. This for a par. So problems at the sixth. And that's not going to make it, is it? No. Oh, what a shame. 3 under after 5 and a par 5 sixth. Drops one. Griot. Both Griot and McIlroy. 1 under after 3.
Jason Day, chance to get back into the red. No, he's had a good putt. It's just not breaking. Actually, he did at the end, so possibly just a tiny bit too much pace. We've been saying they've been leaving him short all day, but there's the difficulty. They sometimes just knock it through the break. Looks pretty disgusted with that.
Well, he's so used to gobbling up the par 5s, isn't he, Jason Day? Down on the first tee, Dustin Johnson, US Open champion. Led the Open at the halfway stage last year at St Andrews. If he gets it out there, he could get close.
I think this first fairway was a little softer than some of them up there, so not getting the help you sometimes get at the third. But just a magnificent strike. These top boys play a different game to a lot of the field. They're immensely long and pretty straight, McIlroy, we'll see him here at the 4th. This is going to have a little bit of a whack behind it. It's a long way right, or a bit right. I think that's rough. Well, good lie, but it'll have taken 50, 60 yards off it through that. Just stopping stone dead.
Very much aiming down the right-hand side of that hole because everything slopes a little bit right to left on the fairway, hoping for a bounce forward, as Mark said. This is Charles Schwartzel.
Have a good day, chaps.
Carrying South African hopes out there today. Schwartzel 2 under par with a round to go. 10 behind Henrik Stenson. Stenson and Mickelson. An hour and 10 minutes just under before they get underway. Who's your money on, Laura?
Well, I think Stenson. I'm nothing against Mickelson, but I just think Stenson might be his time. Phil's been up there obviously a lot more times in these situations, but he just seemed so calm yesterday, Henrik. So that would be where my money was going.
Mark?
I don't like to gamble, but if I did, I'd put it on Stenson, probably because I want him to win. Mickelson's won majors, Stenson hasn't. I know Stenson well. Be nice to see him win one, that's for sure. He's certainly got the game. I mean, some of the stuff he's played the last 5-10 years has been magnificent, so he deserves a major.
And of course it's a test of everything, isn't it? An Open Championship on a links course, how you control the trajectory of your ball and everything else, but it's also a test of nerve at this stage.
Tests everything, doesn't it? And your money?
I would have to say, without taking any emotion out of it, I would have to say I think it's probably easier for Mickelson to do it than it is for Henrik Stenson. Whether he does it or not is a different thing, but I would have to favour Phil Mickelson, having been there, done that.
You okay with this?
Yes.
Just a 3/4 one of those.
This is Kevin Na playing with Dustin Johnson. He's found the fairway at the first, pretty much the middle of the fairway as well.
Nice solid shot to the middle of the first. Gives himself an outside chance. And look at that DJ. What is he? Got to be 60, 70 yards past him. That's going to be the theme of the day for Kevin Na, but he's experienced enough to know that you've got to play your game. He won't try and hit it too hard because you can't compete with the length of some of these super long guys out here.
If anyone could come out and do something really spectacular, you know, shoot up less than 65 maybe, it's this guy, I reckon.
Yeah, he's just had 2-3 bad tee shots a day and it's cost him. He's had 2 doubles, a triple. Yeah, just too many mistakes. But if he doesn't make any mistakes today and rolls up the putts like he has been over the last few months, who knows?
11 back though. That's a tall order, isn't it? Make that 10. Oh, no, didn't quite grab. I thought that was going to really come back the third, fourth bounce. Well played though. Birdie opportunity.
Second fairway ball just below his feet for Zach Johnson, just adds to the difficulty.
Phil McIlroy's tee shot go into the rough. All he can do now really is advance it down there, leave himself a favourite number. Make sure he hits the fairway though. We heard a phone going off or something over there. It's put him off.
was about 1,000 signs saying phones to silent. Probably didn't see him, he was too busy texting.
Is he definitely out of reach here?
Definitely not. Very strong. I mean, he must have drawn some lie there because he was going for it. I just assumed he was laying up, but assumed nothing.
Yeah, he is immensely powerful, McIlroy. It did seem unlikely, but
If his tee shot had hit the fairway, they would have been going in with a wedge or something ridiculous. That's amazing.
it is, isn't it? That was, yeah, absolutely. It's pretty effortless, his power. You can see Jason Day when he's swinging at it. You think, whoa, his body's coiling around like a turbo prop. But McIlroy, sort of, it's all smoothness and timing.
I don't know whether you were in here yesterday, Mark, when we were watching Rory on the range and they had the TrackMan on him and he hit about, I think it was 5 or 6 drives in a row, all between 306 and 336 yards, and they pretty much went down the same line on the screen. It was remarkable.
Well, that's Kerry, is it? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? Well, start of the day 1 under, Noah and Johnson. And now it's going to stay there.
Well, I say, yeah, he didn't carry it 336 yards. He was carrying it over 300, though, and it was rolling out.
Andy Sullivan, good tee shot here on 7. Anything just right of this pin. You don't want to go left, you've got a horrible little bunker there. Oh, he's been very bold. Nice shot. Good chance.
Went a long way down the shaft on that pitch. Do you go down the shaft quite a lot on that length of shot, Laura?
Yeah, I think when I'm trying to trap it and get a bit of spin like he was there, yeah, definitely go down the grip a bit. Just, I don't know, it just feels right.
Approaching 13:35, 1:35 in the afternoon. Tyrrell Hatton and Jim Herman are next to go.
I think it'll play close to Friday. Friday, like if we hit something, we have to put 7.
Success has come relatively late to Jim Herman. He's 38 now. Living the dream on the PGA Tour.
This is game number 35. On the tee from the USA, Jim Herman.
Let's go, Jim!
Yes, it was late, wasn't it, Don, when he kept his card for the first time. The end of last year, he was 37. Done well to keep going. Winner this year, Houston Open.
Yeah, pipped Henrik Stenson to the title there.
No, it looked a nice low shove with the long iron. It's a little soft, well back.
On the tee from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
14 years Herman's junior. It's 24 Tyrrell. Secured his place in the Open Championship just last week up in Scotland, finishing a runner-up behind Alex Noren.
Lovely shot down there. Gets him. He's underway. A long battle ahead of him, no doubt. And here he comes. Wandering over to the driving range, just over 1 hour till he hits. Looks pretty relaxed.
guys.
Cup of coffee. Dustin Johnson, chance to start with a birdie. It was a misread. You can see there he thought it was going to break. Good bold putt though.
Yeah, good for pace, wasn't it? Had it running at the hole. Sullivan at the 7th for a 3. A shame. For a moment I thought he was going to get that drop shot straight back.
Quickly becoming a really consistent player. He was up there for a lot of the time in the Scottish Open without getting amongst the real leaders, but every week he seems to be there, so that's good signs.
Yes, indeed, as McIlroy putts from long range for eagle. Come on, keep going. Not bad from that range at all. Still no unbroken par for the day.
Playing with Andy Sullivan. Can Jason Day conjure a 3 at the 7th?
You just don't see these top boys leaving putts short like that. Especially, you know, what is it? Oh, he's going with the back of the putter. Be careful there. Missed a few of those in the day.
Surely not. You need to choose a different putter.
Emiliano Grillo's made his par at the 4th. Rory slightly downhill for birdie.
No, that was a bad stroke. He took it back way too far and only just got to the ball with the club. That was one of the worst strokes of the week. Yeah, he didn't do that.
Yeah, all the great putters, they match up their takeaway to their follow through, and that just gets the rhythm much better. And like Mark was saying, clearly did not do that, did he?
Absolutely not. If you know, you have to accelerate to some degree through the ball, and if you take the putter back a foot on a 3-footer, you can't. You hit it 20 feet.
Do you feel comfortable, or are you more comfortable going down and stay on that?
I think I'd rather play that one. I just think, well, no, I mean, I think I'd rather play the 9. I think the 9 on 2 went so far yesterday because it was like a full hook. You know what I mean? I think we're 2 inches down. I'm looking at the far right guy.
9 iron at the spectators on the right-hand side of the grandstand.
Well, he got the line right. Probably should have concentrated on the other part of the shot.
Playing partner now. Good angle. Can he get it back there? It looks like it's flying all the way to the back edge. Just gripped up a little quick, but a lovely shot.
First time he's made it through to the weekend at an Open Championship. He's playing in his 5th Open at the age of 24.
Yeah, he's a real prospect. He's done quite a lot at that age without winning. He's certainly a talented boy. Garcia there, slashing them away with that familiar big turn, late hit. Phil's got his tour sticks on the ground. Changed his coaches about 18 months ago. Sam was saying yesterday. Andrew Gelton, was it? I can't struggle to remember the name. Wasn't a name I was familiar with, Dom.
No, I think so. And a lot of people talking in very glowing terms about the changes that they've made to his swing plane.
Yes, indeed, and he's certainly, well, obviously playing well as Day tries to put his stamp on this hole. Well, he hasn't airmailed the green anyway.
Enough, enough.
We've seen this putt all day, and hardly anyone from at the very front of the green has reached the hole at all, so he's got his work cut out for an opening 2 putt. It's going to break 2 or 3 times early on, maybe go a little to the right, and in the middle of it back down a bit, but pretty much it's all about pace.
Clear up the name on Phil's coach, it's Getson. Before he invades the commentary box and throttles me in particular. Now, come on, Jim. That's not too bad for pace. I hate those things, they're so noisy. Talk about noise pollution. Don't wish to sound curmudgeonly, but there it is.
As if, yes. Good fun, though, when you're on them.
Do you remember that fun, Mark?
Yes, it's when I'm not on one of those. I was on a snowmobile once. Talk about noise and exhaust fumes.
So Tyrrell Hatton looking for the ideal start. And gets it. Birdie at the first for Hatton, who gets to 2 under. Immediately moves inside to the top 10. Back on the tee, Keegan Bradley and Charles Schwartzel.
This is game number 36. On the tee from USA, Keegan Bradley.
Well, he opened up 67-68, Bradley. Threw in a 76, disappointing round yesterday. But obviously playing pretty well.
He had a rough ride on the back 9 yesterday, shot 4 over.
Surprised your jet skis didn't put him off in the background there, Mark. I'll tell you, you're right. You might be miserable, but you're right.
On the tee from South Africa, Charles Schwartzel.
.72, 66, 73 this week so far for Charles. He's going with driver.
I remember when I first saw him in Europe, he was even skinnier then. He just ripped it miles, couldn't believe it. Well, that one's miles left, obviously.
Over the barrier.
Well, that's not it. sounds like it hit hard and came backwards, but we'll find out in a minute as McIlroy plays off the fifth.
Got to get it over this front bunker. Wonderful. Here comes the Iceman. He's actually got a very good sense of humour. He'll be all business out there today, though. He really looked as though he was enjoying himself yesterday. Coffin bunker at the postage stamp for Andy Sullivan.
So close to being good as well. Really got to be careful now. He could set up a really big number, and that's what he was trying to do the first time. And I think he's right. He commentated himself. He was so close to perfect the first time, but that's the trouble with these bunkers. If you're not spot on, you're in trouble.
Shame, 3 under the first 4 holes, bogeyed the 6. Every chance that he'll drop a shot there. Well, he will drop at least one. Here's Bubba Watson. He's reached the par 5 16th for eagle.
He's had so many eagle putts this week. It's unbelievable. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's the first one that's gone in for him.
Yeah, it's his first eagle this week. You're right, Laura. 14th tee, Darren Clark, 178 yards. All today, 18 paces on, just 6 from the left-hand side. Oh, stunning.
Getting back to level for the day, so as we go back to Andy Sullivan for a bogey. Oh, well done, at least. Limits the damage. But that's the second bogey in 3 holes for Sullivan after 3 early birdies and momentum slipping away.
McIlroy after that magnificent tee shot into 5. Come on. Yes. Very nice. So McIlroy 2 under for the day. 2 birdies, 3 pars. Par 5 to come.
And could easily have been 4 under at this stage.
Bradley at the first. Just an iron off the tee, short of the left traps. Familiar crouch stance. Starting at right edge of the green. Letting the wind drifted in. Crikey, ball's got a mind of its own. Well, that was a big hook.
Here's Schwartzel after his wayward tee shot. Not sure if he's had a drop or that's where it just ended up, but he's got a good lie. It looks like a very wet lie, so he's going to have to hit this really well. Any lack of contact, and he just won't get over those 2 front bunkers.
Could almost have claimed unusual damage there, but maybe it's not lying too badly.
Cheers, guys. Thank
Nestling down towards the back of the bunker. Looks like it's on a little downslope. That won't help things for Schwartzel.
McIlroy Gonna unleash a tee shot. Aiming just down the right. Let the wind bring it back. As he hung it out to the right a little bit, just watching it closely. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, I think he was worried about that bunker more than it not coming back. Very good.
A little skip in his step there. That's nice to see. Cheered up by the birdie at 5. Now Clark, this for birdie. Yeah, well done, Darren. Level for the day, putting together a good round of golf.
Already 2 birdies today for Thomas Pieters. He's found the green at the postage stamp. So this to go 3 under on his round. Will it? And at 2 under for the championship, Thomas Pieters has moved inside the top 10.
Keegan Bradley with a delicate little chip. The one thing going for him for sure is the fact he's into the wind. Oh, he didn't even worry about the wind. I didn't think he had the angle for the chip and run, but he's done beautifully there. Just caught a glimpse of Charles Schwartzel ball, and it's at the back of the bunker, so this is going to be quite tricky. Going to have to take the club up very steep. And drop down in behind the ball, try and get it up in the air.
Oh, how about that?
Never in doubt. Cleared the grandstand with his tee shot, got a drop in the bunker. Thank you very much.
Goes down as a 3 on the card. Huge cheer for Schwartzel. We can wander back down towards the first team. Next pair, almost ready to go.
This is game number 37. On the tee from Spain, Sergio Garcia.
Got off to a good start yesterday, struggled over the back 9, made a double bogey at the long par 4 15th, dropped shots at 10, 12 and 13 as well.
Year in, year out, Sergio's been an amazing striker. He's, I think, virtually every year right up in the top few in greens in regulation on the US Tour.
On the tee from the USA, Patrick Reed.
Ryder Cup start. Their leading point scorer at Glen Eagles a couple of years back.
I think he's in line to make the team again, isn't he?
Yep.
A lot of top 10s this year. perfect for Reed.
Well, it's interesting, it's another thing that sort of factors into the equation. So the Europeans had the Masters champion, the Americans have got the US Open champion. Who's going to have the Open and the PGA winner? Who's going to have those major champions in their team? Bogey 5 for Keegan Bradley. Shame, it was a nice chip.
McIlroy's second shot into this sixth after a perfect tee shot. Trying to whip one in from that right-hand side, and if this is enough, it's right at it. Oh, not quite enough. Really soft bounce, but not an easy pitch by any means, but he'll certainly be looking to make another birdie.
That was almost too good a shot, wasn't it? Took that bunker out of play by going high and over it, but just top notch speed. 3 under for the day. He's come to the 18th. Good drive. Pin today back right. He likes it. Oh, with good reason. Beautiful shot. Playing partner Jim Furyk's hit a few problems. He's made 5 bogeys on the back nine, so he's although out in 35, struggling a bit.
Just 4 groups still to go now. Kelson and Finau, Stricker and Holmes, Johnston and Haas, and the final pairing, Phil Mickelson with Henrik Stenson. Can't beat it, can you? Sunday at the Open Championship. As I mentioned earlier, the forecast is for, if anything, the breeze to just die down a little bit as the afternoon progresses. As we watch Gary Woodland for birdie at the par 5 fourth. Really nice start for Gary. 2 under through the first 4 holes and 2 under for the championship.
Dustin Johnson. Chance to get to 2 under par. And 1 under for the day, so that's a nice start. 2 par 5s coming up. So he'll be looking to get to at least 4 under after that stretch of the course. There he is, Beef. I reckon he's going to take round a huge gallery. I think it's going to be great fun just to hear the reaction. I hope he plays well and he can enjoy it rather than have people shout when it's not going well, so we'll see.
Like 85, kind of.
Drives down the first. Garcia's a lot further down, but in the rough. Reed played sensible. I was going to say sensible. He's left himself a long shot in.
And then
his back pin.
A little bit of hurt. That one starts at about 165.
Abbreviated follow through there, trying to keep it down a little bit and use the wind. Oh, he hit it too well. Just checked up on him. But that's a decent chance. Afternoon, Sam.
Hi, Laura. Excited. Big day coming up. Garcia. And that was 99 at Carnoustie. It's more like Carnoustie on that day. Lovely strike.
Mark was just saying, he's just such a great ball striker and has been his whole career.
He really has. He hits the ball beautifully. I mean, come on tour as a 14, 15-year-old in Spain. I remember playing in the Pro-Am, and the second hole was a par 4. He drove the green. We couldn't get near it, and he's 14 or 15.
McIlroy, this is what he's got left after those two lovely hits. Oh, didn't quite release for him. And that's the sort of length putt he's not been holding. He's had a lot of chances all week, and he's not been holding them. Hopefully he will that one.
Jordan Spieth, be hoping his final putt of the 145th Open. Well, that was for a 67, but it's a very fine 68 from Spieth. 33 the back nine, showing what can be done today. It's been a tough test from this week. I heard the other day that no matter how nice you think this boy is, he's actually twice as nice as that. It's a lovely thing to hear about someone, Jordan Spieth. We have the Pro Tracer range technology. So McIlroy hit 6 drives yesterday. I don't think I've ever been more impressed with 6 drives. Great, what an advantage to the players to be. I think they can actually travel around with this in just a wee box. Able to work on the swing with 100% information coming your way.
It is incredibly accurate as well, isn't it? Amazing.
McIlroy's moved up to 6th place already. This is Patrick Reed playing with Rory. He's not hit that one, and he pulled it. Not his best from Patrick Reed. Patrick Reed's playing with Garcia. After that.
This is game number 38. On the tee from Denmark, Søren Kjeldsen.
He had to really fight yesterday, but fight he did. He'll be hoping to strike it slightly better today and give himself a few more chances.
A little bit down the right, wanting the wind to bring it back. Not quite, always lucky. Stay on the path, that's fine. He'll be happy when he gets down there and sees that. It's just an idyllic
On the tee from the USA, Tony Finau.
I'm just saying, a perfect day for golf. Bit of wind testing, but not impossibly difficult. There is chances out there. This boy hits it a mile, quite a short swing. Very, very powerful.
Clattered into a spectator, and he's on the wood chip area, so I'm pretty sure he's going to get some sort of relief from that. He won't have to play out of that.
for a really wide turn, and he just cocks his wrist just about there, and all he does from there is just turn his shoulders a little bit more. There's no more movement. That's a great wee position. It's short, but it's good and solid. Wonderful extension through the ball. Like so many of the young players these days, just effortless power. Effortless. So we welcome back in Douglas Donnelly.
Sunday name because it's a Sunday. Thank you, Samuel. One of the great days in worldwide sport, the final afternoon of the Open Championship. I'm excited. I think everyone is. Come on, Sergio. Nice to see Rory getting off to a flyer today. Sergio will be looking to do the same. But it's an awful lot of ground to make up, isn't it? Here is Rory.
Delicious. 4 under for the day. 3 under, sorry.
Westwood at the par 5 16th. Taking the putter. That's really nicely judged. Another major slips by without Lee Westwood getting his name on the trophy. I think that's his 75th major. Been so close so often. Still looking for a win. Here's his great buddy, Darren Clark.
Lovely putt from Clark. Doesn't even have to pick it out of the hole. Saves his back. Going along nicely today. That's +2. It's going to be a decent finish for Darren.
Defending champion on the 4th. Birdie 4. A fine defence of the title.
He's having to go with the driver. They've got close to the screen this week. The line's good, but it missed that second trap. It's just beautiful. Perfection from McIlroy. Set himself up for another birdie. 3 under at the moment, 9 behind.
Kelson saw his tee shot, got a little bit lucky there on the path. Smashes one down there. Trying to get it back to the hole. We haven't seen a lot of that. But this one's going to do, it's going to release nicely up. There's a very good chance.
Tony Finau. A little horseshoe of spectators around his ball.
Yes, you can move.
Does get a lift off the wood chippings. Gets a lift onto the mud. Not sure that's much of an advantage, really, is it?
Actually, if he'd finished on the mud, he could probably ask for a ruling from that as well for damaged spectator ground. I didn't think it was lying that bad in the wood chip. There was nothing behind the ball. He could have got a solid hit.
Thanks.
He wants to hope when he drops it, it doesn't just sink a little bit. He's going to have a semi-plug ball, but oh no, it looks like he's done okay. Found a nice bit of grass.
It's an art, isn't it? I believe that next couple of years they may be seeing a change in the rules. That there'll be no drops, you'll just place it. Just to speed up play, it's in the process, they're thinking about it. I think it'd be great. Definitely speed up play. And there's enough punishment by a one-shot penalty without dropping in a divot or back into a bush.
Yeah, well, it adds in another element of chance, really, doesn't it? Which, yeah, we're all nodding in the box. I think we all think that'd be a very good change.
I believe if your handicap's over 10, you're allowed to place it on a tee as well. No, just kidding. I think it'd be a good rule. It would speed up play. And that's certainly a priority on any tour at this time.
Yeah, it is.
Tony Finau, his Open debut. It's been a debut to remember. Pretty good recovery. Talking of speed of play, Monty out first this morning with a marker. Round in 2 hours 50.
Defending champion. Just had a couple of birdies. 2 under on the day, 4-4-3-4. Oh, that's a lovely iron shot right over the pin. Hardest pin on the green there, just over that front bunker. So Jim Furyk earlier in there earlier this morning couldn't get out.
7th, Rory McIlroy. Little flick really, but how close can he flick it?
Virtually everyone that's had that short pitch into the screen has blown it past this pin. There's something they're not seeing. The wind obviously is pretty strong, but they've all pretty much done that.
It was a very deceptive view we had. I thought he was only a bit... He could throw it onto the green, but it was quite a firm hit from probably 60 yards. Just skidded on by.
And there it is, one of the greatest trophies in all of sport. And every single great player in the history of the game is on there. Some of them several times. The famous claret jug. Replaced the old championship belt, which was the very first prize in 1860 at Prestwick, just along the coast. And if you're in this part of Scotland looking to play not just the open courses, please go and play Prestwick. Golf as it used to be. An absolute delight.
GB Holmes and Stricker. Stricker almost 50. He's going to do some damage on the seniors tour. Such a wonderful player. I love his swing as well. There's a lot of these players I really like, but his is so simple. Very little wrist break. Good turn, hits it so straight. And putts like a genius.
This is game number 39. On the tee from the USA, Steve Stricker.
America's President's Cup captain and surely a future Ryder Cup captain.
Yeah, it's right to left from her.
But still a fine player in his own right.
That's fine. You can't get this.
Right down the middle.
On the tee from the USA, JB Holmes.
Monster hitting JB. Talking of Ryder Cups, he played in Kentucky, his home state, back in 2008, last time the US won the Ryder Cup.
doesn't hold back, does he? Absolutely ripped through that. Rounds of 70, 70 and 69. He'll be looking to go lower than those 3 rounds.
Only 2 more groups to go then in this final round of the Open. Up ahead in the green, Tony Finau for a birdie, despite that wayward tee shot. As I was saying, a memorable Open debut for the big man of Tongan Samoan descent.
There's Zach Johnson, he saw his tee shot at 5. Long birdie chance. 3's a good score on this hole today, though. Did he hit that hard enough? Not bad. Yeah, you got the speech quite right.
No one seems to be able to hit that particular putt high enough. They all miss it low, dribbling off down to the right. Must be a tough one. Schwartzel. 3 under par, looking to build on that. Long way back. Some of the big boys have been going to try and knock it on this one. Or close to, but there's a lovely shot. 2 ways of playing this game, or playing this hole anyway.
Phil Mickelson and over the bridge, which takes you from the practice range over the road into the clubhouse car park and onto the first tee.
Never before the round. Only after. He's won. Good luck.
He's so polite, Phil, and that was lovely what he just said to him. Not before the round, I'll be there for as long as you want after, and he does. He spends an hour and a half, 2 hours signing after almost every round. As we go to the perennial Miguel Angel Jimenez. Notre birthday, senor. He'll be fancied next week at Carnoustie, the Senior Open. Just an incredible old boy. Just keeps rolling along.
Trailing plumes of smoke. No luck for Soren, though.
Birdie chance here for McIlroy. Disappointed with his second shot, but that won't matter if he can hold this. Oh. That was a good effort. Seems to be putting a bit better today.
They're trying to keep the head on today. Not just his, but the club's as well. Little fit of temper from Rory in the 16th yesterday.
First fairway, strict
Just makes him all the more human and more likeable, Sam, doesn't it?
Second for Stricker. A long iron then, that's 5 or 6 iron he's hitting there. Lovely shot, lovely shot. Yeah, but McIlroy, I can understand it again. I can see it. I've done it myself. But he's such a mega star. It's not a thing kids want to see. But that's what golf does to you.
A few brave souls strolling on the beach. It's a wonderful beach, too. Great place to take the dog for a walk. Just a shame that summer hasn't arrived for the Open this year.
Just a wedge in for him. The difference with going with driver, but it's a poor one. That little bit of aggression just makes the second shot. So I know he's played a poor one, but that's nothing to do with his tee shot. He put himself in a great spot there with that little bit of aggression.
Schwartzel, birdie putt. Rolls it beautifully. Oh, it's not come back. Obviously read that just a break a bit more. Disappointment. Just a par.
The postage stamp. 116 today to the iconic par 3/8. McDonald, late entrant to the Open, got in when Jakob van Sale from South Africa pulled out to concentrate on the Olympics, and he's taken advantage. Lovely putt. Former world number one, another man still looking for his first major championship. And there's the ever relaxed Henrik Stenson strolling along with long-time coach Pete Cowan. I'm sure he's feeling just a little on edge, but it never shows. A very relaxed character, as indeed is Phil.
It's a wee bit early for a fish supper though, Doug, is it not?
Never too early for a fish supper, Sam. You're a bit of a connoisseur of our national dish. Two players who will go head to head. I'm not saying it will exclusively between those two, but I think we'd be surprised if it wasn't. But they know each other well, have huge respect for each other, played together many times before in tournaments around the world, Ryder Cups. Not far away now from their tee-off time as we go to JB.
Darren's reached the 16th now, third shot into this par 5. Spin, spin. Oh yes, nice. That leaves him a pretty easy putt.
Ryder Cup captain who hasn't played as much golf as you would expect. Or maybe you wouldn't expect with all his Ryder Cup duties, but he's played really well again. Gets the sea breezes in his hair and the ozone in his nostrils, and he suddenly becomes a different player. I'm sure that beard is getting more exotic by the day.
It's awesome too. When you get up close to him, it looks really good on him. He really suits it. Such a great kid. Breath of fresh air.
This is game number 40. On the tee from England, Andrew Johnson.
He really is becoming such a hero. There's more than just two Johnsons in the field in this Open. Never mind Zach and Dustin. What about this one?
Well, he's a hero. He'll be a god if he shoots 66 today. Just tugged it a little bit, but you could carry the traps. Won't be too difficult from there if the lie's half decent.
On the tee from the USA, Bill Haas.
From a great American golfing family, Bill Haas, former FedEx Cup winner, but he's never finished in the top 10 of a major.
Rips one away down there. Very surprising stat that is, Doogie. I must admit, I would never have guessed that in a million years because he's so steady, so calm. He looks like the perfect temperament for a major winner.
Give us a wave, beef. And He truly did. With a striker on the first green. It's a birdie, get to 4 under. The perfect start. But oh, that was a woeful putt there. My goodness me, Steve Stricker, what are you doing there?
Birdie at the postage stamp for Rory.
You heard him say there, downhill, downwind, still can't get it there, so they're still struggling a little bit. JB, par putt at the first. Yes, very nice. Steady start.
Open champion. Wonder what Darren will have learned about his potential Ryder Cup team from this year's Open. Now there's a well-trained dog.
I can't believe she's making them sit in the puddle for a photo.
He didn't look keen, did he? So come on, let's get on with the walk. Here he goes. Now he's happy.
Yeah, close to the wonderful Isle of Arran. That's a great first putt from Steve Stricker, so this to save his par. That's what the wind's doing today. Again, not the traditional Troon wind, off the sea and into, making the front nine harder than it usually plays. Van Phillips out with us this pair. Looking forward to the day, Van.
I certainly am, Doogie. Very excited to watch this great match between Bill Haas and the crowd's clear favourite, Andrew the Beef Johnston. Haas has got 142 flag here. Good club and a half wind blowing now. Wind's just freshened the last 5 or 10 minutes. Oops.
It's really strong now. It blew his bag over. The caddy will get, he'll get a talking to getting up the fairway now. Oh dear, dear, dear.
He'll be absolutely gutted about that. That's Lance that used to caddy on the ladies' tour for a long time.
No words need to be said. He knows.
Good job. Good job he's caddying for Haas there. For a couple of other players might not have been quite so calm. So that was a result, knowing your player.
Got 7 behind it.
Andrew's not lying fantastically well here. He's got 102 to the flag. It's going to be a bit unpredictable for him, really, to judge the spin on this one. He has got a lot of green to work with,
yeah,
though.
round 120. Okay.
Oh,
yeah. Go on, B!
Shot. Go!
Excellent recovery from the Beef.
He's just loving every moment, isn't he? Great to see. Let's hope this is the final shot of the 2016 Open for Lee. No, not quite.
That was to beat his captain, who's playing in front of me. He's tied the captain and he's looking for a pick. You're going to have to beat me, son, if you want me to pick you.
71, 73, 73, 68 today. Good finish for Lee Westwood. Kiss from Emma. Let's hope the next time. He's got the claret jug in his hands.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure, he must be nervous, but he really doesn't look it at all. Nothing, no signs at all. Apart from he's just out and he's really looking forward to the challenge.
Just love his sense of humour. I think he was asked in the press conference last night whether he was looking forward to the head-to-head with Phil, and he said, aye.
They've been there before. When Mickelson won in 2013, this man was runner-up to him at Muirfield. Stenson was one shot ahead of him there as well. Mickelson shot 66 in the last round. Stenson 70. Mickelson birdied the last 4 to win the Open, beat him by 3. So that'll be in the back of Hendricks' mind. He'll know what went on that day. He'll be looking for revenge. They can't make it a personal battle yet. There's still many great players in the field can possibly catch them. It's not looking likely, but we'll keep an open mind.
Spare a thought for the starter. He's been out there something like 35 hours of tee times this week.
This looks good. Come on. Oh, that's cruel. Lovely putt from Bill Haas at the first. Solid par 4 for the American. Closest challenger for the leading 2. And the welcome onto the first tee for Phil Mickelson. A 5-time major champion, a previous Open champion.
Andy Sullivan. Birdie on 11. There's a rare bird indeed. Hen's teeth, that one is. What a birdie on 11. Well done, Andy.
Ever smiling Andy Sullivan. So there it is, the first tee at Royal Troon Golf Club and the last pair in the 2016 Open Championship, ready to do battle to win the claret jug.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep one side silent, please, and no photographs of the guys on the tee. Thank you.
Hey guys, put
This
him up, please. Thanks.
is game number 41. On the tee from the USA, Phil Mickelson.
At 46 years old, looking to become the second oldest winner ever of the Open. Old Tom Morris back in 1867. He was just slightly older, but he was born on the same day as Phil Mickelson, the 16th of June. Can you believe that? Open was held just a little bit later in the year. That's why old Tom was older.
On the tee from Sweden, Henrik Stenson.
Looking for his first major championship. He's done everything else in the game. Looking to become the first Swedish male. Plenty of fine Swedish women. Lotte Neumann, Helen Alfredsson, Annika Sorenstam 10 times. Anna Norquist recently.
Well, we're all on the course. We're on our way.
What a fascinating battle it's going to be, though, isn't it? I'm so looking forward to this. Yesterday in round 3, they were paired together on the last group, and Henrik got off to the better start. Phil came back, took the lead, and then Henrik overtook him again at the end. I think it could be nip and tuck again today.
Beef, birdie chance. This would get a real roar. And he's hit it. He's hit a good putt. He's hit a great putt. Well done, Beef. And he's milking it. Oh, you gotta love this guy. Southgate. Birdie chance over at the 12th. It's been a tricky hole all week. Just to get back to level par. Outside chance at the best. Oh, it's more than that. Beautiful. Well, they're starting to hold the putts now. Sunday afternoon at a major is always when it always starts, so we'll hope to see a lot more of that.
Brilliant for Matt. What a difference in 12 months. Schwartz now for birdie at the 4th. Well done.
Another chance for McIlroy. Good shot into 9. Tough pin today, right on the back. Chances on virtually every green. McIlroy has got another one. He's out in 32, 4 under par, 8 behind. Lovely card.
What can he do in the back 9 to set a target? Now the Beef on the 2nd.
Hang on.
I think he's okay there. Some sort of lie. He can get it on the green in 2.
Henrik Stenson 12 under, Phil Mickelson 11 under. Is it between those two, or have the others got something to say? Henrik Stenson will be first to play, 153 left into the opening hole. Jamie Spence out with the final pair, and we had a long discussion beforehand, Jamie, and we decided in the end, no umbrella.
Sun's out, Doogie. It'll be a lovely afternoon, I'm told. He's on a downslope here, Henrik. You say 153. Last time this week, really, the opening holes are into the wind, in off the right. But this downslope will help him keep the ball down to this back left flag. Good angle here for Henrik.
Desperate to set his stamp on the day here, show him what he's out for business. That's a poor one from Henrik. Either mishit it or underclubbed.
.141 left for Phil. Needs to pitch it all the way into this breeze. He won't be chasing up this green. I'm going to learn something from Henrik's ball there. It really stalled in the air.
Oh, talk about laying down a marker.
He might not even have to mark that, just go up and tap it in. What a start for Mickelson.
That's the closest of the day. We've seen every single shot in here, and amazing. Nothing phases him.
Absolutely delicious. You couldn't have asked for a better start. Stand a good two shot swings at the end of the round last night. We could have won on the first hole today. Henrik went left with a tough 2-putt from off the front of the green. Mickelson guaranteed 3. He isn't going to miss that. It's only 8 inches away.
And with perfect timing, the sun breaks through. We are expecting it to be a sunnier, dry afternoon. Still with that seaside breeze, though. Perfect.
Three of the last 5 winners of the Open have been in their 40s. Mickelson, one of them, 43. Darren Clark, Ernie Els, both these players in their 40s. Certainly not playing like they're in their 40s, more like their 20s, especially Mickelson. A schoolboy out there.
Always goes for subdued colours, Phil. Always has done. It's always blacks and browns, isn't it? You never see him in fluorescent orange. Thank goodness.
Well, that'll calm the nerves a bit when you stiff it at the first.
Did you see in Henrik's second shot, Jamie, why it come up so far short? Just a missed club? Or?
It just stalled, Sam. I think it's just a bit of a mixture of maybe a slight misjudgment and a slight mishit. He was off quite a steep downslope, so it wasn't easy. Watch him on the range, practicing with this wedge he's got with a very thick grip on it to help him with his wrist positions. He was hitting that for about 15 minutes.
How does that change his wrist position? Do you
No
know?
idea.
No,
It's got a funny grip. It's got a very thick putter grip on it. He was hitting it beautifully.
It's just a training thing, obviously.
Yeah, just a training thing, yeah. This is left to right all the way. Green's a little bit quicker today. Not easy putt, this. Left to right all the way.
Anyone that's been short of this putting surface today, we've seen putt up, they've all come up way short, and Henrik's done the same there, Jamie.
The man who was battling cancer a year ago, Matthew Southgate, fortunately fit and well, back playing again and playing very good golf. One of the great feel-good stories of this golfing season, and it's feeling even better. Brilliant. Well done, Matt. Back-to-back birdies. Now 1 under par.
Gets him up to 14th place. McIlroy's lying 5th. There's movement out there.
What do you need to get to make the top 2 think about it? 8? 9? What do you think, you two?
I don't think they're going to think about them unless they get to 10, double figures. Unless they drop a few.
Laura?
Well, if the weather stays like this, I think they'd have to, yeah, double figures at least. But if it does start blowing up and say a Rory can post over the net, if he can come back in 4, 5 under, which is a massively tall order, but if McIlroy sits there at 8 or 9, when these guys have still got a good 7, 8 holes to play, you never know.
That was more exciting, Laura. But that was brilliant. I like that.
Not the kind of putt that Henrik wanted for par on the opening hole. He's missed it. Advantage Mickelson. Absolutely brilliant approach from the American. So this is really just a tap-in birdie. And as Sam was predicting, it is a two-shot swing. And Henrik Stenson's lead didn't last too long. Phil Mickelson back at the top of the leaderboard.
Just brilliant start. It's early to hit the front, but he couldn't have asked for more, Phil.
They make their way to the second tee. Ahead on the green, Andrew Johnston. Unfortunate little kick there for Beef.
McIlroy on 10. Enormous tee shot. You have no idea how far down that is. My goodness me. Oh, it's another gorgeous iron shot. Laura.
328 yards that was, Sam. And just a mere flick and hello. If he can birdie 10, and certainly if he can birdie 11, could get really interesting.
Groan from the Johnston supporters. Bogey 5.
Just an iron for Phil. Off this second tee, Black Rock, name of this hole. There's a reef just out there in the shoreline. 250 to the bunker down the left. Just short of that would be perfect.
Softly.
Jim McCain on his bones. Long time caddy for Phil Mickelson.
Few people on the beach. Getting a free look.
There'll be no bikinis.
Hope not. A little bit of nerves here, Sam, don't you think?
Well, yeah, that was a tester for Henrik the first. Failed on both counts, second shot and the putts. It won't deter him. Sometimes it just puts your mind in focus. You know, they were one shot lead, and all of a sudden you get slapped in the face and you're one behind. It's like, okay, come on, we've got work on our hands.
Bill House just rolling that in for his par. Moving on. He started par. Rory McIlroy. This to go 5 under for the day. Oh. You can't do that. That is just unheavable. I don't think he can believe it. He's laughing, but he wants to damage himself after that. That was a poor putt, to say the least.
Well, Laura outlined the scenario. He's basically got to convert every opportunity. He's got to take every birdie chance to try to put pressure on the front two, and he's just missed that one.
It's the captain for birdie. He was taking the mickey out of himself there when he said get in. That was a poor one from Darren. A fine week for the captain, Mr. Clark.
Blue sky, white clouds, just what you want for the final afternoon. Zach Johnson missing out on his birdie opportunity at 7. So Zach stays at 3 under, 9 behind the leader, but the leader has changed. Phil Mickelson now on 12 under, Henrik Stenson on 11, and still that 6-shot gap to Bill Haas in third. Rory McIlroy climbing the leaderboard, but good chance missed at 10. Matt Southgate and Andy Sullivan, the two Englishmen, both 2 under for their final round, into the back 9 now. Francesco Molinari having a good week, and Captain Clark will be happy to see the Italian playing well this summer. Crosswind, and that's what's made it so difficult the last couple of days here at Royal Troon. Normally the prevailing wind would be behind in the front 9, or most of the front 9, and into in the way home. Hasn't been this week.
Couple of bunkers to negotiate between him and the pin here for Stenson. He's got to carry it 165 minimum. It's 170 to the flag. As you say, Dugan, that wind is coming off the coast, so he's got to hold this up. And he's got to fly it all the way.
Shot from Stenson. Fine medium iron. Back to normal.
Much better line in for Mickelson. He's 6 yards nearer the flag, 164 out the semi. That can help into the breeze, keep the ball down. Can he do it again?
Down the third hole. Andy Johnson just on the right hand, he's going to have a 158. Haas has been a bit more aggressive, he's going to have a 133. Neither taking the option of driver, because I think that wind has changed now. It's more into than across, and certainly not helping at all. Lovely shot now, chance to repair the damage from the last. And the Beef's going to like that, the crowd certainly do.
Rare Beef.
McIlroy. Leaning left down the right. Well, he's so far up there, he'll be able to maybe shove a 7-iron out of there forward, run it up close to the green.
This is the man in third, Bill Haas. Four-year-old from Charlotte, North Carolina. 6 behind the leader. 1 ahead of Johnston. Maybe not for long though.
Yeah, he just hooked that 7-iron, Mickelson, there into that wind. It just never went anywhere, and he's left himself with a shot that for normal golfers would have them shaking off a very bare lie over a bunker to a tight flag. But this is Phil Mickelson. A lot of guys have putted between those bunkers, and you can almost get a little bit of a run round the shoulder, but not for Phil. Straight at it, he'll spin this.
how did that not go in? Just extraordinary talent. I mean, Jamie called it. And I don't know how he does that, Mickelson. That was, he has a long wedge that has no bounce on it, so for these tight fairway lies, he can just slip it under the ball like that. Just gorgeous. Have another look at this. Just a little short swing. Boom. I mean, it was like there was no bunker there. Oh, how does it not go in? What a shot from Mickelson. Fantastic. Look at this strike. It just goes under the ball. There's no bounce. Normally you get a bounce there with your sand wedge and it would shoot it at least 5-6 yards further on.
Just breathtaking skill there from Phil Mickelson. A little bit reminiscent of that wonderful shot he played at Castle Stewart, remember, off his barest of bare lies in the Scottish Open.
In the playoff.
Yeah, in the playoff.
Well, if Stenson was in any doubt that he's got a fight, he now knows.
Have you picked yourself up yet, Jimmy, after that chip?
Great shot, wasn't it? There's not many could play that like that.
Not even on a Monday morning. Never mind second hole, last round of the Open Championship.
Yeah, he loves playing off this turf, doesn't he? This is right to left. Good chance for Stenson. Uphill. He can give this a nice firm wrap. Couple of balls outside the right.
I think it's important he holds this. And he has. Brilliant, Nick. Brilliant. What a day this is going to be.
Just the perfect response. Brilliant stuff.
Has birdie chances to get to 7, 5 behind. Trouble is, it's 5 behind too, and that's more difficult, a lot more difficult. Oh, and he hasn't held it. These chasers have got to start holding some putts, and we've seen Rory leaving one short in the jaws from 6 feet. That was an under-hit putt as well, so they're not making their own job any easier.
McIlroy saw his tee shot. I think he's having a go at this anyway. It's not that bad a lie. Oh, for goodness sake. Did you see where that went? That went round his left ankle. Oh, no. Oh, well.
The 11th. How much heartbreak has it caused this week? Beef for birdie. And Andrew Johnston moves into a share of third place. 2 birdies in the first 3, bogeyed the second, but he's off and running. Another short par 4 at the third. Ditch across the middle of the fairway, 280 to reach that, so again no real advantage in taking driver, although some may clear the burn and have a shorter shot in. Pin back left today on number 3.
Yeah, they both hit drivers here yesterday. The wind was much more behind them. It's just straight across here on the third. 2 bunkers down the left, which can catch a hook. They'll be aiming down the right-hand rough and let the wind bring it back into the middle of the fairway.
Straight down the middle.
Right to left win. Right to left win.
He did a huge amount for his confidence there. Stenson holding that putt after Mickelson's chip.
These two have a similar game plan all the way round, so you can see them taking the same clubs off virtually all the tees. Iron for Phil.
couldn't tell.
Almost in the fairway. First cut.
Well done. Well done.
Welcome back, James.
Third shot for Rory McIlroy. Punching it out. Oh dear.
When Mark Calcavecchia won here, he was playing with David Ferty, and he was in those bushes in 2, and he hit it to about 50 feet. And he virtually hit it on the run, hold it, missed the green left at the next, short-sighted himself, and knocked it in. Went on to win.
Sometimes it's just meant to be, isn't it? Matt Southgate, another good putt from Matt. So much support for the big man after all that he's been through. Great to see him playing good golf again. But this really is a dream to be on the leaderboard on Sunday afternoon at the Open.
Here's the beef. Par 5. That's gorgeous. It just stays there. Doesn't want to kick left. Oh, that's a nasty wee kick. You can't say anything till it stops. That is perfect for the beef. Up the par 5. You can reach from there.
Fourth shot for Rory.
Well, it won't be a bad 5, do you, will it, really, from where he was in 2?
Yeah, the problem is he can't afford them, Sam, can he? He missed a good birdie chance at the last. Now he's dropped one here. I think any slim hopes for McIlroy. Challenge for the Claret Jug is just about gone. And you always say that with some trepidation about Rory McIlroy. He can do miraculous things, but this would stretch the imagination a bit. Back to the leading pair on the third.
What do you say? Bring it. Pitch it a smidge short. Absolutely.
Right in the middle of the fairway, Henrik Stenson, and the pin is middle left. With this breeze, it's in a great spot to get close. Same yardage as the first. 153. Let's hope he hits it better than that one. Sure he will. Holdy 8 for Henrik. Straight across this breeze. Middle of the green, just hold it off. Dance it around the cup.
Rory McIlroy has holed out for bogey, incidentally. I had at 11. Good shot from Henrik. And while the leaders are still on the front 9, worth pointing out that the back 9 at Troon this week is now the hardest back 9 at an Open Championship since the last time we were at Royal Troon in 2004.
Right to left wind.
No great surprise there, but it just shows the difficulty in trying to make up ground on the back 9 here.
Well, he's coming from the best side of the first 3 holes. Obviously a game plan for Mickelson. With these flags tight to the edges. 152 for the American.
Mark James back with us. Not exactly a quiet start to the final round for these two, is it, Mark?
No, I don't think they're messing about, are they? It's some good shots. Okay. It feels to me, I was just outside, obviously, as though the teeth's gone out of the wind. I mean, it's still blowing virtually as hard as it has done all day, but it feels a little warmer and a little more manageable all of a sudden. Look at that late hit. brilliant stuff. Well, like a left-handed Hogan halfway down the downswing through impact. Modern swing. So I think these guys have actually had the best of the draw all 4 days, which is quite an achievement. It's no wonder the field's strung out.
JB Holmes. Third shot, par 5.
Oh, JB.
Oh, he's played that very well from there. Excellent shot from JB. All par so far, that for his first birdie.
This to go 3 under. Short birdie attempt for Tyrrell Hatton.
And he's now going to the 8th. And he's the only man in the field. He's birdied it every day.
And he's currently tied 6th. So yeah, absolutely. He's steaming through the field.
Oh, go left.
Hit it. Maybe it's because it was so low that it didn't really get strike.
Well, I really got into golf after that 77 Open, Nicklaus and Watson. Hopefully we're going to witness something equally as special as that. Never thought I'd see that. You must have played in that, Jess.
Do you know, I was just going to say, we've been talking about the oldest winners of an Open Championship, and in the 3rd round I played with Jerry Payton, Roberto De Vincenzo, which was not great for me. They were 2 of the sweetest swingers in the world ever at that time.
Yin and yang then.
Yes, I was having a particularly swift day on the takeaway.
Can you imagine what they thought of you?
I did no worse than I thought of myself that day, Sam, I can assure you. They were just beautiful swingers and the strike was great. Oh.
This is left to right early and then it will come back the other way at the hole.
Oh, brilliant. They're like a couple of heavyweight boxers and they just keep landing punches, don't they? Fantastic stuff. Henrik Stenson, look at the look in Bones' face. Where did that come from?
I think we can forget anyone catching these 2 now.
Just left edge here for Mickelson, which is a right way round for a left-hander.
It's an old match play situation. First in wins. Great chance for Mickelson there. Stenson knocked it in, put the pressure on him, and they missed it. Now 1 behind, and the lead is 13 under par.
Massive Open Championship crowds.
We've reduced the Open little leaderboard there to 2 people now. It's
just a birdie for Steve Stricker. That's a great pin there. See that slope with the caddies coming down? that long iron and just creeping in the right side of the pin. They'll turn right down to the whole side.
Rory once again from the long grass on 12. You do have to feel sorry for Rory and so many others who were just caught on the wrong side of the draw, as we all know what happens in Opens, but that more than anything has ended his chances of another Open Championship as JB knocks it in to stay at 5 under. Stenson, 40 years old. Tee shot at 4, first of the par 5s.
3 wood, Jamie.
Yeah, it's a surprise, Sam, isn't it? He can reach the bunkers down the left with this club. It's his go-to club, though. It's been working really well for him lately, so expect to see it a lot more today. Narrow fairway, though, with this wind off the right and the angles all against them.
Well, bunker just to the right of his ball is a 260 carry, so he can carry that with that club. That's perfect. Absolutely dead straight.
Earlier. That's fine. You got right to left switching help. Obviously, you know what you do. You keep the ball coming down in the distance, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I like
okay. It's a question of comfort for you. Right to left win.
Well, Mickelson's drive here yesterday, he had a bit of a hook, way right. Looks like it's the driver to me down here.
It is, Jamie.
Yeah, hold on. Not so easy for the left-hander with this wind coming off the right-hand side. So easy for the ball to get away from him left. So he's fighting that shot a little bit here.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect shot from Mickelson. Should be quite a long one too. Carried at 303. Yeah, it's way up past the traps. That's probably just a 5 or 6 iron in there to this par 5 for Philip Alfred Mickelson. His wife's maiden name is McBride. Scottish connections, I feel.
Ah. So Amy's got some Scottish heritage, but we can't really claim Phil, can we?
John Bradley Holmes. He's got the power to whip this way up into the air. He's cutting it in to hold it up against the breeze. Land it soft over that bunker, and it's a lovely shot.
Steve Stricker already in that bunker. Michael Roy at 12. After almost every shot, he's turning to JP as caddy and shaking his head, baffled as to what's happening today.
Bill has long birdie putt at 4th. Good effort. That for his 4th par, consecutive par.
Well, a suspect chip. We've seen people miss this left today. Oh, that's shot across the face of the hole. Pretty much ends McIlroy's charge. bogey at 11, bogey at 12. Tough course to keep attacking and get results. Just too difficult.
A chance for another birdie for Beef. Hasn't had a par yet. 3 birdies and a bogey for Andrew Johnston.
It's a fantastic start for him. Stricker in the bunker. Long bunker shot, but into the wind. This would be a piece of cake for him, really. Throw it all the way up to the hole. Yeah. Lovely shot.
Well, Matthew Southgate's knocked it on here in 2. And an uphill putt for an eagle. This to get to -3. Oh. Well, it's good effort. That'll put him -2 in 11th position. Well, he came through the field, I think it was in the Irish Open, on the back 9 of the last round, and he's played this back 9 in 3 under so far. And what a charge.
I finished 4th that week, Mark. Now assured of his card for next year, which of course was the first objective for Matt. He'd actually missed 6 of his first 7 cuts before that Irish Open. He only got in his first reserve, so that really was a career-changing week.
.266 yards for Stenson with his longest iron. You can get close here today. Flag's in a good spot. The left-hand side.
He's hit that right by the looks of it, Jamie.
Coming back, Jess.
Oh, and a good bounce. Yeah, it worked well for him. How far's Mickelson got?
237. And he's got a perfectly flat lie, which is always good on these links courses. Lots of humps and hollows.
Is the wind still staying up? I thought it might be dropping, but I'm wandering around the compound. There's a lot of shelter.
Yeah, there's no breeze in that commentary box, is there?
No rain either.
No, it's the same. I can see the flags on 18, exactly the same as when we started. You can just get in sheltered spots out here, and you think it's not blowing, but it is. And he'll use Henrik Stenson's ball as a perfect line. Aim it at that, and it should feed into the hole.
Well, he's set up for a cut. And cut it he has. Oh, lovely shot from Mickelson. These guys are coming out flushing it. That's majestic.
What a wonderful start to this final round. JB, 4-time PGA Tour winner, birdie chance at the 5th. Oh, just underneath it. Phil Mickelson, if he does go on to win today, will be recording his 50th professional win worldwide.
Very unique swing, Phil's. Huge turn for a long iron there. But what a majestic shot he's hit. Great control of his ball.
Andrew Johnston leading the battle for 3rd. That seems to be no more than a battle for 3rd. All about the top two.
Oh, Mickelson's at least going to 13 here. Stenson's 2 putts to go to 14. They're lapping the field by the 12th.
Tee shot from Johnston at 5. Well, he's made more birdies than anyone else in the field so far, and sitting next to 2 former Ryder Cup captains, you have to ask, if Andrew keeps playing as he is and keeps making the birdies he is, he wouldn't be a bad addition to the European team, would he? A man that makes those kind of birdies?
No, no, absolutely. Anyone that plays his way into the team, I think, is a great team member, and that's what he's trying to do.
It certainly helps a captain if a player thinking about being in the team performs well on this sort of stage. It's not really something he's experienced much of before, but it looks as though he was born to do it. I mean, he's just enjoying it, wandering around like it's normal, and 3 birdies in the first 4, even with a bogey. That's a tremendous start under this sort of pressure.
Well, it's a good shot. Stenson's really 266 with an iron. Get it on the front of the green. A magnificent shot from Mickelson. They're really going toe to toe out here. Let's hope it continues. Sure it will. I don't see much in this part. A little bit right to left maybe, but it's all about the pace.
Yes, as the song says, it's all about the pace.
Mm. It's the same length as the first hole, and he left that a long way short, didn't he? So let's see if he can make amends.
That's good from that range. 3 feet. Difficult to tell from the low camera.
Jay has over the back left of the 5th. Bill has. Speed, it's a good line too. Great effort there from Bill has. No par so far.
I've got this left edge, fellas. Sets up nicely for him. Just turn a fraction, that's all.
I get the feeling this one is going in. They're in the zone, these two, there's no doubt about it. Already we've seen some brilliant shots.
Eagle 3 for Phil Mickelson.
You couldn't write this, could you? Even Blight might be able to write. Just incredible stuff. Just stroked it straight in the middle, Phil.
This is for a third birdie in a row for Henrik to stay alongside his playing partner. Just wonderful golf. We've had a birdie on every hole, and of course we've had a eagle as well now from Phil Mickelson, so they're tied at the top in 14 under par, and we're only 4 holes into arguably the best head-to-head contest for an Open Championship since the epic Duel in the Sun at Turnberry all those years ago between Nicklaus and Watson.
And the Beef to get to 8 under. Comes off the left, stay up, stay up, stay up and get up. Oh, it's a good putt though, Andrew, good putt. As Hubert Green said in 77, I won the other tournament. Well, let's hope Andrew can win the other tournament here and finish third. He finished 10 shots behind Nicklaus Watson.
Rory's on 13. He's had a couple of birdies. Needs to get back on track. That's a lovely shot. Oh, yes, a beautiful shot. This long 13th. .475-yard par 4. Not helping.
We're just thinking it's about time Sergio made a move if he's going to. Got to tell you, Greg Chalmers of Australia has just tweeted, solid 85 today. Apart from the 7th, 8th, 11th, 12th, 15th, 16th, the 17th and 18th, I played pretty nicely. You've got to have a sense of humour about it.
192. Not easy to get close to this flag.
Well, another magnificent long iron from Mickelson. I was amazed by what he said to the press either last night or this morning, that he was amazed that he's still in contention after such a bad round yesterday. I mean, I thought he played brilliantly yesterday. Maybe he was trying to play mind games with Henrik. I thought he played well.
I think you're right, Sam. I think it's mind games, and I don't think he could have picked a worse person to play them with.
Absolutely.
They moved the tee up 11 yards here, stuck the flag on the front. They give you in one hand and take away with the other. But Henrik, he's got to start this just right of the front bunker here, which guards the green. You don't want to go in that. You really don't. He's got to hold one up here, Henrik. He's taking his time here, composing himself.
As you can see, it's been a tough hole today, 4th hardest, only 6 birdies.
Two good shots, solidly struck. Middle of the green, both outside birdie chances. Stenson's more so. Mickelson's got a lot of borrow on that from left to right.
This was Bill Haas's par putt just a few minutes ago on the 5th. And the first dropped shot for the American, so he now drops 2 behind Andrew Johnson in the battle for third.
That magnificent second into 13, McIlroy. Well done, Rory. Top 10, 8th. He's been doing this all year. Just seems to be every day is strewn with errors. And then you look at the end of the week and he's finished 4th, 5th, 7th.
Postage stamp for Garcia. Just a little shove. I know better person to give it a low punch than Sergio. I think he wants it to go. Lovely shot. Playing with Patrick Reed. Reed 1 over for the day so far.
Oh, 601 yards. The 6th. Not going to get very far from there.
Not the easiest stance either in that bunker he's got.
Too well to reach in 3 now.
The final round of the Open Championship here at Royal Troon. It's Henrik Stenson against Phil Mickelson. They're tied at 14 under par, 7 clear of Andrew Johnston in 3rd. Six American winners in a row. Is Phil Mickelson going to make it 7? Good open for Tony Finau on his Open debut. Matt Southgate and Andy Sullivan, the 2 Englishmen. Dustin Johnson and Jim Herman, the 2 Americans, all on 1 under. Miguel Angel Jimenez, who, like a number in the field, will be, and indeed one of my fellow commentators, will be heading up to Carnoustie for the Senior Open Championship next week. Looking forward to that very much. Always a really enjoyable week, the Senior Open. Jordan Spieth has a disappointing Open, but finishes well with a 68, as does Russell Knox with a 69.
Gladiators have reached the 5th green. Jamie is down there.
Let the games begin. I'm sitting right down behind him here. So I've got a great view, left to right all the way. He'll probably hold us.
Nearly right, he only had to hit it, it was in. A great read from Mickelson there, how wide he hit that putt. We've seen so many people miss that low right. Mickelson had it perfect. Good chance now for Stenson to take the lead again.
Interesting choice of club here for JB at the 6th.
Played it well. Very little option to do something along the ground.
Well, it's right to left most of the way this putt, then it straightens at the hole. Uphill. So he's got to hit this.
Great speed there. Just nicked the left edge. It's an awkward little one back. Only because we just saw Bill Hasman miss one exactly the same length. Henrik didn't see it.
First hole that neither of them have birdied. Both make their 3 and they remain tied at 14 under.
JB Holmes, 2 big hits to get up where he was in 2. This was birdie, right edge. And then JB, he gets it to 6 under par, 2 under today, birdied both the par 5s. And a nice start for the young American. Stricker didn't make his birdie.
Yes, 2 in a row for Garcia. He moves to 5 under.
Bunkered off the tee. This is the Beef's 3rd shot.
Fly as hard as you can now.
Fly and bounce. A little bit of a bounce. It's a fine shot.
Well, he does get to this long par 5 6th.
If I hit driver,
yes, sir.
What would I have in? What would I have left in?
You would, it would be what you'd have roughly 275 front edge.
Still deciding whether it's what hitting driver, taking the chances.
He's expecting Phil to drive it 310. Those calculations.
I don't like that, so we're going to lay it up. Right. So what do you like off the tee?
Going to play 265 for that left bunker, right to left wind. I mean, I think we basically...
We got to hit 2 iron probably right of it, huh?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It shouldn't get to the right one. Certainly the way the ground is.
Yeah, it will. It should not get to the right one. So I like 2 iron at the bleachers.
Okay, I like it.
Right to left wind. Phones away, please. Thank you.
So 265, he's got to hit it right of the left-hand bunker. Thinks he can reach that with the 2 iron.
Always an interesting insight into the thinking, though, isn't it?
Shot. Out of way. Good swing, Phil.
2 iron. Good club to have in the bag on a links course when the wind's blowing.
I think driver for Stenson.
I think you're right, Sam. I don't think Henrik can definitely get there in 2, because he can hit that 3 with second shot miles.
I like that play from Mickelson. If you're going to lay up, lay up. No point getting in these bunkers. But not for Henrik, you're right, Jess. I think he can reach, turn it right to left and use the wind, which Mickelson obviously couldn't. He'd have to have it a cut. Doesn't get this out very often, this driver, Stenson.
Top stone dead. Can't tell how far it's gone. No bunkers in sight. Probably carried it about 300.
Sergio Garcia, 9th tee, coming off a couple of birdies. Lovely swing to watch. Perfect tee shot at 9.
If you've just joined us, wherever you are around the world, you're in for a treat. The final round of the Open, Stenson and Mickelson tied at the top.
the Beef here from around 50 feet. He hit a phenomenal wood for his third shot after being right in the face of the bunker off the tee. Not much breaking this.
Excellent approach putt from the Beef. Give a tap in par. This is a couple under for the day. 3 birdies, 1 bogey, 2 pars, 7 under. Alone in 3rd place, 2 ahead of 4th.
JB Holmes at the 7th. He hits it a long way, the American. Will not be far shot.
Well, he's just missed one tiddler. This for a par at 6. No, he's just not looking with it today, Bill Haas. Never finished in the top 10 of a major.
Final hole. Matthew Southgate for a birdie. No, hasn't hit it. But it's another very good final round from the big Englishman. We're very proud of his efforts.
Perfect layout from Mickelson. Two could probably have reached the green comfortably if he'd taken the driver, but didn't fancy it. You don't fancy it, you don't have to do it. Slight upslope here, we see a great connection from Mickelson. Clean as a whistle. Slight divot because of the upslope in front of him.
Well, yesterday they both laid up into the thick rough, these two. So I think that's in their minds here. 278 to the bunker for Henrik, so there's no point risking that. He's just going to pop a long iron down there and then pitch it up to the green.
Fine there. He needed a bounce on that drive. 20 yards run on the drive. I think he'd have had a pop at it.
Steve Stricker, second into 7. Oh, this is good. Lovely shot downwind. And a lot of players bombing it past the flag here at 7, but that's well judged by the American. Now to 9 and Garcia.
Hang on.
That's an excellent shot from Garcia. Get on the top level. Looking better as we look at it.
Small target, that upper section, Sam, isn't it? He's hit this drive too far, so he's going to go the aerial route. Oh, beautifully played.
Didn't get off to the best start of his 2 weeks in Scotland. Played in the Scottish Open last week and in Inverness. Opened with an 80. Missed the cut. Different story this week as we go to 18 and the world number 1, Jason Day. Another of those players a little unlucky with the draw. Almost equidistant for their third shots, Mickelson and Stenson.
It looks like our shot, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're aggressive layups there for the two players.
Hey, Lordy, this is going to be really close.
Stenson very close to that
74
bunker.
total yards.
Mickelson equidistant as well, so he got about 80 yards for Stenson
Is
for
it?
Mickelson and
We'll just have one of them
76.
flip a tee or something. Whatever you guys.
Well, they're both saying they've got 74 yards.
Well,
Interestingly.
that's not what I made it, but
no.
Stenson's definitely nearer the hole in my opinion. He's by a sprinter as well, so he might get a drop. I doubt it.
Spin it. I swear he's got all the cool. You got to.
And the flag's just on a little shelf in this back left corner of the green.
You got the same, so we're just going to flip a coin to see who goes. You have a coin on you?
I couldn't hear you. What?
You have a coin? It's exactly the same yardage.
I don't care. Do whatever you want. The first or second doesn't matter.
Why don't they ask the rules man to make a decision?
He's right there.
David Boyle was the referee with this match.
That's what they're there for, isn't it?
First then?
No, he's told him. He's told him.
Perfect.
74?
Yes, sir.
I had a 3-yard difference, so might be trying on there a bit. You want to go first, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think you would. Stuff it in close, put the pressure on.
Once again, Mickelson's got the better angle down the right. You've got to think it's by design. He's done it every hole. I expect this one to go in a little bit lower. One bounce and spin. He could pitch it past the flag and bring it back. I'm not sure he'll do that.
That was pretty horrific by his standards, really. 5 feet from 60 yards.
We're back for Henrik Stenson's pitch, but let's go ahead to Garcia at 9. That's for 3 in a row for the Spaniard. No, not this time. Still, he gets to the turn in 33, 3 under, moves to 5 under for the championship. So definitely battling for that third place.
Excellent second shot from JB Holmes. Brilliant. It's a very good up, very aggressive tee shot. A little unlucky just to go too far. But Gray up and down for his birdie. And he goes to 7 under, 3 under on the day.
Oh, 76 all up for Henrik. He's got to carry at least 72 over this bunker on the left. More aerial route.
I don't know how you can put so much spin on such a short shot there from Stenson. That is extraordinary connection, Mark.
Absolutely. I don't know if Jamie's still within earshot. Do you know what loft that club is, Jamie?
No, but it's got plenty of spin on it. I know that.
Yes.
That was his options. It was a great shot.
About 20 feet.
Glad they changed the grooves, eh? What a fabulous contest this is. It's just utterly enthralling. Well, I'd given Sergio this one.
Garcia playing with Patrick Reed, but this is Steve Stricker for his birdie on 7. Long way back for his tee shot. Excellent birdie. As I say, Patrick Reed was out in 37. 4 behind Garcia. Stricker gets the 5 under. 9 behind.
Looking down on the 6th green, the Open Championship very much between 2 men. Henrik Stenson of Sweden and Phil Mickelson of the USA. Both 14 under par, 7 clear of Holmes and Johnston.
Relentless putting from Mickelson. So pure, the perfect pace, a great roll. A lot of players, when they hit the putts dead weight like that, the ball starts to bobble and doesn't really go at the hole. Mickelson's go at the hole at dead weight. It's uncanny how good he is.
I don't even think in his wildest dreams last night he'd have dreamt of a start like this. 4 under after 6.
No, you want to just start playing well and steady and maybe pick up a birdie here and there, but he's come out of the traps like a greyhound.
Henrik's first appearance in an Open at Royal Troon. It completes the set for him. He's played all the other Open venues. Hadn't played Royal Troon before. Could be a very memorable first visit. What a contest. Both birdie 6. Both move on to 15 under par.
McIlroy 15th. Maybe par at 14. No, he's pulled that. Front line 4 under for McIlroy, and then bogeys at 11 and 12. Back to 3 under.
The postage stamp, playing 116 today.
Lovely little shot there, low cut. It's not a shot you see a lot with a wedge, even at the very top of the game. I'm assuming a fade is his natural shot, but that was really nice and low. Impressive stuff from JB Holmes.
Going for it, Mickelson on 7, driver. Might get it just short. It's hit it left.
Oh, how lucky is that? Straight in the bushes there if it doesn't hit that poor gentleman. Very lucky for Phil there. That was a poor one. First we've seen for a couple of days.
Tell us away, please.
But he's absolutely fine, don't get me wrong. He's just got wedge into the green now. But very fortuitous.
Camera out the box, camera out the box, put it away.
Well, it's not the driver for Stenson, just the iron. It's quite a generous fairway. Humps and hollows down here. It's called Tel El Kabir, this hole. Named after a battle in Egypt in 1882. There's a golfing battle going on today. That was lucky from Mickelson, but you need a bit of luck. Bunkers right and left down here.
Straight up the middle for Stenson. Laser-like accuracy. Not bogey at the first. He didn't really hit one offline. He hasn't hit anything offline since. First sign of weakness from Mickelson off the 7th tee. As we go back to the beef.
Has to get back into third on his own. No. Didn't quite get it running at the hole. So he'll stay at 7 under, tied with JB Holmes. Massive encouragement. He's a real crowd favourite, and it's not just here in the UK. He really has made an impact in his first few appearances in the US. A real crowd favourite. Now Garcia at the 10th. Great drive. Hold on, it's not going to. Change in the box. Sam and Mark taking a break. Laura back with us, along with Dennis Hutchinson. Can't get much better than this, Laura, can you? It's just wonderful.
Oh, it's sensational. I mean, it's incredible stuff. They're both matching each other. The best two players on the course, again. JB's doing his best. A few others are trying their best, but they're not going to get anywhere near these two. They're lapping the field almost.
Well, actually, I'm just going to say, you have seen more Opens than most of us, and I don't imagine you've seen much better than this.
No, I certainly haven't, but you reminded us all of that Turnberry, that duel in the sun a little earlier, and we were both thinking that, Laura and I, while we were watching on the side. But, I mean, there are a lot of good golf going on, but what those two are doing is sensational.
Jason Day unable to add another major to his collection, but the world #1 finishes in 71, 1 over for the championship. Back to the postage stamp. Oh, and a groan of disappointment, and that's not where you want to be. Oh.
Extremely tough shot he's got there, but I'm sure he's got the game for it. Rory McIlroy. Perfect tee shot. They're all having a go at 16 today. I'm assuming the tee's gone up. I might be wrong, but they all seem to be. I've seen a lot of eagle putts. It's up 19 yards by all accounts, and really trying to have a strong finish. And this is one of their best chances because 17's tough, 18's got a back pin, so this is one of the last chances.
Phil Mickelson a little bit fortunate with his tee shot there. He's fine now. Getting a spectator, which really is all that stopped him going into those bushes.
There's always an element of luck. So there's always an element of luck, isn't there? You've got to have a little break here and there and get in the bush.
.137 left for Henrik Stenson. Perfect spot. This flag on the left. That ball of Mickelson's didn't hit anybody. It nearly hit the forward observer for the R&A. He's got a bit of meat on him, so it wouldn't have hurt.
You were a hard man.
Well, you know, Hutchie. No, you don't want to be hit with a golf ball, that's for sure. I've been hit, it's not fun. Stenson, downwind, just a gap wedge. And he's coming in from a great spot here on the right-hand side.
You've ever seen two players playing quite so well in this situation, Jamie?
It's incredible, isn't it? That's about the first time they've differed in their game plan, Laura. Stenson with the iron and Phil with the aggressive play.
Do you think he's just thinking a little bit, maybe try and get my shot in first, or is it too early for that style of match play, which this is almost turning into?
I don't know, but he did catch that right-hand bunker. He had a dip with the driver yesterday and caught that short bunker, and he did well in the end to make a 4. But, oh, this looks a bit awkward.
Got a bit of mud on the ball here. 99 yards for Phil.
Get him, Phil.
Six birdies and an eagle between them in the first 6 holes.
And Sergio going along quietly. This was third shot to the par 4, 10th, down the bank. Oh, skipped it up beautifully. Go on, no. Nope. It's such a steep bank there, it really killed the ball. He needed to pitch a little higher up the bank, so in danger of dropping a shot here. Sergio's played so nicely.
Here's the beef. He's got a good lie. Can get this up easily. Shouldn't be a problem for him. Generate a little bit of spin. Watch how he gets through it. And a little bit clumsy. Maybe not quite such a good lie, because normally they'd flip those out, spin them, and just tap them in.
Maybe got in a little too far behind us, Laura, and too much sand, and just couldn't get any check on the ball. Probably came out a little faster than he thought. He might have just been trying to run it up toward the hole.
Ahead to the 9th, J.B. Holmes, and his second.
That was a very long tee shot there, Doogie. Beautiful pitch. Stay now, just gone back to the bank.
The longest hitter on the PGA Tour, just marginally ahead of Dustin Johnson. Garcia to try to avoid dropping a shot here at 10.
No, not short.
It's been your hobby horse all week, really, Laura. A number of short putts, isn't it? It's incredible.
Yeah, it's astonishing, really, considering who we're looking at. All the best players from all over the world. And one thing in common, but the two that are putting the best and getting the ball at the hole more than anyone, I would suggest, are these two, and they've spread-eagled the field.
Yeah, and I hate to be accused again of mentioning Bobby Locke. Always, saying the greens are slower than what they're used to, but these are the top players. And they should be able to cope, and as Bobby always said, playing like it is, not how you'd like it to be. And I think that applies. You've got to accept this.
Actually, that might be a new record. That's about 7 minutes till you mentioned Bobby Locke.
I know, what can I do?
Well, one great putter to another. Right to left for Mickelson. Can't believe the scoreboard down here. 8 clear, these two. What course are they playing?
Yeah, they had a chance. A little more pace, and that was a home run. So you feel it's a wonderful start for them, and maybe we'll see. But then the examination really starts, doesn't it? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This could be a lot of fun coming up, but they're playing so beautifully.
Well, this to put a smile on Rory's face, and we haven't seen too many this week. This for an eagle at 16.
Not a bad effort. Left himself a little bit of work. There's a lot to play for these others. They can't win now. They know that. Everyone knows that. But there's a lot of money to be played for, and obviously there's a lot of points, Ryder Cup points, world rankings. So there's a lot to play for them.
And a chance for Henrik to take a step ahead again.
A little bit left to right up the hill here for Stenson. Could be nice and aggressive with this.
This round to break a fraction too much speed. Good stroke all the same. That's all you can do. Start the ball where you want to. As long as you hit it the way you want to, you won't feel bad.
I think that's right. I think he's hit it exactly on the line. Just a misread, but the stroke looks fantastic.
And they'll be loving this as well. You two guys know that. I mean, it's just that's the heat of competition. Head to head. The greatest prize of all at stake. That's a par for Andrew. Now, you don't very often make par from the greenside bunkers at the postage stamp, and he hasn't.
Come on, Rory, knock this one in for a birdie. 6th birdie of the day, a couple of drop shots at 11 and 12. There you go, so 4 on the par for the day. He was somehow just never really in it, was he?
No, a few too many mistakes and a few too many putts. He hit good putts, very good putts, but just across the edges of the hole makes this game very difficult. Doesn't matter how well you play, if you don't hole putts, you don't win.
To the postage stamp, and here's a thought. Do you think in future they're going to have to change the name of the hole? Future generations aren't going to have a clue what a postage stamp was, are they? You can't rename it the email. I mean, it's not the same, is it?
Not the same, but it's a shame that they're not going to be the most beautiful things in the world, some postage stamps.
Like to take this hole to every open, I know that. What a great hole. All you course designers out there, are you watching?
Tell him, Jamie.
116. Into off the left. 9 iron for Phil, just bunting it in.
Fabulous.
If your distance control's good and wind like this, you know you're playing well, because it is very difficult. They're making it look very easy.
Galleries at Royal Troon are absolutely engrossed in this contest.
Makes you hold your breath, though, doesn't it? These are dangerous shots being played now.
Well, he was toying with a 9 iron, but he's gone with a wedge, Stenson. So one less club. And because that means he's going to have to hit a lot harder, and he might get more spin than he wants.
Jamie, you should be a commentator. Called that one spot on. Very good. First time you've ever impressed me.
Our last look at this wonderful par 3, the Open Championship. And the postage stamp, shortest par 3 in Championship golf. And just a delight. Ahead to 9, home's for birdie.
This is coming up quite a sharp ridge. There you go. And he's got it there, I think. Oh, super effort. Got a drop shot, 3 birdies out in 33. Well played by JB. Now it's 7 under.
Well, it really is a battle for third between Holmes and Johnston, Stricker, McIlroy, Garcia and the rest. Huge gap to the leading pair. Henrik Stenson and Phil Mickelson, 15 under par, 8 clear. Disappointing day for Bill Haas, 3 over through 8 holes, and he's dropping down the leaderboard. But Tyrrell Hatton, his 5th Open, but the first one in which he's made the cut, having a very good week. Tony Finau in his first Open. To the par 3 17th, and Rory McIlroy.
.221 yards today, this one. Wind from the left. Rory, marvellous. Flag's looking a little limp there. Normally this would catch the wind across. I don't know if it's dropping off the wind, but that was a super shot, but it looked quiet.
Johnson, 9th hole from the fairway. One behind JB in the race for third.
Doogie's got his fan club now, hasn't he?
He certainly has, yeah.
Stenson for the 2.
Chance to get in the first blow. And it is match play now, of course it is. What plane?
Come.
Yes!
It's really going to be a shame, Doogie, that somebody's got to lose today.
You're so right, Hutch. Just a wonderful contest. 5th birdie of the round for Henrik Stenson. He moves to 16 under.
You just might need to get to 20 under par to win this, and that's astonishing, because if the wind is dying down a little bit, then they could actually come in and make more birdies on the way in. So this is a phenomenal thing.
It's all history, but they're making some of their own right here.
Phil said it was only when he played on this course in the 2004 Open that he finally got to grips with links golf. Before then, he tried to play his usual game. He tried to overpower it, tried to play the course a different way, and it didn't work. The light finally went on in 2004, and of course he went on to become an Open champion 9 years later. Now he's looking for a second claret jug, but this to stay alongside Stenson.
Yeah, as you said, a chance to make the first blow there, and he did. Took advantage of it. Wasn't a bad one, just a slight misread. It didn't look a bad stroke. On ahead to the 9th, and this birdie chance for Andrew Johnston. 3 birdies already, a couple of drop shots. There's a chance to get out in 34.
Really needs this to get momentum back after that drop shot on the last.
Lovely putt. Just over-redded a fraction, but nothing wrong with that. Fan club still enjoying every moment. Stays one behind JB Holmes.
Yeah, I sort of had a short chat to him on, I think on Tuesday, and he said how much he'd enjoyed playing in America in the World Golf Championships and the Open, and now here, and he just looked thoroughly at home, as you said, just a straightforward guy.
JB punching one in, trying to keep it down. Bit of spin maybe. A little bit too much. Well, that's a lovely. That would have looked really good to him when he hit that, but just a bit short.
This is Troon Hatton for a birdie at the difficult 12th, 129 yards. Back into the teeth of it. Couldn't hold a thing yesterday, but he's getting in a few this afternoon.
Very nice putt, and that's him 3 under on the day, as you can see.
Saying it just toppled in. Yeah, he hit a lot of good putts yesterday, but missed them all. Yeah, it's amazing. The boys touching hands and walking. It's quite a long walk from the 8th tee to the 9th green, but there we go. I wouldn't give that glove away, though. Are you superstitious at all like that, with balls and gloves?
A little bit, yeah. If I've just had a few birdies with the ball, I won't give it away, but if I've had a few bogeys, they can have it for sure.
That's for sure, I agree. But, you know, it's strange. It's only believes there's one birdie in the ball. It makes a birdie, tosses it out. I can't believe his dad's got a lot of lovely balls, I tell you. Well, it looks like Hendrick has selected the iron off this tee. And can, of course, you think a good play, this, Jamie?
Definitely Hutchie with those bunkers down the left. 280 to them. Once they did about 260.
Mm-hmm. What's that wind doing now?
Same as it always is. It's a little bit down off the right, mainly across. This is where the tough golf starts.
Yep. Beautiful follow from the plane up above. And everybody loves it. And so will Henry. He'll be fine there. Just off the fairway.
So you got right to left with a little bit of help. Big time. No cameras, please, folks.
You won't be able to see the flag from there, Stenson.
Yep.
His reaction was, I think he thinks he's in the longer rough, but he's actually come out. I think he'll be pleasantly surprised when he gets down there.
Yeah, he got a bit lucky there, didn't he? Same for Phil. He's managed to get it down the correct side of most of these fairways, so he should be taking dead aim at those two bunkers.
Come on, Phil! Oh, big Phil!
It's turning into a football match.
The great thing is that even though it's a European against an American, you'd imagine Stenson would have more support. I'm not sure that he does. They're both getting huge support from the galleries, Laura, aren't they?
Well, it sounds 50-50, which is extraordinary, but Phil's love wherever he plays.
Whoops.
It was a birdie attempt, but an unsuccessful one, unfortunately, for JB.
And playing alongside Steve Stricker, who's played such wonderful golf. Out in 34 today. You know, you think of yesterday's round, 17 pars, and then that horrible quadruple 8 at 15. It's just...
They haven't had a bogey between them. They've shared 5 birdies. 3 for JB, 2 for Steve.
And the difficult 12, 4, 13, 483, little chip down, third shot. Up the bank, and it's, come on then, come on, it's done better than I thought it was going to.
Such a tough hole, the 11th. You get through that without any damage, you've really done pretty well.
Lovely shot into 17th, the par 3, this for a 2 for Rory. Go on then, nope.
He's not going to win the Open for the second time, but I wouldn't be betting against him for the US PGA in a couple of weeks at Baltusrol. I don't think he's far away at all.
Just keep a drop shot off his card, Steve Stricker, for his par 10.
Lovely putt. Good pace right in the middle.
Well now, a really difficult drive here. He's got to try and fire it over those left-hand bushes up there. Left of the path you can see straight down. fairway slope, so this looks perfect. Perfect.
27-year-old, already a winner this year on the European Tour, won the Spanish Open, his first win.
On a real tough course too, Valderrama. That'll give you confidence for anywhere.
And very good. Sergio makes his 4. Good up and down from beside the wall. Like everyone else, big discrepancy between his front 9 scores and back 9 scores this week.
Keimer, par putt. Ah, good stroke. Not the week he was looking for. He's been playing pretty well coming into this and started off with that wonderful 5 under par 66 day one, but couldn't back it up. But nonetheless, a decent week.
And playing partner Francesco Molinari also round in 74 today. They both finished 3 over for the championship.
It's hardly a bad score this week. 287, I'd say. Shows it. Super golf, really. But what these guys are doing is amazing.
There's a leap of faith required here for Henrik because he can't see the flag, can't see the green. Just all he can see is the gorse in front of him, but he can see a TV tower, which is very handy. And the flag is just to the right of that in a very difficult spot. He's got 178, which is a 7-iron for Henrik Stenson. Middle of the green, I'd suggest.
Win.
Oh, asking for a little bit of help, asking for it to push it. I don't know why that was all over the flag.
A little below that little slope, I think he's got a putter. But once again, marvellous shot.
Got almost the identical putt that we just saw Beef miss, so we know that one's left lip. Phil Mickelson, what's his lie like, Jamie?
Perfect, Laura. And you can see everything from 168.
You said earlier he's hitting the right parts of the fairway, and again, he's done it.
Doesn't matter to Henrik Stenson. He's got an 8-iron here, Mickelson.
What a contest.
One bogey between them, and that was a 3-putt, so the sort of golf we're seeing in their position is astonishing, really.
Okay, Beefy Johnson up the hill into the 10th super tee shot. Just see the top of the flag there. Don't leak it right. It's such a difficult shot.
He knew he was hitting that bank down into the swale.
Sergio, I think this is a really tough drive, 12. The bush not moving too much at the moment. I'm sure that wind has dropped a little, Laura.
I think you're right. I mean, Jamie's in the thick of it, and he says it's not, but from our pictures, it certainly looks like it's dying down a little bit.
Okay, hold on to your hats. Driver for JB, and watch him. He gives this a horrible smack. Individual swing. Oh, don't drift too much. But I think that's far enough to be okay.
I think with his length, he carries that little bit of grass, that little bit of hill there. So, yeah, that's a beautiful swing. Lovely stuff.
Lovely. Oh, no pits into the bank there, otherwise it would have been miles up there.
Final hole of the 2016 Open for Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, terrific in that wind. He appeared to be coming straight downwind. They're looking at the flag, and there's no more than a wedge from 458 yards. So the wind has definitely turned a bit since earlier in the day.
Well, he was past that right-hand bunker, and I don't think I've seen anyone even attempt to go past that, so certainly he's having a go.
I was just thinking that, Laura. It seemed an awfully long way down, didn't it? Wonderfully detailed leaderboards around the golf course. I have to say, the R&A really have run a fantastic championship in every sense. I've got to say, I don't think, and I've been at a lot of Opens, I don't think I've been at one where the traffic management was just so efficient. It's been so simple to get in and out at whatever time of the day, and that's great tribute to everyone. It's been a great championship.
You can only endorse that. Come on, Jamie.
Well, I've read this both ways, so I'm going to leave it to you guys in the box.
We just saw this putt earlier, and it is just inside left. If he keeps the speed up and hits it inside left, I think he'll make it.
Oh, just had to be a fraction outside maybe, but a good attempt again, and that you'll feel fine. You know you've hit it where you want it to, and that's all you can do.
Johnson missing the green at 10. One or two players have bumped it up here, but electing to take the aerial route. Not getting the check he was looking for, though.
Well, so far below the green, it's very difficult. The ball arrives much flatter than you think it's going to. So it's difficult. Well, Mickelson with the chance to level the scores.
Nice putt to have here for Phil, putting up the hill. Just a fraction right to left. That's all it is.
It's always difficult to call a putt for a left hand, you know, you're thinking, and I'm sure he meant left to right there, because it's the way the left-handers stand. And just moved. Anyway, 2 good attempts, out 32. And this man had popped this one in to do the same.
Giving this plenty of attention, doesn't want to make any ridiculous mistakes at this stage. And any momentum over to the other man.
You can't just tap anything, and you've got to give it your full attention.
So they both make 4 at 9. They're both out on 32, 4 under par. Henrik Stenson, 1 clear. Or 1 ahead. Almost 1 up in this match play contest.
If there is a playoff, Doogie, which I mean it could easily be, what do they do? Is it 4 holes?
It's the 4-hole playoff, yeah. 1, 2, 17 and 18. I wonder if we'll need it. And there's the applause, the reception for Rory McIlroy. Not the week he dreamed of. He was on the wrong side of the draw. That caught a few of the top players. But he's battled so well, and a par for a 67 at the last, one of the best rounds of the day, and he's going to be top half dozen again in a major. As I say, keep an eye on him for the US PGA in just 2 weeks' time.
Right now we saw rather a weak pitch. This for a par 4. Not too much in it, but give it a chance. Oh, good effort.
I just announced the official attendance figure for this year's Open, 173,000 over the full week, including practice days, which I think is very much in line with expectations. And what entertainment the spectators have had.
Two extremely important tee shots coming up here for both the players, both 10 and 11. This is where you can run up a big number, so they want to be in the fairway.
Just to the left of that path. That looks perfect. Get it wind a little bit, and that should finish absolutely in the ideal spot.
That 3-wood of his does not go offline. I mean, it just goes dead straight. I'm amazing how far he hits it as well.
It does get hit, though.
What a fantastic weapon to have in the bag. Oh, 288-yard carry. Dead straight.
This scores the wind is on his chest, so get it moving from a draw for him. A slice of the others could go a long way, this 3-wood. You've got to be ready. And it's a long way up the hill there, too. If you slight miss hit, you could be in trouble. Again, beautiful.
I was watching it anxiously, but and he was right to. Yeah,
I didn't think it had gone that far.
He's absolutely nailed that. He's almost hit that too well.
I'll tell you who else will be delighted with this leaderboard, Laura and Hutch. Aberdeen Asset Management and everyone in the Scottish Open. The top 5 in the leaderboard all played last week at Castle Stewart. We're continuing the trend over the last few years where the Open winner has played in the Scottish Open the week before. It's clearly proving to be an advantage.
And how? Go on, close with the birdie, Rory. Get in there now. Just again, that speed not quite right. Stroke looked good.
I think if he'd hit every putt that speed this week, he'd be in a lot better position there. That was a really good stroke to finish with.
Well, he hit a couple of short putts, miles too hard. I thought that he missed and hooked out the hole.
Still, wonderful round of 67, and that's with a couple of bogeys at 11 and 12. And there was a spell in the front 9 when he did look as he just might be setting a target for the top 2. Obviously, that's not happened, but Rory McIlroy can be proud of his last round performance. Finishes at 4 under par, currently 6th.
That's right. That's what's the second, slightly up the hill to the 12th green, 429 yards. And a little crisp bump, like an 8-iron. Super.
That's a good shot there. That looks like a big green, that, but it really isn't. It's very narrow. So that's a beautiful shot from Garcia, from the perfect position, I might add.
This is JB Holmes with the third shot down the bank a little bit. And this at the 11th. 483 yards. It's a brute of hole. Just think about Rory. 280 would have won a lot of championships over the years, wouldn't it? Trying to visualize what he wants it to do, going with a putter. Your view of that, Laura?
Well, he might have drawn you see a little bit of yellow. That might be a dodgy little lie, so maybe that's influenced his decision. I'm surprised he's got the pin out. So if it comes flying off this surface, he can...
Go on. Well done.
The 27-year-old from the North Middlesex Club in North London. Only his second Open.
The train went by. I hope it's not too far right there, is it?
That should be all right. Go off.
No, it's beautiful.
And Beef's only other Open back in 2011 at Royal St George's, and he missed the cut.
I'm surprised he didn't back off that tee shot, because that train was hammering along anyway, JB.
And you could see it coming, Laura. It wasn't coming up from behind you, it was coming south.
It's called concentration.
What
Well,
train?
he's got some nice par there from JB, 2 putts from over the back.
Choice weather at St Andrews in the old days when the train went there. I actually played there when the train still worked, and train sheds were there way back in 54. What train? It was like 10 yards from it.
.187 left for Phil on a hanging lie. Got to be careful he doesn't ground his club here. Can move the ball. Sitting up precariously. 170 to the front.
Sounded nice and crisp. Astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. Neither one will give you.
Some of the golf we're watching is just a treat, isn't it?
As Jamie says, hanging lie, feet well above the ball. Really difficult to control this, and look at that balance. I think it's safe to say you're going to have to win this. The other guy's not going to give it to you.
And it's a wonderful illustration of swinging past your head. That head never moved. His head has been so still throughout. Let's have an M&M.
I got 150. That's definitely 930.
Well, that's how far it is. He's come up short here, Mickelson, most of the week. Not an easy shot from down there. It's a 9-9 yardage for Henrik. He might just hit a little late here. It's a shot he struggled on. He has got a little late. Yeah, he's right in between here. This is what it's all about. And there's not much breeze. It's a beautiful evening now out here. No, he's not certain, is he? It's right in between. Decisions, decisions.
How much wind is there, Jamie? Because surely he's better off if it's not too windy going with the big 9.
The flag is silent. It's just not moving at all. And down there he can't feel it as well. It's not as much as it's been all week. If he smashes a 9, he could get it there. This is a little late.
It's just too beautiful.
Yep, it was the right call. And generally speaking, you'd rather hit a hard 9 than a little late, wouldn't you? Rather hit one full out, wouldn't you?
Yeah, every time for me. If you're between and there's no if there's a lot of wind, then yeah, go with the easy one. But no wind, yeah, definitely go with the big one.
Garcia. That's for a birdie at 12.
Go on. Nah.
Final round of the 145th Open Championship. It's between two men. Henrik Stenson of Sweden looking for his first Open. Phil Mickelson looking for his second. And JB Holmes with a 2-shot lead in the tournament the rest of them are playing in. Rory McIlroy 67, low round of the day and enough to take him into the top 6. 69s from Matt Southgate and Andy Sullivan. 70s from Emiliano Grillo and Gary Woodland.
Andrew Johnson. That's his third shot. He's got a bump on the back of this wood. Looks like he's got a little bit of grass. So really drive down, pop it up in the air. There it is. Now let it roll out. Now come on. Perfectly played, lovely shot there.
The only way to better that one was to knock it in. Yeah, beautiful.
Who's going to throw the first punch here, Jamie?
Henrik, but it was close to see who was playing first. Difficult putt for Stenson to read, actually. It should go right to left. There's a little bit of a sort of a bulge between him and the cup, which just might keep it straighter than you'd think. So he's got to make his mind up here. I think it's just a touch of right to left here. The golf is just incredible. Privileged to be out here with these great players.
It's staggering, really, because you see all these other players, they're missing greens, they're struggling a little bit, and these guys just keep hitting fairways and greens and chugging along.
Yeah, the guys behind these are pretty good players as well, aren't they?
And that's the thing.
It's for a 6th birdie. Incredible.
The last 8 groups haven't made a birdie at 10. Henrik Stenson has.
You wouldn't bet against this guy, would you?
No.
Little bit of break on this for Phil, just outside the hole.
You beauty. You beauty to Harvard in blooming threes. That's fantastic, isn't it?
Well, if you'd have said to Stenson, you've got a 1-shot lead, you're going to turn in 4 under, birdie the 10th, and you're still going to be level, he wouldn't have believed a word you were saying.
It's just fantastic. Both 5 under for the day. What drama we're, I think, guaranteed over the next 8 holes. And as someone said earlier, it might have been you, Hutch, what a shame that one of these great players is going to lose out.
It's lovely that, under all this pressure, you've got Henrik Stenson walking up there, high-five in the galleries, adding to their day. You know, it's fantastic to see. You don't often see that.
Look, what about like never? J.B. Holmes, another beautiful tee shot down the 12th. There's a real meanie. 129 yards today and coming up short. I don't know, maybe if it gusts a little bit now, it makes it even more difficult for the players.
Well, JB is in 3rd place and he's 10 behind. A little disappointing.
Shades of Hubert Green in 1977. Jack Nicklaus and Tom Watson battling out the famous duel in the sun at Turnberry. This is a duel in the wind, but it's just as compelling. There you go. Hardest back 9 in the Open was here at Royal Troon 2004. It averaged 36.7. It's currently averaging 37.04. So it's the hardest back 9 in the Open for more than 12 years. And these two are making it look easy.
Well, not only are there people inside the ropes here, there's people the other side of the railway looking in. I don't blame them. And Stenson just can't shake Mickelson off. All you can see is gorse off this tee. Frightening tee shot.
Just as well, they've got our crane in the distance. Pro Tracer gives you the ball flight, going a little bit left. He's fine.
It is such a scary shot.
Really has thrown down the gauntlet once again to Phil. That makes his tee shot a lot more difficult.
It's a better wind though for Mickelson. Wind off the left. He can hold it up, he can draw it. Got to carry it 280 to carry the gorse down the right-hand side. Aggressive play here for Mickelson.
Yeah, going with the big gun. Pulling it off. That is a ripper. It's an absolute privilege to watch this lot, isn't it?
Some of the best golf I've ever seen.
Well,
let's move ahead to the 12th tee and Andrew Johnston. Beef.
It's got to move.
And drilling it
Yeah.
lowish and straight.
Nothing wrong with that. Goes here in the long par 4, 13th, 475 yards. Trying to flop it up there, and has he given it enough go? Going back into the wind, not quite. The 4 par 4s in the back line that are over 450 yards. I mean, it's a real snorter of a 9 holes.
Holmes just came up short here on 12, so he's going to have to hit a nice pitch to keep it 7 under and keep, at the moment, 2 shots ahead of 4th place. Oh, and look at that. He really is playing some great golf himself.
Well, he is, but I mean, you know, you put that combination together, great power and touch. Look out, they're always the ones that are going to give you the own. He's doing it so calmly and nicely. He's just going about his business as if it was every day.
And that wind, you can see those flags are not standing out straight now, so it is dying a little bit.
And look at the people waiting to see the finish tonight, and I think it might be one to remember forever.
Zach Johnson missed the green on this par 3, just chipping up. Doing it quite nicely, just run out a little bit, but that's not a bad effort.
Defending champion, he's played nicely. Go back to J.B. Holmes at the 12th after that lovely little chip. Let's pop this in for his par. No problem.
There you see the 2 tee shots. Stenson just in the rough. I don't think that'll be a huge factor. And Mickelson perfect.
He's slightly unsighted. The pin, but, well, Jamie, I don't think he can see the pin from where he is, Ed.
No, he can't, Archie. Got those bushes in front of him. Blind. Similar to the 9th hole earlier. Not too bad, though. Ball's below his feet. Him and Lordy have just come out to have a look. Been together a long time, these two.
Have they got anything to aim at over the back of the green? Is there a TV tower they can see? Because from our view, it doesn't look like they've got anything to use as alignment.
You've got the same view they have, Laura. They can't see anything apart from those bushes.
So what do you do now? Just pick a spot in the gorse bush and just focus on that?
And make sure you get over it, yeah.
I think he might do that, but yeah.
He's got the ball below his feet. I think he'd try and draw this one in off this light. It's a safer option with that railway wall. You can see that. Flags at the back. Wind's dying, though. It's a beautiful evening.
Yeah, we've sort of got that impression. And here again, with the ball below the feet, encourage a little movement from left to right, which he's got to avoid. Like I say, that wall is not far from the green.
It's a normal 5, aren't you?
Yeah, I picked a 5 for him here.
Can you say it's a normal 5?
209's a normal 5 these days, Archie.
I know. I wish it was for me. 2 of them I might get there. can't help holding your breath. Really, come on, up you come. It was going right at it, but well done.
You have to say, the way Mickelson's playing, that's slightly the door open, because you wouldn't have thought Hendrick's going to make that putt.
Phil Mickelson 196. He's got a 6-iron. This is the best weather we've had since Thursday.
Again, beautiful sound.
Come on. Oh, stop.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Well, Laura's absolutely right. That's a missed opportunity for Phil.
It's a tad unlucky. It looked beautiful, didn't it? Just didn't have any spin on it, which is unusual for Phil.
And he knew in the air, he knew that it was likely to be over the back, and it was only just. Ahead to 13. Garcia, this to stay at 4 under.
Yeah, not the best chip from the back of the green, leaving this par putt. Come on, pop it in. No. And is that one of those putts you feel fairly obvious right to left? The pace was wrong.
3 under for the front 9, but bogey's now at 10 and 13 on the back for Sergio. Well, Johnston at 12.
It's marvellous, isn't it?
There's a little beer stand there on the right of this green, so I think he might get some big cheers if he can roll that one in.
Okay, hold on to your hats. Here goes JB. That's long enough, I think, to be perfect. Yeah, well.
It's definitely long enough. My goodness, he's hit that one, hasn't he?
It is miles. Par 3 14th at 178 yards today. Sergio probably no more than a 6-iron. Yep, good shot.
$17 under par, 16 under par, and the next best is 10 back. Unbelievable. Rory McIlroy, round of the day so far, 67, and only the leaders on the course are better than that. Bill Haas going in the wrong direction, so too Kevin Na and Charles Schwartzel, Patrick Reed and Tony Finau down at the bottom there. Nice rounds of 69 and 70 from Southgate, Sullivan, Griot and Woodland. Lee Westwood a 68. Jordan Spieth a 68. Jason Duffner 69. And now it really is turning into a very pleasant late afternoon, early evening, just coming up to 5 o'clock in the evening here in Scotland.
Just a little bit right to left up this green for Stinson. Not a huge breaker. He just wants to keep it right side.
Few bobbles there, so a little wide, running out of steam, but did bobble along there.
Almost 200 countries worldwide watching our live pictures of this Open Championship. For those of you watching us in the Far East, in Australia and New Zealand, it's the middle of the night, and I'll bet a lot of you are staying up. You'll want to see this one. I'm sure the boss will understand in the morning.
Surprised here that Phil's hitting the bread and butter. I thought he'd just chip this over the bank and let it trundle down. A little bit of a bank in front of him. It's going to go left to right once it gets onto the green. But he's been putting most of the week when he's off the green. That's obviously a tactic he's had for the week.
Yeah, two sort of disappointing putts the way they'll be going in a way. They never really frightened the hole at all.
Well, Mickelson, he's electing to finish out. Maybe trying to put a bit of pressure on Stenson's putt, which is obviously a good 7-8 feet.
Mm. It didn't look that far away first time around either, did it?
A little bit of match play, entirely legitimate. You'd do the same, Laura.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love finishing these off, especially in this situation. Can't see him missing it. Oh, good view there. Just watch this stroke.
Yep.
Very nice.
Well, it has just been very exciting. It will remain so. You don't want to see a big mistake anywhere now, do you really? You just want to see the tussle continue. It's pulling the best possible golf out of each other. I thought he was sort of almost hole high, just misread it, but he's a good, well, 4 feet at the best, I would think. And obviously it's going to turn a bit from his right down. The speed has got to be absolutely perfect to get this one in. Want to get it inside the top right edge.
Oh.
Just not enough on it.
2 bogeys he's had today have both been 3 putts from distance, so he's hit it a bit closer. But that ties them all up at 16.
Bogeys at the first and the 11th for Henrik Stenson. 6 birdies. And this was so close. It was in, then it was out.
I wonder if that little fly had headed it out there. It was a goalkeeper in. It's an American fly, obviously, for Mickelson.
I thought it was American pie.
To the 12th birdie putt for Andrew Johnston.
That field should come from his right.
Underdone beef. Absolutely tied up at the top of the leaderboard. Both Phil Mickelson and Henrik Stenson, 16 under par. 7 holes to go on the final round of the Open.
Well, he hit this iron into the edge of the gorse yesterday down the left. And it's cutting again. It'll be okay.
It's like he bumped out into a half-decent lie, so maybe not too bad, but not what he wanted. Gives Henrik a chance to smash one down the middle again and try and wrestle back the advantage.
Yeah, honestly, this is not an easy tee shot going with the iron.
.430 yards. This 12th. You want to really get it down at about 280 if you can, but you won't get it down to that far with an iron. So conservative plays of both players here.
Another real strong swish and going straight down the fairway. Anyway, super drive, all square. I'll leave you now, and I hope you really enjoy the rest of this intriguing duel. Bye-bye, Doogie.
Thank you, Hutch. Thank you, Laura. As these two great players leave, we're joined by another two, Mark James and Sam Torrance, back with us for the closing drama, and I think we can guarantee plenty of it. Oh. Third bogey in the last 5 holes for Andrew Johnston. He's losing a little bit of impetus. He's now 3 behind JB Holmes, and 1 behind Steve Stricker.
Tyrrell Hatton. This long one for a birdie. And a shot or two now would be huge for him. Oh, come on, mate. Oh, yes, sir. Oh, that is massive for Tyrrell Hatton. Moves him up into a tie for 5th.
And the walk up the 18th for the defending champion, Zach Johnson, and a very good defence of the Claret Jug 2 by the popular American. Won on a playoff last year with Louis Oosthuizen and Mark Leishman, with Jason Day and Jordan Spieth just out of the picture. That was a fabulous open. This is a different but equally fabulous finish.
Well, a good shot from Holmes, just half a club heavy. Wind now dying away, these players can attack.
Tyrrell Hatton, 17th tee. Great birdie putt at 16. It's close to Ryder Cup place. Tyrrell, this will make a huge run towards. What a beautiful iron shot. What a gorgeous shot, Tyrrell Hatton.
Had his best finish in the European Tour just last week, second in the Scottish Open.
The Beef has moved to the 13th tee. Now he's got to produce a good finish here. That looks a pretty good line.
Mickelson once again going left at 12. He doesn't seem to have too bad a lie. Jamie, I'm sure, will tell us. Henrik Stenson in great shape, though.
Yeah, there's a fluffy odd lie here. He's going with a 6 iron. He's trying to muscle this from 200 yards.
Whoa. What he was trying to do there, it hasn't come off.
You're trying to hit a low runner. You hit them sideways, they're not going to run at all. That was a poor shot, wasn't it, Doogie?
Oh, that was right out of the blue. Just didn't expect that.
Well, Jamie said it was a fluffy line. Maybe it just snagged up unexpectedly. Do get a variance in the types of grass. Well, we've seen it from every conceivable angle now. We're none the wiser. Maybe it was just a bad shot.
A bad shot? What's that? Haven't seen many of those today, not from these two anyway.
JB Holmes. It's for birdie on 13. This to get to 8. Turn. Played very well today, JB Holmes. No bogeys, 3 birdies.
.178 left for Henrik out the middle of the fairway, and this is a 7 iron yardage. But it's back into the breeze a little bit, so he's going to have to hit all of it. And the flag's just over a ridge.
It's a safe club, wasn't it?
Sometimes you have to play the man and not the course. Mickelson, very poor shot there. Almost guaranteed to make bogey. Stenson, gorgeous strike again. Never left the flag. Move it into the breeze, as Jamie said. 25 feet, 30 left for his birdie. Not bad.
If Henrik Stenson does go on to win, he'll become the oldest first-time major champion since Darren Clark won the Open back in 2011.
Lowest winning score at Troon was 272, which was Justin Leonard 1997, which was 12 under par. Kalkavefia shot 13 under par, 289, but it was par 72 then. So the pair of them are demolishing the records at Troon, and it's been a tough week too. Easy day one, but not since then.
172 for the Beef on 13, so he's hit the drive just about 300. Should have gone a bit right with that body language. Oh, it's not. Stay there. Not too bad.
Quite rightly, Phil. Just having a stroll up to the green. How much trouble is he in, Jimmy?
He's not too bad, Doogie. It could be a lot worse. It's obviously a very fluffy line there. Bit of a risky second shot, really. It wasn't great back there. He's not too bad, but it's going to be devilishly difficult to get close with this flag just on top of a ridge. It's a very loud crowd down here. They've had some long lunches, I think.
Still now, please. Folks, just be real quiet, please. Thank you.
Good luck with that, Bones.
No cameras, please. Thank you.
I think he's going to go aerial here and just try and fly it all the way up in the air. That's what he's looking at.
Well, it's pretty safe. I don't think he had much on there, as Jamie said. We go back to 18, Miguel Angel Jimenez.
The old crowd pleaser does the business again at 18. 71, 72, 70, 71 for Miguel Angel Jimenez. He's not the winner this week, but keep an eye on him in the Senior Open next week.
That was a good putt. It's a bit of a misread. Perfect speed.
Hatton for his birdie at 17 after a beautiful long iron. This should just fade a touch for him. Ooh, well, not sure he quite got that how he wanted. For 3 though, no damage.
He's coming up a ridge here, Stenson. It's a little bit right to left and pretty slow.
Left it short on 11. Left it a bit short, not as far short on 12, but a little tester.
Final shot for the defending champion. Like every champion, he had to hand the claret jug back, and he really wanted to claim it again and defend the title, and he made a really good attempt. Well done, Zach. Can he do it again? He can. Oh, what a four from Phil Mickelson. Every time Henrik Stenson lands a punch, he comes straight back. Fabulous four from the former winner.
2 days in a row he's made 4 from nowhere on 12. Quite incredible. They're right in the middle, these putts. Unfortunately, Stenson's pretty close to the hole.
It's only the 4th hole, which there hasn't been a birdie or eagle made. Both making par at 12, 6 to go. And they're still tied at 16 under. What a fantastic day's golf.
14, JB Holmes for birdie. He's playing back with Steve Stricker. Steve's 5 under. Putt there to go 6.
.473-yard par 4, the 13th. And when there's no bunkers on a hole at Troon, you know it's a difficult hole. This in the 10th, no bunkers. Doesn't need them. Wind off the left, perfect for Mickelson. Been a nice draw down here.
And of course, I've now turned into the long, relatively straight road home.
We're going to see a mixture of his 3-wood and his driver over these closing holes. Stenson, he prefers that 3-wood. But this is the big one. Got to hit driver on this hole, and 15. They're just too long. Big wide fairway down there, though.
Gentlemen, we need to move up a little bit.
Perfect.
Get quite a bit of run up that left-hand side. He should be quite a bit nearer than Mickelson. Mickelson's came down pretty soft.
Birdie putt for Steve Stricker. And he's made it. And he moves now to within 1 of JB Holmes in the battle for 3rd.
Dustin Johnson, a lot of people's favourite this week. Did well the first couple of days, but nothing really happened. What a year he's having. Wasn't to be this week. First time he's really against Darwin Clark at St George's Hill, with it out of bounds at 14. Good steady beat for Dustin Johnson.
Round in 70, finishes 2 under and inside the top 10. It's just an astonishing leaderboard, isn't it? Stenson and Mickelson almost out of sight. Not often late on a Sunday afternoon the leader in the clubhouse is at 4 under par and the 2 leaders out in the course are 16 under par.
Not when there's only about 45 minutes difference in tee-off time, that's for sure. As the Beefs on the 14th tee.
Over it.
Terrible happen. 18th fairway. He birdied the second hole last week to get second on his own. Don't think he's going to finish second on his own, but he can get right up there. Yeah, that's fine. That's a good shot. Good chance of birdie there. 4 under par at the moment.
Leading 2 in the 13th. Mickelson first to go, which is probably an advantage in this match play contest. Get in there first, knock it in close, but pressure on your opponent.
Really not hurting too much at the moment.
I'm thinking 6. I know that we hit it over on 11, but I roasted that. I know. Was going to get up.
I think
I'd have to hold it a touch.
I like holding it.
Yeah, I like that though.
I like, you know, comfortable one of those holding it.
Off this uphill lie, I don't think I need to take anything off it though. Holding it.
Well, I can tell you he's got 192 yards, Mickelson. It's not a shot you can go long on.
Yeah, maybe just a touch.
Just a hair.
Got to keep it under the hole. He's hitting a 6 iron.
Well, I think he's going to hold it.
And the last one on the 11th went through the green. That is not a place to go.
Just cutting it a fraction. Hold it straight against what wind there is now. It's a lovely shot. 25 feet, but another pure strike. Pretty much straight at the target.
Straight across. Straight across.
Hasn't dropped a shot today, Phil Mickelson. 3 birdies and an eagle at the 4th.
He's got a jumpy lie here, Henrik Stenson. It could fly here. 183. Going with the big 7.
That's okay. He might have been a little bit scared of the flyer over the back. I was going to say it's unlikely Phil will hold, but it's actually not unlikely to hold.
Launch.
There's no other way to describe that other than magnificent.
These players have great extension, both arms straight, way through impact. No wonder they can hit it so far and straight. Beef for birdie. Looks though he's aiming for it to fade a little. Oh, good try.
Back to the 18th and the 24-year-old. Tyrrell Hatton. Establishes himself now as a regular contender on the European Tour, still looking for his first win, and this will be another huge boost to his confidence. Second last week. His 5th Open, 3rd time in a row he's qualified for the Open, and he's missed the cut every previous time. Didn't miss it this year. Well done, Tyrrell. Round in 68 in the final round. What a buzz that will be. Never experienced the weekend at an Open before. He has now, and he'll want some more.
Johnston for par. Great to see two young guys, Johnston and Hatton, doing so well. This guy's broken through. Hatton's absolutely on the verge of something big, I'm sure.
Now back to the main event.
Well, as we creep closer and closer to the clubhouse, the crowds are getting bigger and bigger. They're doubling every hole. It's something to behold. Quite a few stars and stripes out here as well, backing Phil. You're right, there's about 50-50 out here at the moment. Both putts are uphill and both putts are left to right.
Isn't it nice to see this very pleasant weather of the final holes after all the rain and wind we've had in the last couple of days? Oh, didn't need much more, did it?
Chance for Phil to take the lead now. It's been a while since I had that chance.
So this to get to 17 under and take a one-shot lead down the last 5 holes.
Said the other ball had to go right at the hole. Jamie thought it did, we thought it did, he thought it did. Fortunately for him, it didn't. Beautiful putt though. Both players totally in control of the game.
Two par 3s in the last 5 holes. This is the first of them, the 14th. And terrific that both players acknowledging the support from the spectators. Lovely atmosphere out there. Real tension, but everyone with a smile on their face as we go ahead to 16. Birdie putt for Garcia. Now tied 5th at 4 under.
Paul McGinley there. Egging him on as we go back to the 14th tee. Mickelson's honour.
Left to right for some birdie.
Well, not so easy to get close here on 14, the flag on the left. Left-hand bunker is to be avoided at all costs. You just might see the players just keep it right of the flag, but who's going to blink first?
Chart short, we had 91 through 86.
way this play.
We got a little bit more into the wind here.
Yeah, this is going to play close to that. I like it. I think it's just comfortable.
Yeah.
Hold 6. All right, I'd like to feel. Yeah, just a comfy one.
Six iron for Phil.
And a surprising bogey at this hole yesterday afternoon in round 3.
It's going to take a bit of genius, Dougie. We've seen it all day from both players. It's just going to take one bit of genius over these last 4 holes. I fancy Stenson at 16. He can reach that green with his 3-wood from the fairway. Big advantage for him coming up. But this is only 14.
Probably be able to carry the ditch, won't he, off the tee?
No.
Well, this yardage is spot on for Henrik's 7 iron. I think he needs to play between Phil's ball and the flag.
This is right at it. Oh, great iron shot. Almost over the top of the flag.
This is the 4th shot for JB Holmes at 15. He was out of bounds. There's a boundary line down the right-hand side, which he was over. Oh, goodness. That's all suddenly going horribly wrong for the American.
He's trying hard to go out of bounds again, isn't he?
Yeah.
Very expensive for JB Holmes. As we go to the beef, 15th tee. Almost a yard short of 500 yards this hole. Missed the bunkers. He obviously wants it to. It did. You never know.
Difficult to tell what a lie's like from vertically above it.
16 under par and a 9-shot lead over JB Holmes. It'll be more than that in a moment because JB's going to drop shots clearly at 15. Rory McIlroy, round of the day, a 67. Young Tyrrell Hatton, a splendid 68. They're tied for 5th at the moment. Bill Haas not having a good day. He's never had a top 10 in a major. He's now clinging on to one. Strong finish by Miguel Angel Jimenez. Grillo and Woodland making progress. Lee Westwood a 68 and Jason Duffner a 69. But nobody playing the golf that the leaders are.
Garcia on the 17th, 221 yards to the pin today.
Go, 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 go!
I think he wants it to go. Well, it's not too bad there. JB's ventured off to the right, found his ball. This is his 5th. What a shot. Well, he's going to make double somehow. I thought he was going to go for about 10 at one point.
It's going to leave Steve Stricker in 3rd place, though.
and the gap will be 10.
Yeah. Just remarkable, Mark, isn't it? Just the quality of the golf these two have played. There's no praise too high.
No, they're making the course look easy, and it isn't. And looking at the rest of the field is what the course is like, and not these two. They are just playing golf of an incredible calibre. Both got birdie putts on this 14th hole. Jamie Spencer's down there having a good rummage.
Yeah, so is Phil. He's having a look at his greens book. These incredibly complicated maps of the greens, which the modern player uses. They confuse me, plus I can't see them with my eyes. That doesn't help.
They're also £80 a time, aren't they?
That really hurts. Yeah, it's not the principle, it's the money.
Are they holeable putts, these two?
Absolutely, Jess. This is straight, I think, for Phil. Sort of holes cut in a valley, it sort of slopes front to back at the front of this green and then the other way, so he's right in the middle of that, so I think it's straight.
Strike was good, just misread it a bit.
Steve Stricker, 15th. To get to 7 under. A little aggressive, Steve.
Trying to catch the leaders. What's the prospect for Stenson holding this, Jamie?
It's a tricky one, Jess. It's just coming down the ridge here, and I looked at it and I just thought I'd dribble it at right edge and hope for the best, but it's not an easy one.
Six birdies already. What would he give for a 7th? Right here. And he's got it! Wonderful putt from Henrik Stenson, and once again he edges ahead of Phil Mickelson. 4 holes to go. Stenson by 1.
Well, they were both interviewed at length, probably last night and today, and they both said they just wanted to play and not back off, and neither of them are backing off. They're both putting together superb rounds. These two could easily produce the 2 lowest rounds of the day.
What a roar. Both 5 under for the day. They equate to 66s.
The top 3 in the leaderboard, all over 40. A good open for the experienced players. Steve Stricker's almost 50.
JD winning the French a few weeks ago. He's 46.
You two should be making a comeback.
We never left.
I'll caddy for you, Sam.
long as you only like working a couple of days.
I don't mind. Suits me fine. High wages, Sunday bag. None of those big tour bags.
4 holes to go. We should underline no Swedish male player has ever won a major. 4 Swedish women have, including Annika Sorenstam, who's only won 10.
Is this the rocket 3-wood?
It is.
Thought so. He can't reach the left bunkers with that. And that's where he'll be aiming.
.300 odd yards to the left bunkers. And Jamie absolutely right. A mere 280 with that club.
And it's just inch perfect. Just an exhibition match these two have put on the last couple of days. It's been an absolute delight to watch.
I'd say you could learn something from these two, but actually the level of natural talent is so high that most people can't do this sort of stuff.
Garcia, 17th. Four under at the moment. Has to get to 5. Will it turn? No, it didn't turn. We saw Hatton hit almost the same putt from a much shorter distance. He thought it would go left to right, actually almost went left. It's just a par for Sergio. Couple under. 4 under. Tied 5th.
Yeah, yet another good tournament in prospect for Sergio. Yeah.
Johnston missed the fairway right into quite a bad lie, couldn't quite get to the green. Put it into the left greenside trap, right up the face, so he hit quite a good bunker shot to here.
Well, it's another shot gone for Andrew Johnson. He's just steadily leaking. 4th bogey in the last 8 holes. But he's still in the top 10, currently now in 8th position with that bogey.
Top 10 automatically qualify for next year's Open, if not already exempt.
So Stenson by 1 from Mickelson. A 10-shot gap then to Stricker. Holmes, that double at 15 hanging in there, but it's tightening up. Southgate and Sullivan, a couple of Englishmen, great tournaments for them. Greo, he'll have enjoyed his taste of links. I think it was his first Open. It was. Reed's still out there. Finau, he's a prospect for an Open. Tony Finau keeps up this sort of form. Westwood battling hard to get one of those Ryder Cup places. Jason Day, world number 1. Just never quite happened for him this week. Spieth, former world number 1. Good round today, but just too little too late. Ryder Cup captain Darren Clark. A really good week's golf.
Two perfect tee shots down 15. 3-wood for Stenson, driver for Mickelson. Just 6 yards between the two of them.
Feast of golf here with these two. It's just incredible to watch. Making this course look incredibly easy. I assure you it's not. There are bunkers everywhere, the rough's up. And they're slugging it out. 214 for the tall Swede. Between a 5 and a 4, if he hits a 5, he's really got to crunch it. So he's hitting a 4 iron, which makes sense. He can hold it up into the wind. And this pin back left, he can fly it all the way.
I think compared to those scores on the caption, this is 3 or 4 strokes better, Sam. Well, that looks high and cutty. Is it going to make it and hang on? Just about makes it, just about hangs on from 214 yards. It's not a shocker.
No, 4's a great score here today. 4's a great score on 15 any day. The tension will be building between these two as they get nearer the great prize. Doesn't look like it. They look so calm and collected, but duck on top of the water scenario. There's an awful lot going on underneath.
Five yards closer, but he's going with a 5 here, Phil. He needs to really crunch this one.
Right.
Another lovely shot from Phil. Really struggling to get that there, though. I mean, knocking on 210 yards of 5 iron, even for these boys, that's a fair old hit into what breeze there is. Not that warm either. Stricker's laid up in this pair. Holmes having a cut at it.
Come on.
Well, 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 it's contagious. What a shot from JB Holmes. Just made double at 15. It was a good double, let me tell you. Is that for eagle?
Sergio laid it back a bit, short of Norman's bunker. Fair old iron shot in. Well, on the green.
Wonderful scenes. Looking down 16 there, 15th green. It's iconic, the Open Championship. Its grandstands are almost like amphitheatres as we listen to the roar for Stenson. Jamie called that dead right there, Mickelson. Be right, he said, as soon as he hit it, so he's absolutely nailed it straight at the flag, but almost a club light. But if you look at that stuff just over the back left of the pin there, that's not the place to hit it, so.
Thing is, Sam, they hit the ball the same distance, these two. That helps you. And he's pacing this off here, Phil, to the green. He's still making notes, even at this stage. Hope we come back here soon. This is one of the best.
Isn't it though? Every aspect about it has been fantastic. The tented village, where it is, the location of the compound, car park, the job they've done on the traffic has just been quite phenomenal. I know Dougie mentioned it earlier, but it really is astonishing. If you think of any Opens you've been to, what the traffic's normally like, St George's, Lytham, Birkdale, it can be very, very difficult to get in and out, but here they've organised it so well. Well done to the Ayrshire Constabulary. This will be a nice one to hold, Iggy.
Not Not bad timing. You hate to jinx it by mentioning the words playoff, but the 4-hole playoff was first used here at Royal Troon in 1989. Best way to settle a tie in a major, I think. Fairest way. Let's hope we don't need it.
Go on, go on, go on, go on! Oh, what a putt, Henrik Stenson! Oh, this, what a day, my goodness me. Send me some oxygen. Just magnificent, what class, what a putt to hole at this time.
And hardly a twitch of a smile, but inside he must be celebrating like you wouldn't believe. What a putt. Back-to-back birdies, 18 under. Now there's a bit of pressure on Mickelson.
Let's have another look at this. Huge long putt, 40 feet, 45 feet. The speed was always there, it was always going towards it, and then it just went in. Oh my goodness, look at that face. Yes.
Oh goodness, match play golf. Can't beat it.
This is about a cup left to right for Phil, putting up the green.
He can't, Jamie, can he?
He can.
Great attempt, he was never going to be short. Oh, what a blow to strike. Henrik Stenson. Birdie at 15 from all of 40 feet. That's going to be a 2-shot lead. Assuming that Phil knocks this one in, which I'm sure he will. Two-shot lead with 3 to play and the advantage at the par 5 16th. Looking good for Henrik Stenson. But we're taking nothing for granted. These two have just thrown wonderful golf shots at each other all day. It's been a joy to watch. It's not over yet. The old cliche never applied more appropriately.
Watch the crowd on the grandstand.
He's done everything else in the game. All he had to do was to win a major. 2 clear, 3 to go.
You have to feel a bit for poor Phil. 5 under par on the day. He's lost ground.
Well, they pushed the tee up here today, 19 yards. That means it's only 275.
We'll be back to Jamie in a moment as JB hits to 17. 221 yards.
It's left, Jess, I'm afraid.
It is indeed. Short-sided himself.
Just an iron for Stenson. To catch the fairway. And have his 3-wood in his hand. Perfection. Ditch just left of where that man in the red jacket is. About 25 yards short of it. Couldn't really have gone with much more club, Jamie.
Phil's got to gamble, Sam, hasn't he? He's got to get as close as he can to that ditch. It's 275.
He's got an iron out, Jamie.
Yeah, well, I think his 3-wood's too much, so he's going to have to really hit a flusher here. And he'll leave him about 280 if it's a really good one to get to the green. He can get there in 2.
Well, they're both going to probably have something in the region of 250 something to the front, so they can reach. It's a fair old distance. You want to start hitting wides, and it's easily done from that distance.
The 18th and Sergio Garcia for a closing birdie. Long way away though. Again, one of the most popular players in the field. A lot of support for Sergio this week. Listen to the roar of this. Goes in. .69 to finish for Sergio Garcia. Tied for 5th at 4 under par along with Rory McIlroy and Tyrrell Hatton. Well, he's been on that list of best players not to win a major along with Lee Westwood for a long time. Henrik Stenson's been in that list too, but he might be about to come off it. Here's how it looks. Stenson 18 under, Mickelson 16 under, and the rest are so far behind you can hardly see them. Steve Stricker at 7 under, winning the battle for 3rd. JB Holmes coming back well after that double bogey at 15, but he's 2 behind his countryman. Sorry, 1 behind his countryman. And it's McIlroy, Hatton and Garcia at 4 under. Big beef Andrew Johnston. 2 over for the round now. Bill has 3rd at the start of the day. Now back in 9th. 4 over for the round.
Oh, goodness, that was straight right off the club head. Ooh.
Both playing up short of the barn. And both 279 to go.
As you can see, just out of the left to right.
Well, Mickelson can reach, but he needs to. 264 to the front of the green, as Doogie says. 279 all up. There's a bunker that guards the pin, so he's going to have to keep it to the left of that. Breeze is almost gone.
Come on, come on.
Well, we didn't expect anything else. Just a 25-foot of an eagle for Mr. Mickelson, who's 2 behind. Pressure's back on Stenson.
Over to you, Henrik. Same yardage, same club.
Should be plenty of club for Stenson this. I'm guessing he'll take it in from left to right. Looking for his 9th birdie of the day. Oh, that's left though.
Oh dear.
not as bad as it looks. He's got the whole green to play with. Certainly doesn't look as good as Phil Mickelson's. What a wonderful shot from Phil.
He just held on to that one a little bit, didn't he? Pulled it left slightly. Ahead at 17, the par 3. Steve Stricker missing the green left. Oh no, it's coming back to his feet.
Stricker at 7 under, alone in third. JB Holmes, even with his OB at 15, is very close behind him. One shot.
Lovely to see Phil still taking the time to acknowledge the comments and the encouragement from the crowd. Just terrific. So Mickelson will have a putt for eagle. And you wouldn't bet against him holding it. Not in the light of everything else that's happened today.
He's bumping this one into the bank. Got to stop. Well, that was very clumsy. He's doing his best not to finish third.
JB Holmes is down there as well. He's 6 under. He's 7 under, looking like double back to 5. JB Holmes bogeys it. He'll be 5. They both will be on their own in third. Just the 13 behind the leader.
It was a 10-shot margin in 77, the Jewel in the Sun, wasn't it, when Hubert Green won the other tournament? It's going to be more than that here, I think.
He's got a lovely lie. Look at that. You can see right in behind the ball.
Down grain as well, isn't it, Sam? He's been fortunate there.
Well, at least he's got the grass with him, Henrik. It's pretty heavy, though, the lie, but he hasn't got to go over the bunker. That helps him. He could run it out. I think he'll play the lofted sandwich and just lob it onto the green and let it release up to the flag.
How near do you think he'll get it, Jamie?
Well, not being a gambler, I'm going to say he's going to get it to 8 feet.
Yeah, I think that's a... It shouldn't be outside that. It's uphill, sort of past the flag and to the right.
I think 3 feet.
Yeah, I think somewhere between the two. It's not that difficult a shot, even as he's clambering through knee-high rough.
Good shot, yeah.
These guys are extremely good at these sort of shots.
He asked that to kick hard. He thought that was going to be short of the hole. It's not. It ran on maybe 5 feet past, 6 feet past. Gorgeous shot though. It did not miss the hole by much. 4 feet probably. A tickler off the left edge. Different angle to see it here.
Kick hard.
Kick hard, you heard him say it. Well, it did, Henrik. Gorgeous, just gorgeous.
You're pretty close to 3 feet, Sam. Looked further from the other camera. But yeah, 3 feet might be between 3 and 4, but overall pretty darn good. Now the question is this holeable, Jamie?
Definitely. There's a rule though, never gamble with torrents. As I've learned to my cost.
You are absolutely right. Before you know it, you've lost a whole heap of cash.
Dead straight, this up the hill. He'll will really fancy this. Mickelson.
You could hear a pin drop out there right now.
Oh no!
Goodness gracious me!
How close can it be?
Sorry, I miscalled that. I thought it was falling in the front edge, Diggy. Did you not? How did it not?
That looked all the way. A little bit like his putt for the 62 on Thursday night.
That's amazing because it jumped quite high quite early in its roll and kind of looked as though he meant it all to happen.
Oh, let's have another look at this. An eagle putt for Phil Mickelson to get alongside Stenson, at least for a moment. Stenson still with a birdie putt to come, and here it's in.
I mean, 2 feet short of the hole, the ball is 3 inches right of the hole and it misses left from his view. But valiant attempt, valiant attempt. It leaves Stenson with a 3.5, 4 footer. 2 up, 2 to play.
It was close. Oof. So now Stenson has this to retain his 2-shot lead with only 2 to play.
This is a big putt. If he holds this, Mickelson's got to make something happen, and it's quite difficult on the last 2 holes here at Troon. But if he misses it, it's 1 shot is nothing. It's a mistake or a birdie.
No mistakes there. Magnificent Henrik Stenson, 19 under par, the lowest score ever shot in an Open, and that was on a par 72. This is a par 71.
9th birdie of the day for Stenson. 4 birdies and an eagle for Mickelson, no bogeys. What a show from these two. It's truly mind-blowing.
But Stenson now has 1 birdie for the lowest score ever in a major. He's now on 63 at 8 under for the day. I mean, to do that in the last round of an Open. Is he 7 under? I thought he was 9 birdies, 1 bogey.
2 bogeys.
2 bogeys, he did 2-3 putts. Sorry.
Hey,
he'll probably birdie the last 2.
I was going to say, would you bet against him birdieing 17 and 18? But this has just been world-class golf. It's world-class sport. I don't care, even if you don't like golf very much, you cannot help but be captivated by this. This was just a couple of moments ago. Steve Stricker trying to get away with a bogey at 17. But it's a double, and he drops to 5 under, and he's behind JB Holmes again. Holmes 3rd, Stricker 4th at 6 and 5 under respectively. Unbelievable. 9 birdies in 16 holes for Henrik Stenson, and a 2-shot lead with 2 to play over Phil Mickelson. One of the all-time great contests in the final round of a major championship. JB Holmes winning the other tournament at the moment. But the other good scores today, 67 admittedly from Rory McIlroy, but 68, 69, 70s. These two both on course for 64, 65 or better. Disappointing finish for Tony Finau in his first Open. Big American shooting a 74 today, still top 20 though. Darren Clark a 70. Padraig Harrington, 2-time champion, finishes with a 72. Martin Keimer and Francesco Molinari playing together, both 74. Not really been Adam Scott's week. 71 finishes down the field. Ricky Fowler never really in it again. One of those players that just got unlucky with the draw, had to play in the worst of the conditions. Matt Kuchar was in the picture for a while, but falling away at the weekend.
Hey guys, phones away now, please.
And Danny Willett, the Masters champion, never threatened to add another major. So 2 to go, the par 3 17th and the long par 4 18th. 2-shot lead for Stenson.
Well, it's 221 today. Can't go left. That flag is cut really tight to that left and it falls away that side. Stenson's going with a 4-iron. He's going to be pumped up.
Much wind into his face, Jamie?
Very little now, Jess. It's just off the left, but hardly a breath.
Well, it should be plenty of club for him, a 4-iron. So, yeah, pumped up. To make sure he doesn't rip it over the back.
Come on.
What can you say? As good as it gets. Poor Phil.
I'm going to give up golf after watching this.
You were advised to anyway.
Well, Phil's going with the same club, 4-iron. Get inside that, Phil.
You know, he just might. No, missed the green. And down the slope. And further down the slope. And now it is looking awfully good.
That makes a massive. Sorry, Doogie. That makes a massive difference trickling down that slope. You sort of putt from the front. It's not too difficult to two-putt. But from down there, that's a really tough up and down.
Stenson just got a little glimpse of the trophy there as he came off that tee in his head. He'll quickly block it out and get back to the job in hand, finish it off, but he's so close he can smell it. What a shot this one. Look at that shot. Under this pressure, 200 and odd yards, 4-iron, just out of this world.
And you know what, Sam? The 62 might just be on now. Unbelievable. I think we all suspected it was a 2-horse race. No one was going to make a run at them. I don't think anybody thought they would both play such magnificent golf and to be lapping the rest of the field. Well, in normal circumstances, you'd be giving Henrik Stenson the claret jug, but these are not normal circumstances, and given what we've seen already today, who knows what might yet happen. But it's looking awfully good now for the first Swedish male major champion.
Well, Phil's got a good lie here. But not much green to work with. He's looking at the bank. He bumped it into the bank the other day.
We just watched Stricker down here, Jamie. He tried to float the first one, came back to his feet and then bumped it into the bank, knocked it about 18 feet past, so it's not easy.
Yeah, it's just what you fancy, isn't it, Sam?
But the hard thing here is you've got to hit it hard enough to get up the hill. He can't possibly let it come back to his feet. So he's got to hit it hard enough to get up and reach the hole. So.
And it's a bit fluffy up that bank, so if he plays that shot, which I think he's going for, he's going to have to be quite firm here.
He's got a lot of loft, so he's going to have a lot of spin on it when it hits. Too much.
And here is Stricker, the 18th birdie putt. Shot behind JB Holmes, who he's playing with for the. Oh, no. Should be a safe par for Stricker. Great tournament for the 47-year-old Stricker. 49, sorry, yeah. He's getting older by the minute.
Yeah, I think pretty much Champions Tour very early next year.
How quickly this has changed the last 10 minutes.
Oh.
It looks certain to be a playoff 20 minutes ago, and then incredible birdie from Stenson, and a shot at 17, and now Phil's struggling for par.
And you wonder whether it's the realisation is just beginning to dawn on Phil Mickelson. It's gone, that not really much he can do now. At best he's going to make par here. Stenson with a very makeable putt for birdie.
Yes, I think Phil has to sense here that things are done.
Well, he has to hold, and obviously Stenson has to miss. 2 shots is not over. 3's very comfortable. 4's a mile.
You just can't be surprised, can you? No praise too high for Phil Mickelson. He makes his par. Stenson now all over the putt for a 3-shot lead. Let's nip ahead to 18. JB Holmes. That's good enough though for 3rd place. The man from Kentucky. It's his 8th Open Championship. It's only the 3rd time he's made the cut. And he's going to finish best of the rest.
This to win the Open.
Great effort, just turned away at the last second. So it's a 2-shot lead coming down the last. It could have been more, it isn't. Brave putt from Phil Mickelson, brave putt.
Problem with 18 for Phil is that Henrik can hit it towards that right-hand trap, and it's really quite a big target. Just hit it up there, 280 with his 3-wood, and not a particularly small green either.
And Steve Stricker at the age of 49 finishes with a 69 and 4th in the Open. Well, it's what you dream of, a 2-shot lead on the 72nd tee in the Open Championship.
You know, I was always dreaming of being 7 ahead, Dougie, just to make sure.
And you were never greedy.
I was never certain.
That wonderful line of yours and all those dreams and all the Opens that you won. The same man was second every time.
Jack Nicklaus.
Well, this man has been one of the stars of the Open. Andrew Johnson got his first win in the European Tour just a couple of months ago in the Spanish Open. And now he's become a real cult figure in the US. They love him in the States. And well, we've heard how many fans he's got in this country now. Look for a lot more fun with Andrew Johnson in the years to come.
Quite a small teeing area here.
Away. Thank you, please.
And with Mickelson left-handed and Stenson being right-handed, they're on opposite sides of the tee. Get a wee bit cramped when the man's over the ball.
What a scene down the 18th. Stands are packed. Got to be pretty emotional for Stenson. He's going to have to keep his emotions in check for 10 minutes. He's got a job to do. And there's some bunkers down here waiting. Can't reach the one down the right. I'm got to presume he's got the 3-wood, fellas.
He has, Jamie. And very unusually, his last one with this was a big hook at 16. You can't hear me, so I'm not planting a seed of doubt.
You're right, though. There's quite a bit of room down the right-hand side, and that's what he'll be thinking. Just hit that right-hand bunker. Easy, isn't it?
As usual, all the way round there's been bones on one side and Lordy the other. It is a bit claustrophobic on these tees. Absolutely beautiful.
No, he's not done a Greg Norman. Oh, he very nearly did a Greg Norman. Greg drove into that bunker in 1989.
He doesn't know. It just finished on a wee day. He doesn't know that it's short. He's not certain it's short, but it is, Henrik. It's absolutely magnificent. What a distance he's hit that, Doogie.
How did it keep running? We haven't seen anything go far up there.
Fabulous drive from Phil.
It's a good 40 yards behind Henrik's ball.
That was just pure adrenaline. It can't be anything else. It just never stopped running.
The three of us, I turned around, the three of us were just looking at the screen with our mouths wide open. We couldn't believe where the ball was going. It looked like it was actually good. Have another look here. It looks like it's going to go in at the very last second.
310 yards to this bunker, and he's at 3-wood. Pitched it about 270.
What's that? A foot? 18 inches?
Pretty much.
Oh.
It's the nicest bit of real estate he's ever seen in his life.
Just astonishing. And the engraver, Gary Harvey, former pro himself. His dad Alex did the job for many, many years. Gary played the European Tour, and he will now be setting about his business. He won't be putting Henrik's name on it yet. He'll be putting Royal Troon 2016.
He could go backwards, couldn't he? Because he could start with an N and then an O.
You need to start the N and O for Mickelson much further to the right.
I'd just space him out a bit.
Come on, Beef. Listen to the roar of the hills. Oh, how could you let the people down? What a day for the 27-year-old Londoner, Andrew Johnston. Beef. 73 for Johnson, 75 for playing partner Bill Haas, who drops from 3rd to 9th, still his first top 10 in a major. They'll finish 8th and 9th respectively. Well, it's just remarkable. Phil Mickelson, starting the day 1 off the lead, is 6 under par. And it's not going to be enough.
He's lost ground.
Well, he's 2 shots better than anyone else in the field. And he's lost ground on the leader. It's extraordinary. Let's listen to this. Funny enough, that second showing of Henrik Stenson, it looked more like it was going into that bunker. It seemed to be travelling faster from that overhead camera. His wife Emma, there from Sweden, but they met in America in university. Married 10 years later.
Between 7 and 8.
Yes, but I really don't see us. Yeah,
it's an already getting. I kind of like Pell's in a 7.
Exactly.
186 left for Phil. He'll be going straight at it. And if anything, the wind's helping him now. Off the left, flag's tight right.
Well, I think he needs to hold it. At least we haven't had to wait for Bones to go up and tend the pin. That did happen in the Irish Open one year. Well, not with Bones, but... Okay, duffed that.
I think the stuffing's been knocked out of him, to be honest. He's taking blow after blow after blow from Henrik Stenson today. He's parried most of them, but in the end, Swede has his opportunity.
Yeah, the birdie at 14, the monster putt at 15, the birdie at 16 from the rough. Ah, just astonishing.
.154, and he's got the wedge. There's no way he's going along here, fellas.
No, not without a bounce behind.
Click again.
And now he really can relax. Even Phil the magician can't do anything about that. And Sweden at last has a male major champion, Henrik Stenson, on his first visit to Royal Troon. Take it all in, Henrik. There are some wonderful arenas around the 18th hole in the world of golf, but for me there's nothing quite like the 18th at the Open.
It's an amazing feeling walking up the last hole of the Open. It's bigger now than it ever has been. The size of the grandstands, the numbers of people.
You get goosebumps in your arms like eggs.
Yeah.
And even if Mickelson holds, Stenson will have 2 putts for the Open, which is not a gimme. He still probably won't want Phil to hold this, I can assure you.
We've seen no one come close to holding from here, I don't think. Everyone's missed left. And Phil's a little further away than most. But on the other hand, he's putted about as well as anyone in the field.
He's a bit better than most. Well, it has to go in. Last chance for Phil.
What a putt. Absolutely on line. If he'd hit it, he'd hold it. Brilliant. Just rolling it up to make sure a second.
No bogeys, no fives, 66. Five, 6 under.
No praise is too high for Phil Mickelson. What a wonderful ambassador for the game of golf. The only consolation is that at least he has a claret jug. He's been an Open champion. Gosh, we've been privileged to watch this today, haven't we?
We certainly have. Don't think I've seen two players play like this since the duel in the sun in '77. You sometimes get one do it, but two.
Well, this to break the all-time record. 19 under's the record, this for 20.
And he has! Not only is Henrik Stenson the Open champion, it's the lowest score anyone has ever made in the Open. 20 under par. What a performance. A round of 63 with 4 birdies in the last 5 holes. He took everything Phil Mickelson could throw at him, and on the day he was just too good. What a day's golf. What a performance. What a winner.
Do you want to buy a plane? A beautiful moment.
Now, 77 was my first Open, first one I ever attended at Turnberry, the Jewel in the Sun. And I must admit, I never thought I'd ever see a better head-to-head battle than I did that year. But we just have.
So proud of you.
Lowest total? Dougie, lowest final round?
He got them all, and now Graver can complete the job. Henrik Stenson. Fourth consecutive time that the Troon Open winner has been winning a major for the first time. Mark Calcavecchia, Justin Leonard, Todd Hamilton, and now Henrik Stenson. So there it is, the final leaderboard. Henrik Stenson, unbelievable. A 63, the lowest round to win an Open and the lowest total to win an Open. 20 under par. And he wins by 2 from Phil Mickelson. with the rest a long, long way back. JB Holmes is third, Steve Stricker is fourth, and the long run of American success at Troon finally comes to an end. Well, he's always been a hugely popular character in the European Tour and indeed all over the world, and his fellow players will be delighted for him, obviously, and they'll be lost in admiration with the golf that he's played today. It really has been utterly breathtaking. Matt Southgate there, one of the first to greet him. He's already won his major, beating cancer and getting back on tour and finishing inside the top 12. Andy Sullivan also broke 70 today. Miguel Angel Jimenez will now head up to Carnoustie for the Senior Open Championship. Lee Westwood finishes strongly with a 68. Jason Duffner a 69. Jordan Spieth at the bottom there, 68. Jason Day, the world #1, an even par 71. He finishes 1 over par, and the evergreen Tongchai Jaidi, another 46-year-old, 71 for 1 over. $69 for Russell Knox, 70 for Darren Clark, the Ryder Cup captain, outscoring many of his potential team members. Roderick Harrington, 2-time champion. Martin Keimer. Ricky Fowler a 73 to finish 6 over. Danny Willett, the Masters champion, never really threatened to add the Open. He'll have plenty more chances. Mark Leishman, who was in the playoff last year when Zach Johnson won. Mark O'Meara, the oldest man in the field, 59 years old. A 73 for 10 over. Graham McDowell, 10 over. Paul Lawrie, 10 over. Marco Dawson, the defending Senior Open champion, made the cut, played all 4 rounds, finished with a 74. Not such good days for all those players towards the back of the field. Colin Montgomery achieved his ambition. He just wanted to qualify, to play the Open on his home course, and to play all 4 rounds. He did that. And Greg Chalmers of Australia brings up the rear after a disappointing 85. So Henrik Stenson, 20 under par, and alongside me, Mark James. Well, we're just absolutely stunned by the quality of the golf we've seen.
Totally stunned. The way Henrik finished is ridiculous. The shots he hit right through the round, and to be honest, Phil was pretty much up with him. Henrik holed more putts, I think, than Phil today, but there was very little in it. Just incredible stuff. 63 and 65 from these two. Under pressure, leading the Open. 2 lowest rounds of the day, comprehensively.
The first hug for caddy Gareth Lord. Look at his reaction when the ball drops.
I think 15 was the killer blow. That putt from off the green when Phil was inside him.
Yes, that was pretty cruel to Phil, that one, wasn't it? And then 14 was the sort of icing on top.
Well, for most of the day, he seemed to have the edge. He just went edge ahead of Phil, and every time Phil came back at him, you wonder whether it isn't going to happen, but it did wonderfully and in record-breaking fashion.
Birdies on 14, 15, 16 and 18. What a way to finish. These two will remember this week for a long time.
Well, Phil did it to him at Muirfield, didn't he? Birdied the last 4.
Yeah.
To beat Henrik by 3.
And how appropriate they should walk off arm in arm.
Back in 31, Stenson must have been the lowest back 9 of the week.
There's nothing quite like it, the Open Championship, and whatever the weather throws at us, it's just a unique golf major. It's a unique sporting event. And having suffered in the wind and the rain, how nice that the back 9 for the leaders was played in lovely conditions. Well done, Henrik. We'll see you at Royal Birkdale 2017 for the 146th
party.
Open Championship.
The presentation will commence in a few short moments to a worldwide television audience.
These iconic yellow scoreboards are as much a part of the Open as the golf course is. So the R&A officials, the Royal Troon Golf Club, and how well they've hosted us. Committee all taking their place. So it's almost time to greet the champion golfer of the year.
No silver medal, of course, this year. No amateur made the cut.
Yes, that's true. So it'll be a slightly shorter ceremony, but always an enjoyable one. Let's wait for the presentation of the claret jug to our champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my championship committee, I welcome you all to the prize presentation for the 145th Open Championship. Over 4 days, the players have endured everything that the west coast of Scotland's changeable climate can throw at them. From the idyllic first day to the monsoon conditions of Friday afternoon and the unrelenting weekend winds. Despite this, the players have managed to produce the most impressive standard of golf, epitomised by the battle that has been contested at the top of the leaderboard between Henrik Stenson and Phil Mickelson. Outstanding. To allow our top players to perform on the best stage, it is necessary to provide a world-class golf course. Exceptional talent, expertise and fortitude are required to deliver the links in such pristine condition. And congratulations go to Billy McLaughlin, course manager, his greenkeeping team, and to Richard Windows of STRI for achieving this, often at the very early hour of 4:30 a.m. Well done, Billy. Our co-hosts this week, Royal Troon and the Ladies Golf Club Troon, have in so many different ways done more than we could have hoped to support this championship. I am sure you will be delighted to get your courses back, hopefully before this summer, or as winter ends. No Open can be completed without the support of our partners, many volunteers, and the hugely talented and enthusiastic R&A staff. I thank you all. Finally, I want to congratulate you, the spectators. Your knowledge, applause, and unceasing resilience provide the arena for these players to perform in. You are crucial to the success of the Open, and I thank you all. I will now ask Martin Slumbers to announce the prize winners and Martin Chain, captain of the Royal Troon Golf Club, to present the trophy. Martin.
Thank you, Peter. Ladies and gentlemen, the runner-up and winner of the Silver Salver, Phil Mickelson. With a score of 264, the winner of the gold medal and the champion golfer of the year is Henrik Stenson.
Thank you very much. Wow, this will take a little while to sink in. We just finished, so I'm just still a little bit, trying to find my bearings here. I want to firstly thank Phil for a fantastic battle. Seems like in the end it was not going to be anywhere else than between the two of us, and we played some great golf, and obviously delighted to come out on top this time, but thank you very much for a great fight. There's a lot of people to thank, and I want to thank my wife, my family, my team, for all the support and all the hard work to make this possible. I want to thank the fans, the RNA, and my caddy, Gareth Lord, in particular. And I lost a dear friend on Wednesday morning back in the States with a battle against cancer for a few years. And I feel like he's been with me all week. He was a keen golfer. Mike, this one's for you. Yeah, I think we'll leave it like that. And I hope to see you all next year at Birkdale. Thanks for your support and safe travels home.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your support this week. Travel home safely. Now please welcome your champion golfer of the year, Henrik Stenson.
Well, the Open is always such a special week, but I think this week we've been particularly privileged. I don't think we'll see such a battle for the claret jug as we've seen today for a very long time. It's right up there with the famous duel in the sun between Jack Nicklaus and Tom Watson in 1977 at Turnberry. But even that didn't end with the winner shooting a 63 for a record-winning total of 20 under par on a tough golf course. And you have to feel for Phil. I mean, 17 under par, 6 under par today, and it still wasn't enough. They both played the most wonderful golf, and the gap between second and third was 11 shots, even more than it was back in '77. I mean, it's trite to say a popular winner, but Henrik is a hugely popular figure on the European Tour and around the world, Mark, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's huge in all over the world, in the world of golf, obviously. But I think it's among his peers. He's, you know, you realise how popular he is. Everybody likes Henrik. He's a man he's a very funny guy. I mean, a lot of people have a good sense of humour, but he's a funny guy as well, and the players love him. So to watch him take this championship is a real thrill for anybody who knows him. He is an amazing player. Hits the ball straight, high, long, but above all today he showed he has the nerve to win any event in the world. And you know, he found himself at age 40 winning this one. He could pick a few more up in the next 5 years, no question.
And like so many successful golfers, it's not been all ups. There's been some downs as well. There was a while back in the early 2000s when Henrik had plummeted down the rankings. He'd lost his game. A lot of credit is clearly due to all his support team, particularly Pete Cowan, who's been his coach for a long time. He'll be absolutely thrilled. After Henrik missed the cut in the US Open, Pete sat him down and gave him quite a talking to. It was Henrik who said that. He gave me a roasting for the way I'd played and my attitude, and it's obviously done the trick. That was the winning putt, the putt which allowed him to win by 3 shots. And who would have believed with such a wonderfully close contest that in the end the winning margin would appear, on paper anyway, to be quite comfortable. It was anything but those 4 birdies in the last 5 holes, and in particular the long putt at 15, I suppose, Mark, that was the one that really broke Phil's heart.
Yes, I think the one at 14 was a bit of a blow for Mickelson, but 15 from sort of 45 feet, it was an absolute heartbreaker. And then it didn't help on 16 when Phil had an eagle chance that all but went in. And Henrik, off a poor second shot, it has to be said, about the only bad shot he hit all day, to be honest, in the left rough, got it up to about 8 feet, or a bit less, 5.5 feet, and hold it. And Phil's putt, I mean, was brilliant there. So that was a turning point. 17, it was sort of getting too late when Henrik missed and Phil holed from quite a way for par. By then it was sort of, the writing was on the wall, and I think Phil knew the writing was on the wall by then. And what Henrik did up the last, I mean, whew, that 3-wood went so far. He absolutely nailed it, nailed a wedge, nailed the putt. And I am so thrilled for Henrik at the moment. It is unbelievable. It was just a sensational performance.
Yeah, we promised you drama on the last few holes. We very nearly had drama on the 18th, because that was literally 12 inches away from being bunkered at the last, Henrik Stenson's drive. But Sweden, after all the success they've had in the women's game, all the wonderful players they've produced over the years, and the contribution they've made to the European Tour, at last have a male major champion. And Sweden's finest player is the man who breaks the duck. Henrik Stenson is the Open champion here at Royal Troon. Well, it's only 2 weeks till the next major, so Henrik won't get too much time to sit back and reflect and enjoy it all, because he'll be heading for Baltusrol along with most of the players in the field here to round it off. And then, of course, he'll be representing Sweden in the Olympics. So it's a summer to remember for Henrik Stenson. Thanks to you, wherever you are, all over the world, for being with us. From Mark James, Sam Torrance, from Laura Davis and Tony Johnston, Dom Hollier and Dom Boulay, from Hutchie, from Dale Hayes, and of course from our on-course men Jimmy Spence and Van Phillips, and from me, Dougie Donnelly. Thanks for enjoying it all with us. It's been quite an Open. Congratulations, Henrik, from Royal Troon. Bye-bye.
And certainly any association with us, because we have been thought that we had got them into that state.
Say again, sorry.
IMG house.
Yes. Yes, it's done. No, just me and her.
These Ben's all fire. Fuck these people. God damn it. You told me I was gonna make